Hello everyone, I am the Seleni, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The gaunt gray silhouette of Whisperwind Abbey pierced the bruised twilight sky like a skeletal finger pointing an accusatory blame. It stood on a desolate, windswept moor, miles from the nearest village, its stones stained black by centuries of harsh weather and, Dr. Eleanor Vance suspected, even darker influences. An acclaimed historian specializing in suppressed religious sects and heretical orders, Eleanor had been commissioned by a private historical foundation, anonymously funded, she'd noted with interest, to catalog the Abbey's surprisingly intact, though chaotically stored, archives before the structure inevitably succumbed to the elements or the Foundation's vague plans for stabilization. The journey itself had been an exercise in isolation. A sputtering local train to a forgotten hamlet, then a long, jarring ride in a battered Land Rover driven by a taciturn local named Mr. John Harrison, who had offered only one piece of advice. Don't go stirring what's best left sleeping in them stones, miss. Some places, they remember. The Abbey's last caretaker and her sole point of contact was a man named Malachi Thorne. He met her at the massive, iron-studded oak door, a figure as weathered and unsettling as the Abbey itself. Tall and gaunt, with eyes like chips of obsidian set deep within a network of wrinkles, Malachi moved with a quiet, unnerving grace. He was dressed in simple, dark, almost monastic clothing, and the air around him carried the faint, clinging scent of incense, old parchment, and something else, something dry and faintly metallic, like old blood or rust. Dr. Vance, he said, his voice a low, resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in the chill air. Welcome to Whisperwind, the Order of the Silent Word. Its echoes await your scholarly attentions. His smile, if it could be called that, did not reach his eyes. The interior of Whisperwind Abbey was a labyrinth of shadowy cloisters, crumbling chapels, and vast, echoing halls. Dust lay thick as a shroud, undisturbed for decades, perhaps centuries, in some places. The silence was profound, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind through broken stained glass windows and the distant, unsettling skittering of unseen things. The dominant architectural motif, repeated in carvings, faded frescoes, and even the design of the remaining ironwork, was a strange, spiraling symbol, vaguely reminiscent of a nautilus shell, but with an unnervingly organic, almost predatory, asymmetry. Malachi Thorne was an enigma. He claimed to be the last descendant of a long line of lay caretakers who had served the Abbey since its deconsecration in the 17th century. After the original monastic order, the Fratres Silenti Verbi, Brothers of the Silent Word, was brutally suppressed for alleged heresy and devil worship. He knew every stone, every shadow of Whisperwind. He spoke of the Abbey's history with a strange mixture of reverence and a disturbing, almost proprietary intimacy. He seemed less a caretaker and more a guardian, or a priest of a forgotten faith. The brothers sought a truth deeper than dogma, Malachi explained, his eyes glinting in the candlelight as he led Eleanor to the scriptorium, where the bulk of the archives were stored. They listened to the whispers the wind carried across these moors, the whispers that predate any church. They found a different enunciation. The scriptorium was a vast, circular chamber, its stone walls lined with decaying wooden shelves groaning under the weight of countless leather-bound codices, scrolls tied with faded ribbon, and stacks of loose vellum sheets. The air was thick with the scent of decaying paper, ancient ink, and that persistent, dry, metallic tang. Eleanor's initial excitement at the sheer, unplumbed depth of the archive soon mingled with a growing unease. The texts were not just heretical. By Christian standards, they were utterly alien. They described complex cosmologies involving outer intelligences, the chanters in the void, and a central presiding entity referred to only as the one who listens from 1,000 mouths. The spiraling symbol was everywhere, often depicted as a gateway or a listening orifice. The rituals detailed were grotesque, involving blood sacrifice, animal and chillingly, sometimes hinted at as human, prolonged sensory deprivation, and the use of mind-altering substances derived from strange fungi that supposedly grew only in the abbey's sealed crypts. The goal of these rites seemed to be to attune the soul to the whispers of the one who listens, to become a conduit for its alien knowledge, and, ultimately, to facilitate its fuller presence in the world. Eleanor worked late into the nights, fueled by black coffee and a growing obsession. Malachi would often be present, a silent, watchful figure in the shadows, occasionally offering cryptic interpretations of particularly obscure passages, his knowledge far exceeding that of a mere caretaker. He spoke of the abbey not as a dead relic, but as a place merely sleeping. "The word is not silent, Doctor," he'd murmur, his voice like a dry rustle. "It merely awaits those with the ears to hear its true cadence." Strange occurrences began. Eleanor would hear faint, sibilant whispering just at the edge of her hearing, seeming to emanate from the very stones of the abbey. Objects in the scriptorium would shift position overnight. Cold spots would develop suddenly, the temperature plummeting inexplicably. The spiraling symbol seemed to pulse faintly in her peripheral vision when she stared at it too long. She dismissed it as fatigue, the power of suggestion in such an isolated, eerie environment. But then she found the hidden journal of Brother Augustine Bell, the last abbot of Whisperwind before its suppression. Augustine's entries, written in a spidery, increasingly unhinged hand, chronicled the order's final, desperate attempts to fully manifest the one who listens. "The vessel is prepared," Augustine wrote. "Young Brother Thomas, pure of spirit, strong of will, he will be the mouthpiece. Through him, the true word will finally resound in this fallen world. The sacrifices have been made. The gateway widens. Tonight, under the black moon, the one who listens will speak with a voice of flesh." The next entry was a single, blotched, terrified scrawl. "It is not a voice. It is a consuming. The abbey. It screams. Thorn, the first of his line. He welcomed it. He opened." The journal ended there. Eleanor felt a profound chill. Thorn, Malachi's ancestor. Had he not just been a lay caretaker, but a key figure in the heretical rites? And what had Augustine meant by "the abbey screams"? She confronted Malachi, her academic composure strained by a rising tide of dread. "Your ancestor, Malachi. He wasn't just a servant of the order, was he? He was part of their communion." Malachi's obsidian eyes gleamed. "My line has always served the true word, Doctor. When the blind fools of the church came to silence the brothers, my ancestor ensured the essence of the one who listens was preserved, anchored, here, within these stones, waiting for a time of reawakening." "Anchored?" Eleanor whispered. "You mean the entity? It's still here?" "It never left," Malachi said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. It slumbers, it dreams, and its dreams shape this place. The Abbey itself is its current vessel, its resting form, but it grows restless. It yearns for a more articulate presence, a new mouthpiece. His gaze on Eleanor was suddenly intense, assessing, almost hungry. Eleanor realized with dawning horror that the foundation that had hired her might not have been interested in mere historical preservation. Had they known about Malachi? Had they sent her here for a different purpose entirely? The unsettling occurrences escalated. The whispers became more distinct, sometimes calling her name, promising forbidden knowledge, power, if she would only listen truly. She would find the spiraling symbol freshly scratched into the dust on tables, on the frost of window panes. She started having vivid, disturbing dreams of vast cyclopean architecture, of 1,000 mouths whispering secrets in an alien tongue, of a spiraling abyss that beckoned her. She tried to leave. She packed her bag, determined to walk the miles, back to the nearest village. But a sudden freakish storm blew in, a maelstrom of wind and driving rain that seemed to erupt from nowhere, making travel impossible. The ancient oak door of the Abbey, which had taken both her and Malachi to open, was now swollen shut, immovable. She was trapped. Malachi became more overtly persuasive. He would leave texts open for her, passages detailing the ecstasies of communion, the enlightenment granted by the one who listens. He spoke of her intellect, her unique understanding, her attuned spirit. He implied that she, Dr. Eleanor Vance, was the perfect candidate to become the new mouthpiece, to allow the entity to speak clearly to the world once more. Abby chose you, Doctor, he insisted, his eyes burning with a fanatic zeal. The whispers led the foundation to you. They led you here. It is your destiny to give voice to the silence. Eleanor was terrified. This was no longer an academic exercise. This was a fight for her sanity, perhaps her very soul. She barricaded herself in her small stone-walled room, but the whispers seeped through the cracks, insidious, seductive, relentless. She pored over Brother Augustine's journal again, searching for any clue, any weakness. He'd mentioned the Abbey screaming. What did that mean? He'd also written of a counter-resonance, a silent concord, a ritual the earlier, less extreme members of the order had used to soothe the entity, to keep it in balance, before the later abbots had sought to fully invoke it. The details were fragmented, but it involved specific architectural points within the Abbey, sonic frequencies, and a symbol of pure, unbroken silence, the antithesis of the whispering mouths. Her only hope was to somehow perform this counter-resonance, to push the entity back into its slumber, or at least disrupt Malachi's attempts to use her as its new vessel. The night of the Black Moon, the anniversary of the Order's final disastrous ritual, was upon them. The storm outside raged, the wind howling around the Abbey like 1,000 tormented voices. The whispers inside were a deafening chorus. Malachi Thorne, his face alight with ecstatic anticipation, came for her. He was no longer the quiet caretaker, but a high priest of an abominable faith. "The time is now, Eleanor," he intoned, his voice resonant with power. "The one who listens awaits its new voice. Come, embrace your glorious purpose." He carried a small obsidian knife, its edge gleaming. Eleanor knew she couldn't overpower him physically. She had to use her intellect, her knowledge of the Abbey's own twisted lore. She feigned compliance, a terrified but dawning acceptance. "Show me, Malachi. Show me where the word is strongest." He led her not to the scriptorium, but down into the abbey's deepest, sealed crypts, a place Eleanor had not yet dared to explore. The air here was frigid, thick with the smell of damp earth, decay, and the strange, mind-altering fungi Augustine had described. The walls were covered in the spiraling symbol, glowing faintly with an internal malevolent light. In the center of the largest crypt was a circular stone altar, and carved into its surface was a massive, intricately detailed spiral. It seemed to pulse in time with the howling wind, drawing the eye, the mind, into its depths. "Here," Malachi breathed, his eyes fixed on the altar. "Here the veil is thinnest. Here you will offer your voice, your mind, yourself, and become eternal." He began a low, guttural chant, the words alien, ancient, making the very stones vibrate. The whispers in Eleanor's mind intensified, threatening to overwhelm her, to shatter her sanity. She felt a vast, cold, utterly inhuman intelligence pressing in on her, examining her, preparing to enter. But Eleanor had her own plan. Augustine's notes on the counter-resonance had mentioned the crypt's unique acoustics, its ability to amplify sound, or silence. He'd also sketched a counter-symbol, a perfect, unbroken circle, representing absolute stillness, absolute silence. As Malachi's chant reached a fever pitch, and as the spiraling altar seemed to writhe and open like a monstrous stone mouth, Eleanor acted. She carried a small, heavy piece of slate she'd pried from a loose flagstone in her room, and a sharp shard of broken stained glass. While Malachi was lost in his ecstatic communion, she quickly, desperately, scratched the unbroken circle onto the slate. Then, she did the only thing she could think of to create the silent concord. She took a deep breath and screamed. Not a scream of terror, though terror was a part of it, but a scream of pure, focused, human defiance. A raw, wordless sound of absolute negation, aimed directly at the spiraling altar, at the encroaching presence. She poured all her will, all her identity, into that single, sustained sound, and as she screamed, she slammed the piece of slate, the unbroken circle facing downwards, onto the exact center of the spiraling altar. The effect was cataclysmic. The Abby did scream, a soundless, psychic shriek of unimaginable agony and disruption ripped through the crypt, through the very foundations of Whisperwind. The glowing spirals on the walls flared, then died. The encroaching alien intelligence recoiled as if struck by a thunderbolt. The whispers in Eleanor's mind shattered into a million panicked fragments, then faded into an overwhelming, profound silence. Malachi Thorne shrieked, a very human sound of pain and thwarted ambition. He clutched his head, staggering back, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror, as the power he had worshipped, the presence he had nurtured for a lifetime, was violently repulsed. The obsidian knife clattered from his nerveless fingers. The storm, outside, abruptly ceased. The wind died. A silence, deeper and more absolute than any Eleanor had ever experienced, descended upon Whisperwind Abbey. Eleanor collapsed, gasping, her throat raw, her mind reeling. When she could finally focus, Malachi Thorne was gone. Vanished. Whether he had fled or been consumed by the backlash of his thwarted ritual, she didn't know. The crypt was silent, cold, and blessedly empty of any palpable presence. The spiraling altar was just stone, its carved lines inert. The piece of slate with her crudely scratched circle still lay upon it. Weak, trembling, but alive and miraculously sane. Eleanor Vance made her way out of the crypts, out of the scriptorium, and finally, out of Whisperwind Abbey. The great oak door, previously swollen shut, now opened with an easy push. The dawn was breaking, painting the desolate moor in pale, watery colors. The air was clean, crisp, devoid of incense or whispers, or the dry, metallic tang of ancient blood. She walked for miles until she finally reached the small hamlet and the sputtering train line. She never filed a complete report for the Anonymous Foundation. She sent them a carefully curated selection of the less overtly heretical texts, along with a note stating that the bulk of the Whisperwind archives were, regrettably, too decayed for preservation, and that the abbey itself was structurally unsound, and should be left to its inevitable collapse. She made no mention of Malachi Thorne, or the one who listens from 1,000 mouths. Some truths, she now agreed with the long-dead Mr. John Harrison, were best left sleeping. Whisperwind Abbey still stands on its desolate moor, a crumbling monument to a silenced heresy. The winds still whisper around its stones, but they are just the wind now. The silence within its walls is no longer the expectant hush of a slumbering god, but the simple, empty silence of decay. Eleanor Vance continued her academic career, but her focus shifted. She wrote less about the sensational aspects of heresy, and more about the quiet, desperate ways individuals and communities throughout history have sought to maintain balance against the encroaching darkness, the myriad forms of counter-resonance against the abyss. She knew that what she had done at Whisperwind was not a final victory. Such ancient, alien intelligences, once invited, once anchored, are never truly banished. They merely retreat, biding their time, their echoes lingering in the deep places of the world, waiting for new ears to hear their whispers, new hands to carve their spiraling gateways. And sometimes, in the dead of night, when the wind sighs, just so, Eleanor still feels a faint residual thrum in the silence, a reminder of the consuming void she faced, and the fragile, defiant power of a single, human scream. The wrought iron gates of St. Augustine's foundling home creaked open with a sound like a dying breath, revealing a long, weed-choked drive leading to a gaunt, gray stone edifice that seemed to sag under the weight of a perpetual, melancholic twilight. Jessica Campbell, a meticulous genealogist with a reputation for unearthing even the most deeply buried family secrets, felt a familiar shiver of anticipation mixed with an uncharacteristic unease. This was no ordinary ancestral home. Her client, a wealthy industrialist named Mr. Robert Harrison, had commissioned her to trace a shadowy branch of his family tree, a lineage that inexplicably dead-ended with a great-aunt, Mary Evans, supposedly adopted from St. Augustine's in the early 1920s. All records of her, and indeed of many children from that era, were frustratingly sparse. The orphanage, long since closed and fallen into disrepair, was located in a remote, almost forgotten corner of the county, surrounded by acres of overgrown orchards that hadn't borne fruit in decades. Locals in the nearest village, a sullen, insular place called Hollow Creek, spoke of St. Augustine's in hushed, fearful tones, referring to it as the Bone Orchard, and hinting at unspoken tragedies of children who went in but never truly came out. Sheriff Brody Miller, a man whose weary eyes had seen too many local sorrows, had warned Jessica, "Some family trees are best left unclimbed, miss. That place, it's got bad roots." The only remaining occupant of St. Augustine's was its former groundskeeper and now self-appointed caretaker, an elderly, stooped man named Silas Blackwood. He met Jessica at the crumbling front steps, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, his eyes, pale and watery, holding a disturbing mixture of sorrow and a fierce, almost feral protectiveness. He moved with a slow, deliberate shuffle, leaning heavily on a gnarled applewood cane. "Miss Campbell," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering across flagstones. "Come about the old records, I suppose. Not much left to tell, I reckon. The children. They've all long since found their homes." His gaze flickered towards the skeletal orchards, a strange, unreadable expression crossing his face. The interior of St. Augustine's was a mausoleum of forgotten childhoods. Dust lay thick on every surface. Cobwebs draped the peeling, water-stained wallpaper like macabre lace. The air was heavy with the scent of mildew, decay, and a faint, sickly sweet aroma that Jessica couldn't quite identify, something reminiscent of overripe fruit and damp earth. In the vast, echoing dormitory, rows of small, rusted iron bedsteads stood like silent, accusing sentinels. Faded crayon drawings of stick figure families and impossibly sunny skies still clung to the walls, poignant remnants of hope in a place that reeked of despair. Silas Blackwood was a reluctant guide, his answers to Jessica's questions vague and evasive. He claimed most of the orphanage's detailed records from the early 20th century had been lost in a fire, a convenient explanation Jessica found hard to believe given the intact state of other, less sensitive administrative ledgers. He spoke of the matron from that era, a Mistress Eleanor Pike, with a reverence that bordered on fear. Matron Pike. She was devoted to the children's well-being, Silas said, his voice dropping. She ensured they were properly nurtured, prepared for their new lives. Prepared how? Jessica asked. Silas just shook his head, his watery eyes darting towards a locked door at the end of a dark corridor. "Some things are best left to the good Lord, and the turning of the seasons, miss." Undeterred, Jessica began her meticulous search. The public-facing adoption registers were indeed sparse, listing names and dates but little else. But in a damp, forgotten cellar, amongst piles of rotting linens and discarded toys, a one-eyed teddy bear, a child's single buckled shoe, she found a series of hidden ledgers, bound in cracked dark leather. Their pages were filled with Matron Pike's spidery, precise handwriting. These were not adoption records. They were medical charts, detailed, unnervingly clinical observations of the children's health, their vitality, their essence. Phrases like subject Thomas Bell, vitality diminishing, ready for absorption, and subject Linda Harrison, essence peaking, prime for grafting, sent a cold dread through Jessica. There were recurring references to the root, the quiet hunger, and the orchard's dew. And then, the most chilling discovery. Next to the names of many children, including Mary Evans, Jessica's client's great-aunt, instead of an adoption date, there was a single stark notation. Harvested. What did it mean? Jessica's mind recoiled from the implications. She found accounts of children suffering from progressive weakness, anemia, a strange, listless apathy, despite the orphanage's surprisingly detailed records of adequate, if Spartan, nutrition. It was as if their life force was being systematically drained. She also found pressed flowers between some of the ledger pages. Strange, pale, almost translucent blossoms she didn't recognize, their petals disturbingly veined like human skin. They gave off that same faint, sickly sweet aroma she'd noticed in the air. Jessica confronted Silas Blackwood, the hidden ledgers in her trembling hands. What does harvested mean, Silas? What was Matron Pike doing to these children? Silas's composure finally shattered. His watery eyes filled with a terrible ancient grief. She was tending the orchard, miss, he whispered, his gaze fixed on some unseen horror. The orchard needs sustenance. It always has. Since the first stone of this place was laid on its roots, he explained, in broken, halting sentences, a horrifying truth. St. Augustine's foundling home was not built on ordinary ground. It was built over and inextricably linked to an ancient, subterranean entity, a vast, sentient, root-like organism, the root, the quiet hunger, that pulsed beneath the earth, its tendrils extending throughout the skeletal orchards. This entity required a periodic feeding of human vitality, of life essence, to sustain itself, and in return, it had once offered something. Protection? Longevity for its chosen caretakers? Silas was unclear, or unwilling to say. Matron Eleanor Pike and her predecessors were not just orphanage administrators. They were priestesses, or wardens of this abomination. The children, the foundlings, the forgotten, were not being prepared for adoption. They were being cultivated, their vitality slowly, systematically drained by the root, likely through the strange pale flowers Jessica had found, which Silas called orchard blooms. The harvest was the final, complete absorption. The adoptions. They were a lie? Jessica breathed, horrified. Silas nodded, tears tracing paths through the dust on his wrinkled cheeks. Some were truly adopted. The weaker ones, the ones the root rejected. But the bright ones, the strong ones, they fed the orchard. They became part of its eternal bloom. He clutched his applewood cane, its gnarled wood almost seeming to pulse faintly in his grip. I tried to save some, divert Matron Pike's attention, but she was strong. The root, it favored her. Jessica felt a profound sickness. The bone orchard was literal. The skeletal trees outside weren't just neglected. They were monuments to stolen lives, their roots intertwined with the unspeakable. She knew she had to get this information out, expose this horror to the world. She had the ledgers, her photographs, Silas's unwilling confession. But Silas Blackwood, despite his grief, was still a guardian. The years of service, of ingrained fear, and perhaps a twisted sense of duty, ran too deep. You can't tell anyone. Miss, he said, his voice suddenly hardening, his watery eyes gaining a sliver of that same feral protectiveness she'd seen earlier. The root, it slumbers now. Matron Pike. She overfed it, in her zeal, before she passed. It's been quiet for decades. If you stir it, if you bring outsiders, it will awaken fully, and its hunger will be boundless. He took a step towards her, his gnarled cane held like a weapon. This place, its secrets must remain buried, for the good of all. Jessica realized with a chilling certainty that Silas would not let her leave with this knowledge. He was the last acolyte, the final guardian of a monstrous legacy. She backed, away, her mind racing. The main doors were thick oak, likely locked. The windows were high, barred. Silas, this is insane, she said, trying to reason with him, playing for time. These children deserve justice. Their families deserve to know. Justice? Silas rasped, a disturbing, almost fanatical light entering his eyes. The root is justice. It is the cycle. It gives, it takes. It is the quiet heart of this land. He lunged, surprisingly quick for his age, his cane whistling through the air. Jessica dodged, the cane smashing against a dusty bookshelf, sending rotting books flying. She ran, deeper into the decaying labyrinth of the orphanage, Silas shuffling, surprisingly fast, after her, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his voice, a low, insistent chant of, "The orchard must be fed, the roots run deep." She found herself in what must have been Matron Pike's private quarters. The room was sparse, dominated by a large, dark wooden desk. On the desk was a single, perfectly preserved orchard bloom in a crystal vase, its pale, translucent petals seeming to glow faintly in the dim light, its sickly sweet scent overpowering, and beside it, an open, silver-backed locket. Inside, a faded photograph of a young, stern-faced Eleanor Pike, and beside her, a much younger, almost boyish Silas Blackwood. A wave of understanding and pity washed over Jessica. Silas hadn't just been a groundskeeper. He'd been devoted to Matron Pike, perhaps even loved her, bound to her and her horrifying duty by ties deeper than servitude. Silas appeared in the doorway, his face contorted, his breath rattling in his chest. She understood the balance, miss. The necessity. You would undo her life's work. Jessica knew she couldn't fight him, not really. But she saw her chance. The window behind Matron Pike's desk, while grimy, was not barred. It overlooked a steep drop to the overgrown gardens below, but it was a way out. As Silas advanced, his cane raised, Jessica grabbed the crystal vase with the orchard bloom and hurled it at him. He flinched, trying to catch the sacred flower, and the vase shattered against his chest, drenching him in water and the bloom's strange, sticky nectar. The bloom itself fell to the floor, its petals bruising. Silas let out a cry of anguish, more for the flower than for himself. In that moment of distraction, Jessica scrambled onto the desk and with a desperate kick, shattered the window pane. She didn't hesitate. She jumped. She landed hard in a tangle of thorny bushes, the impact jarring her. But she was alive. She scrambled to her feet, ignoring the scratches and the pain, and ran, heading for the distant skeletal orchards, hoping to lose Silas in their overgrown maze. She could hear him shouting behind her, a mixture of rage and a strange, keening sorrow. "The bloom! You've angered the root." She ran through the deathly quiet orchard, the gnarled, fruitless trees like accusing specters. The sickly sweet scent was stronger here, rising from the very earth beneath her feet. And then she felt it, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the ground, a deep, rhythmic pulsing, as if something vast and ancient were stirring from a long slumber. Silas was right. She had angered it. The destruction of the bloom, the sudden influx of her own desperate, fearful energy. It was like a clarion call to the quiet hunger. The ground around the base of the nearest apple tree began to shift. Dark, thick tendrils, like sentient roots, snaked up from the soil, writhing, questing. Jessica screamed, stumbling back. The bone orchard was awakening. She turned and fled, no longer caring about stealth, only escape. Behind her, she heard a terrible, drawn-out scream. Silas Blackwood. Had he been caught by the awakening root? Or had his grief and despair finally consumed him? She didn't look back. She burst from the orchard onto the weed-choked driveway. her lungs burning, her heart pounding. She reached her car, fumbling for the keys, her hands slick with sweat and blood from the thorns. As she roared away from St. Augustine's foundling home, she glanced in her rearview mirror. The gray stone edifice stood silent, brooding. But the skeletal orchards, they seemed different, darker, more alert. And from the earth around them, she could have sworn she saw a faint, pale mist rising, carrying that sickly sweet, unforgettable scent. Jessica Campbell drove until she reached the main highway, until the oppressive atmosphere of Hollow Creek was far behind her. She went to the state police. The ledgers, the photographs, her own harrowing testimony. It was enough to launch a massive, if deeply unsettling, investigation. What they found at St. Augustine's horrified even the most hardened officers. Beneath the orphanage, beneath the orchards, they discovered a vast, interconnected network of what appeared to be a colossal, semi-dormant fungal or root-like organism. Human remains, dozens of them, mostly children, were found entangled in its tendrils, their bones brittle, their bodies seemingly drained. Silas Blackwood was found in the orchard, his body desiccated, lifeless, but with a strangely peaceful expression on his face. His gnarled applewood cane clutched in his hand, its tip seemingly rooted into the dark earth. The official report spoke of a unique, parasitic subterranean organism and a historical cult practicing ritual sacrifice. The full, terrifying truth of a sentient, malevolent entity was deemed too incredible, too monstrous for public consumption. St. Augustine's foundling home and its bone orchard were eventually condemned, the grounds declared a biohazard, and the entire site slated for a slow, cautious, government-supervised remediation. Jessica never returned to genealogy. The secrets she had unearthed at St. Augustine's were too profound, too horrifying. She knew that the remediation would likely fail, that such ancient earthbound hungers could not be so easily expunged. The root was too deep, its connection to the land too primal. Sometimes late at night, when the air was still and damp, she would catch a faint phantom whiff of overripe fruit and sickly sweet decay, and she would remember the pale, translucent orchard blooms, the silent, watchful trees, and the terrible, quiet hunger that slept beneath the bone orchard of St. Augustine's, waiting patiently for the turning of the seasons and the inevitable return of its bloom. The client, Mr. Robert Harrison, never learned the full truth about his great-aunt Mary Evans. Jessica simply reported that the records were inconclusive, some secrets too deep to unearth. It was a kindness she felt Mary, and all the other harvested children, would have understood. The imposing gray granite edifice of Hollowgast Asylum clung to the desolate cliff edge like a stubborn lichen, its barred windows staring out at the churning slate-gray sea like vacant, unblinking eyes. Dr. Sarah Jennings, a brilliant but recently disillusioned psychiatrist, felt a shiver trace her spine that had little to do with the biting coastal wind. She'd accepted the position at Hollowgast, renowned for its radical, almost reclusive approach to treating the most intractable mental illnesses, as a desperate escape from the bureaucratic morass of city hospitals and a painful, recent, personal loss. The asylum's director, the enigmatic Dr. Alistair Finch, had promised her a chance to engage in truly groundbreaking therapeutic work. Dr. Finch met her in the asylum's cavernous, echoing lobby. He was a man of indeterminate age, his face a mask of serene, almost unnerving calm. His eyes, a piercing, intelligent blue, seemed to see more than they let on. He moved with a quiet, precise grace, and the air around him carried the faint, antiseptic scent of the institution, mingled with something else, a dry, dusty aroma, like old paper and forgotten memories. "Dr. Jennings," he said, his voice a soft, measured baritone. "Welcome to Hollowgast. We are a sanctuary for minds too fragile, too resonant for the outside world. Here, we offer not just treatment, but curation." Curation? The word choice was peculiar, but Sarah attributed it to Dr. Finch's famously unconventional methods. Hollowgast was unlike any asylum Sarah had ever encountered. It was preternaturally quiet. There were no screams, no rattling chains, no obvious signs of distress from the patients she glimpsed. Pale, silent, figures who drifted through the sparsely furnished common rooms like ghosts, their eyes holding a disturbing, placid emptiness. The staff, too, were an odd collection. Stern, tight-lipped nurses like Nurse Eleanor Pike, who seemed to glide silently through the corridors, and hulking, impassive orderlies like Mr. Thomas Blackwood, whose presence was more that of a jailer than a caregiver. The asylum's architecture was disorienting, a labyrinth of identical corridors, heavy steel doors, and rooms whose walls seemed to absorb sound, to listen. Sarah noticed strange, almost invisible veins or fissures running through the old stone walls in certain sections, like a network of dark capillaries. Dr. Finch's pioneering treatment was known as memory extraction and archival therapy. He explained it to Sarah in his grand book-lined office, the sea crashing against the cliffs far below. Trauma, Dr. Jennings, is a wound in the psyche, a festering memory that poisons the present. Our methods allow us to isolate these memories, to extract them painlessly and archive them, thus freeing the patient from their burden, allowing them to achieve a state of serene neutrality. "Extract them?" Sarah questioned, her medical training screaming skepticism. "How is that possible?" Dr. Finch smiled, a thin, enigmatic expression. "We have unique facilities, specialized apparatus, developed over generations by my family who founded Hollowgast. The mind, doctor, is a landscape. We merely prune the blighted growths." He showed her the archival wing, a series of heavily reinforced soundproof chambers deep in the asylum's bowels. Each chamber contained a single, complex, antique-looking apparatus made of polished brass, glass tubes, and intricate clockwork mechanisms. Patients would be sedated, connected to these machines, and their toxic memories supposedly drawn out and stored. Stored where? Dr. Finch was vague. The asylum itself, it has a unique capacity for retention, Dr. Jennings. The very stones are resonant. Sarah's first assigned patient was a young woman named Linda Hayes. Linda was catatonic, her eyes vacant, her body limp. Her file stated she suffered from acute dissociative trauma following a horrific accident. After several sessions in Dr. Finch's archival chamber, Linda did indeed seem calmer. But it was the calmness of an empty vessel, her personality, her spark, utterly extinguished. She would sit for hours, staring blankly, occasionally tracing invisible patterns on the wall. Sarah felt a profound unease. This wasn't healing. This was erasure. She began to explore Hollowgast on her own, during her off hours, drawn by an insatiable curiosity and a growing sense of dread. She noticed that the walls in the archival wing, particularly around the chambers where the extractions took place, hummed with a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. The dark fissures in the stone seemed more pronounced here, and sometimes, if she pressed her ear to the cold surface, she thought she could hear whispers. Faint, fragmented echoes of voices, cries, laughter, screams, a cacophony of trapped emotions. She also discovered a hidden, locked section of the asylum's old library, filled with Dr. Finch's ancestors' journals and medical texts. These were not the writings of enlightened physicians, but of something far darker. They spoke of psychic vampirism, of soul trapping, of an entity or force they called the Collector or Mnemasan's shadow, which they believed could be bound to, or perhaps was, the asylum itself. The memory therapy wasn't a modern invention. It was an ancient, heretical practice, refined over generations, designed not to heal, but to feed this entity, this sentient archive of stolen memories and emotions. The asylum didn't just store memories, it consumed them, and through them, the vitality of its patients. Sarah realized with dawning horror that Dr. Alistair Finch was not just a psychiatrist. He was the current high priest, the curator of this monstrous process. The placid emptiness of the patients wasn't peace. It was the hollow shell left behind after their essential selves had been siphoned off. And then, there was Mr. Robert Harrison, a long-term patient who had, according to his file, voluntarily committed himself decades ago due to unbearable existential dread. Robert was different from the others. He was old, frail, but his eyes, though clouded with sadness, still held a spark of lucidity. He sought Sarah out one evening, in a rare moment when Nurse Pike was not watching. You see it, don't you, Doctor?" he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. "The emptiness. Finch. He collects. He takes the bright ones, the painful ones, leaves the quiet." He clutched her arm, his fingers surprisingly strong. "My memories. He's been taking them for years, piece by piece. But I held one back. One bright, terrible thing. He wants it. He needs it. To complete his masterpiece." "What masterpiece?" Sarah breathed. "The asylum itself," Robert whispered. "It's not just stone. It's a mind, a chorus of stolen lives. And Finch, he is its conductor." He pressed a small, tarnished silver key into her hand. "His old study, North Tower, forbidden. Find the heart before he finds yours." Then, as Nurse Pike's shadow fell across the corridor, Robert's eyes went vacant, his moment of clarity gone, replaced by the familiar placid mask. The key, Sarah knew, was her only hope. She had to find out what Finch was truly doing, what his masterpiece entailed. She also realized with a sickening lurch that her own recent trauma, the grief and disillusionment that had driven her to Hologast, might make her a prime candidate for Finch's curation. Her mind, with its fresh wounds, its vibrant pain, would be a rich harvest. She waited until the depths of the night, when the asylum was at its quietest, the silence punctuated only by the distant crash of waves and the faint, unsettling hum from the archival wing. She made her way to the North Tower, a section of the asylum that was officially condemned. Its corridors dark, dust-choked, and eerily cold. The key Robert Harrison had given her opened a heavy oak door, revealing Dr. Finch's true study. It was not the sterile, professional office he used for meetings. This was a sanctum, a laboratory of madness. The room was circular, its walls lined not with books, but with hundreds of small glass bell jars, each containing a single, grotesquely preserved human brain, suspended in a strange, faintly luminous fluid. And in the center of the room, on a massive stone pedestal, was a crystalline structure, pulsating with a dim, internal light, its facets reflecting 1,000 distorted images. Veins, like the ones she'd seen in the asylum walls, snaked from this crystal, embedding themselves into the very foundations of the tower. This was the heart Robert had spoken of, the central node of the asylum's consciousness, the nexus of the collector. As Sarah stared, horrified, Dr. Alistair Finch stepped from the shadows. He was not surprised to see her. His smile was serene, almost beatific. "Ah, Dr. Jennings, I wondered when your intellectual curiosity would lead you here. A kindred spirit, perhaps. You appreciate the beauty of a well-ordered collection." "This is monstrous, Finch," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "These brains, these memories. You're not healing anyone. You're feeding this place." "Feeding?" Finch tilted his head. "Nourishing, perhaps. Preserving. Each memory, each trauma, each unique spark of consciousness. It adds to the glorious tapestry. Hollowgast is not merely an asylum, Doctor. It is a library of souls, a testament to the vast, terrible beauty of the human mind. And I am its curator." He gestured towards the pulsating crystal. "The Minimosini Resonator. My ancestor, Dr. Augustine Finch, perfected it. It harmonizes the archived memories, weaves them into a cohesive whole, a symphony of human experience. But it requires fresh input, particularly potent, vibrant minds to keep the chorus alive." His piercing blue eyes fixed on Sarah. "Your own recent sorrows, Dr. Jennings, your sharp intellect, your capacity for deep emotion. You would be a magnificent addition to the collection. A keystone." He advanced, holding a small, intricate device of polished silver and glass, a miniature version of the extraction apparatus. Nurse Pike and Mr. Blackwood appeared in the doorway, their faces impassive, ready to restrain her. Sarah knew she couldn't fight them all. But Robert Harrison's words echoed in her mind. "I held one back. One bright, terrible thing. And then, another memory. Dr. Finch speaking of the archival wing. The very stones are resonant. The asylum itself was the storage. The crystal was the processor. But what if the memories weren't just passive? What if they could be reawakened? Unleashed?" She looked at the rows of bell jars, at the countless brains, each a stolen universe of experience. "You think you control them, Finch?" Sarah said, her voice surprisingly steady. "These memories? These souls? What happens when the library decides it wants a new librarian?" Before Finch could react, Sarah grabbed a heavy, ornate letter opener from his desk. An antique, its handle shaped like a coiled serpent. With a desperate cry, she lunged not at Finch, but at the nearest shelf of bell jars. She smashed them, one after another. Glass shattered, preservative fluid spilled, and the preserved brains, dislodged, rolled onto the dusty floor. The effect was instantaneous and cataclysmic. As each jar broke, a wave of raw, unadulterated emotion, of pure, undiluted memory, seemed to erupt into the room. Screams of terror, cries of anguish, bursts of maniacal laughter, whispers of forgotten love, howls of primal rage, a psychic torrent unleashed from decades, centuries of confinement. The pulsating crystal in the center of the room flared violently, its internal light turning a chaotic, angry red. The veins in the asylum walls, throughout the entire structure, began to glow with the same furious light. The entire North Tower, the entire asylum, seemed to groan, to shudder, as if overwhelmed by the sudden, uncontrolled influx of raw psychic energy. Dr. Finch screamed, clutching his head, his serene mask shattered, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. "No, the harmony! You're destroying the symphony!" Nurse Pike and Mr. Blackwood staggered back, their impassive faces contorting in pain, as the unleashed memories, the raw emotions of countless tormented souls, washed over them, through them. The whispers Sarah had heard before were now a deafening roar, a chorus of liberated madness. The very stones of Hologast seemed to scream. Sarah didn't wait. As the psychic storm raged around her, as Finch and his acolytes were overwhelmed by the very horrors they had curated, she fled. She ran from the North Tower, through the convulsing corridors of Hologast, the walls themselves now visibly vibrating, the dark fissures cracking wider, spewing forth a mist of raw emotional energy. She saw patients, previously catatonic, now stirring, some thrashing, some weeping, some laughing hysterically, as fragments of their stolen memories, their stolen selves, momentarily, chaotically, returned. She burst out of the main doors of Hologast Asylum into the teeth of the raging coastal storm, which now seemed a pale imitation of the tempest unleashed within. She didn't look back. Behind her, the North Tower of Hologast Asylum, its ancient stones unable to contain the sudden, violent liberation of its psychic burden, began to crumble. With a sound like a titan's groan, it groaned, buckled, and then collapsed into the churning gray sea, taking Dr. Alistair Finch, his monstrous collection, and the heart of the collector with it. Sarah Jennings was found miles away, wandering along the coastal road, soaked, exhausted, and incoherent, by a passing fisherman. She spent months in recovery, the horrors of Hologast a fractured nightmare in her mind. She never spoke of the memory therapy, of the pulsating crystal, or the library of brains. Her official report stated that Dr. Finch was dangerously unstable, his methods abusive, and that a sudden, violent structural collapse, likely triggered by the storm, had destroyed the North Tower and claimed his life and those of several staff members. Hologast Asylum was condemned, its remaining patients transferred to more conventional institutions, though few ever truly recovered from their time within its resonant walls. The story of Hologast became another dark local legend, a tale of a mad doctor and a cursed asylum swallowed by the sea. But Sarah Jennings knew the truth. She knew that memories are not so easily erased, that trauma, once inflicted, leaves an indelible echo, and sometimes, when the wind howls just right off the coast, she can almost hear, faint and distant, a chorus of whispers, of cries, of laughter. The liberated, chaotic symphony of the souls once imprisoned within the curator's collection, now free, but forever haunting the restless waters where Hologast once stood. The asylum was gone, but its echoes, she knew, would linger for an eternity. The town of Oakhaven lay nestled in a valley so deep and shadowed by ancient iron-rich mountains that the sun seemed a reluctant visitor. Its architecture was a strange anachronistic blend of sturdy pioneer log cabins and intricate, almost unnervingly organic ironwork. Fences like tangled thorns, window grills like frozen spider webs, and a towering central spire in the town square that looked less like a bell tower and more like a gigantic metallic nerve ganglion. Jessica Hayes, an investigative journalist with a penchant for uncovering the secrets of isolated communities, had been drawn to Oak Haven by whispers of its unique, almost preternaturally skilled blacksmiths, and the town's stubborn, centuries-long rejection of most modern technology. Her ostensible reason for visiting, as she'd explained in her polite but persistent letters to the town council, was to write a feature piece on Oak Haven's traditional craftsmanship. Her true interest, however, lay in the persistent rumors of strange disappearances. Outsiders who had visited Oak Haven and never left, their stories fading into local folklore like rust into iron. Sheriff Thomas Miller, a man whose laconic demeanor and watchful eyes seemed as old as the mountains themselves, had been unhelpfully vague when she'd called him from the nearest town with a working phone line. "Oak Haven keeps to itself, Miss Hayes. Folks here, they got their own ways. Best not to stir the forge too hot." The journey to Oak Haven was arduous, the last 10 miles an unpaved track that wound through dense, silent forests, where the trees themselves seemed to have a metallic sheen to their bark. When she finally arrived, the town felt still. Not peaceful, but paused, as if holding its breath. The air was cool, even in midsummer, and carried the faint, sharp tang of coal smoke, heated metal, and something else. A deep, earthy, almost blood-like scent that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. She was met by Elder Margaret Thorne, the matriarch of the town council. Margaret was a woman of formidable presence, her face a mask of stern dignity, her silver hair pulled back severely, her hands, Jessica noted, surprisingly strong and calloused, stained with what looked like rust. "Miss Hayes," Margaret said, her voice as resonant and unyielding as tempered steel. "Welcome to Oak Haven. We trust your journey was enlightening. Our ways are not for everyone." Jessica was given a room in the town's only guest house, a sturdy but Spartan log building run by a quiet, watchful woman named Eleanor Blackwood. The room was dominated by an intricately wrought iron bedstead, its design a dizzying pattern of spirals and barbs. There was no electricity, only oil lamps. No running water, only a pitcher and basin. Oak Haven, it seemed, was truly committed to its pre-industrial existence. The heart of Oak Haven was its massive communal forge, a cavernous stone structure from which the rhythmic clang of hammers and the roar of bellows emanated almost constantly. Here, under the direction of the town's master blacksmith, Mr. Robert Pike, a man of few words and powerful soot-stained arms, the men and women of Oak Haven crafted their extraordinary ironwork. Their skill was undeniable, the metal seeming to flow and twist under their hands like living sinew. But Jessica noticed something strange. They worked in near silence, their faces intense, almost trance-like, their movements synchronized with an unnerving precision. And the iron they used, mined from the surrounding mountains, had a peculiar, dark, almost purplish hue. Jessica began her interviews, trying to coax stories from the taciturn townsfolk. They spoke with a strange reverence of the vein, the source of their unique iron ore, and the heart forge, a sacred, seldom-mentioned part of the main forge where the most important work was done. They also spoke of the Iron Communion, an annual ceremony where new pieces were dedicated, and the community reaffirmed its bond with the deep metal. Young Daniel Evans, an apprentice blacksmith whose eyes still held a spark of curiosity not yet hammered out by Oak Haven's insular traditions, let slip a few guarded comments. "The vein. It's more than just ore, miss. It listens, it knows, and the communion. That's when we give back. when we feed the fire and the earth." He clammed up immediately after, as if regretting his words, casting a nervous glance towards Mr. Pike. Jessica's attempts to research Oakhaven's history were frustrated. The town records, kept in a locked iron chest in Elder Thorne's cabin, were sparse, many pages seemingly removed or deliberately obscured by rust-colored stains. But in a forgotten corner of the guesthouse attic, amongst dusty ledgers detailing crop yields and timber production, Oakhaven curiously seemed to have little need for extensive agriculture, despite its large population. She found a slim, brittle diary. It belonged to a Reverend Alistair Finch, a traveling preacher who had visited Oakhaven in the late 1800s, hoping to establish a church. His early entries were filled with admiration for the town's industry and resilience. Then, the tone shifted to confusion, then horror. They worship not God, but the metal itself. The forge is their temple, the vein their idol. They speak of an iron father that dwells in the earth, a being of immense power and insatiable hunger. Their communion is a terrifying rite. I saw young Mary Scott, chosen for her fiery spirit, led to the heart forge. She did not return. They said she had merged with the vein, that her will now tempered the deep metal. The Reverend described how the Oakhaven elders would identify individuals, often outsiders, or those within the community deemed too rebellious, or too vibrant, and subject them to a process in the heart forge. He didn't understand the mechanics, but it involved intense heat, rhythmic hammering, and the strange purplish ore. The victims would emerge, changed, their wills broken, their memories seemingly absorbed, their personalities becoming as muted and pliable as hot iron. Some simply vanished, their essence supposedly infused directly into the vein. "It is not a forge," Finch wrote, his handwriting shaky. "It is a soul mill. They are not crafting iron, they are crafting people. And the ironwork, it is not mere decoration. It is an extension, antennas, conductors, carrying the will of the Iron Father, binding the town. I must flee before they decide my spirit, too, needs tempering." The diary ended abruptly. Reverend Finch was listed in a later brief town record as having departed suddenly, finding our ways too robust for his delicate constitution. Jessica felt a chilling certainty. Oakhaven was not just technologically regressive. It was a community bound in a terrifying symbiosis with a subterranean metallic entity. The ironwork wasn't art. It was a control mechanism. The disappearances weren't accidents. They were sacrifices. And the iron communion was the method of feeding. She looked at the intricate iron bedstead in her room with new eyes. The spirals and barbs seemed to writhe, to watch her. The faint metallic tang in the air now felt like a suffocating presence. She knew she had to get out, to warn the outside world. But Oakhaven was isolated, and her attempts to use the emergency satellite phone she'd brought were met with an impenetrable wall of static, a phenomenon the townsfolk blandly attributed to the iron in the mountains. Her car, she discovered, had a flat tire, the valve stem deliberately, almost surgically, slashed. The townsfolk were watching her more closely now. Their polite smiles had become fixed, their eyes holding a new, predatory gleam. Elder Thorne approached her, her voice smooth as polished steel. "Miss Hayes, your interest in our ways is commendable. The Iron Communion is fast approaching. It is a time of great power, of deep connection. Perhaps you would honor us by participating more fully this year? Your spirit, your inquisitive nature. It has a certain resonance. The vein would find it invigorating. The invitation was not a request. Jessica feigned interest, buying time, her mind racing. She had to find proof that would be irrefutable, something beyond a mad preacher's diary. She remembered Reverend Finch's mention of the Heart Forge. That was the key. Under the cover of a moonless night, while the rhythmic clang of the main forge provided a deceptive sense of normalcy, Jessica slipped out of the guest house. She avoided the main paths, sticking to the shadows, making her way towards the forge complex. The Heart Forge was not part of the main building, but a smaller, windowless stone structure set slightly apart. Smoke a darker, thicker plume from its chimney. The door was made of a single massive slab of the purplish Oakhaven iron, secured with an intricate, unpickable lock. But Daniel Evans, the young apprentice, had inadvertently given her a clue. He'd mentioned that Mr. Pike always cooled a specific, unique set of shaping tongs in a trough of water behind the Heart Forge after each special session. Jessica found the trough, and beside it, tucked into a crevice in the stone wall, was a heavy iron key, still faintly warm to the touch. Pike's oversight, or perhaps a subconscious act of rebellion from young Daniel. The key turned the massive lock with a well-oiled click. The air that billowed out from the Heart Forge was intensely hot, thick with the scent of burning coal, superheated, metal, and that sickeningly sweet, blood-like odor, now overpowering. Inside, the Heart Forge was a vision of industrial hell. A single colossal bellows, seemingly powered by some unseen geothermal force, pulsed like a monstrous lung, feeding a circular white-hot furnace in the center of the room. Around the furnace were anvils of strange, non-Euclidean shapes, and racks of tools that looked more like instruments of torture than blacksmithing implements. And then she saw it. Set into the far wall, behind the furnace, was a section of exposed rock, the vein itself. It was not inert ore. It was a vast, pulsating mass of the purplish black metal, its surface shot through with what looked like glowing crimson capillaries. It thrummed with a deep, resonant energy that Jessica could feel in her bones, in her teeth. It was alive, and it was aware of her. A wave of dizziness, of mental static, washed over her. She felt a strange pull, a desire to approach the vein, to touch it, to merge. She shook her head, fighting the insidious influence. On a heavy iron table near the furnace, she saw a collection of recently crafted iron objects. Small, intricate figurines, almost human in shape, but with the same disturbing, organic asymmetry as the town's other ironwork. And beside them, several small leather-bound books, new diaries. Their pages were blank, save for a single name at the top of each, names Jessica recognized from recent missing person reports from the surrounding counties. These were to be the next infusions. Suddenly, a shadow fell across the doorway. Mr. Robert Pike stood there, his massive frame filling the entrance, a heavy forging hammer in his hand. His eyes, reflecting the furnace glare, were cold, hard, and utterly devoid of human emotion. "You should not have come here, journalist," he rumbled, his voice like a bellows sigh. "The Heart Forge is sacred. The vein. It does not like to be disturbed before the communion." "What do you do to them?" Jessica demanded, her voice trembling but defiant, gesturing towards the blank diaries. "You don't just kill them. You erase them. Imprint them onto the iron?" Pike's lips curved into a grim approximation of a smile. "The Iron Father takes their will, their memories, their fire. It makes them part of its strength, part of Oak Haven, eternal, strong, pure. He took a step into the Heart Forge. Elder Thorn was right. Your spirit, it has a rare temper. You will make a fine contribution. Jessica knew she couldn't fight him, but she had her phone, set to record audio, tucked into her pocket. If she could just get a confession, a clear statement of what they did here. As Pike advanced, hammer raised, Jessica backed away towards the vein. She feigned terror, stumbling. "Please, what do you want?" "We want your fire, journalist," Pike said, his voice dropping to a low, almost hypnotic tone. "To be hammered into the true form. To be one with the deep metal. Surrender your will. It is peaceful." The vein behind her pulsed, a wave of intense heat and mental pressure washing over her. She felt her own thoughts becoming sluggish, her will starting to fray. This was it. The process. But as Pike reached her, his shadow falling over her, Jessica activated the one piece of modern technology Oak Haven's metallic influence hadn't managed to completely suppress: the powerful flash on her phone. She thrust it up, directly into Pike's eyes, triggering a blinding, disorienting burst of pure, artificial light. Pike, accustomed to the dim, firelit glow of the forge, roared in pain and surprise, stumbling back, his hammer clattering to the stone floor. The vein behind Jessica seemed to recoil, to shudder, a dissonant, screeching thrum echoing through the heart forge, as if the sudden, unexpected burst of modern, unnatural light was an agony to it. In that moment of chaos, Jessica didn't run for the door. She knew Pike would recover too quickly. Instead, she did something desperate, something instinctive. She grabbed one of the heavy, still hot iron figurines from the table, one that felt strangely, horrifyingly resonant with a trapped human consciousness, and, with all her strength, hurled it directly into the exposed, pulsating surface of the vein. The impact was like a psychic explosion. The vein let out a silent, agonizing shriek that ripped through Jessica's mind. The glowing crimson capillaries within it flared, then darkened. The rhythmic pulsing faltered. The entire heart forge shuddered violently. Robert Pike screamed, a raw, animalistic sound, clutching his head as if his own mind were being torn apart. The symbiotic link between the townsfolk and their Iron Father was a two-way street. The furnace in the center of the room sputtered, its white-hot glow dimming to a dull, angry red. The very air in the heart forge seemed to grow thin, cold. Jessica didn't wait to see more. She scrambled for the door, out into the cool night air, leaving Pike writhing on the floor. She ran, not towards the guest house, but towards the track leading out of Oak Haven, her only thought to get as far away as possible. Behind her, she could hear a cacophony of sounds from the town. Confused shouts, cries of pain, the dissonant clang of falling ironwork as the network of conductors presumably malfunctioned. The iron communion had been catastrophically interrupted. She reached her car, her hands raw and bleeding as she fumbled with the spare tire, replacing the slashed one with frantic speed. As she drove away from Oak Haven, the town behind her was descending into chaos. Fires starting to glow in the distance, as the central forge likely faltered and spewed uncontrolled heat. The metallic tang in the air was still there, but it was now mixed with the acrid scent of uncontrolled burning and a profound, unsettling silence from the earth itself. The audio recording on Jessica's phone, combined with Reverend Finch's diary and the blank infusion books she'd managed to snatch from the Heart Forge, was enough to trigger a reluctant, heavily armed state investigation. Oak Haven was found in a state of near collapse. Many of its inhabitants, particularly the elders like Margaret Thorne, were discovered dead, not from violence, but as if their life force had been abruptly disconnected from its source. Others, like Robert Pike, were found alive but catatonic, their minds shattered. The great forge was cold, the vein in the heart forge a dull, lifeless purple, its strange glow extinguished. The intricate ironwork throughout the town was already beginning to rust at an accelerated, unnatural rate. The official story, carefully managed, spoke of a secluded, fanatical cult that had succumbed to mass hysteria and environmental toxins from their unregulated mining and forging practices. The truth of a sentient, subterranean iron entity and its soul-consuming communion was buried deeper than any ore. Jessica Hayes published her exposé, heavily redacted, focusing on the dangers of isolation and unchecked communal power. She never spoke publicly of the pulsing vein or the silent, screaming consciousness she had felt in the heart forge. But she knew that the Iron Father of Oak Haven was not truly dead. Such ancient, elemental intelligences do not die easily. It was merely wounded, dormant. Its connection to its congregation severed. It would slumber in the deep earth, its hunger slowly returning, perhaps over centuries. And one day it might find new hands to work its forge, new wills to temper, new souls to infuse into its dark metallic heart. The silence of the Oak Haven Valley was now a true silence. But Jessica often wondered if, deep beneath the rusting iron and the crumbling log cabins, a faint, metallic pulse still beat, waiting. The silence of Hemlock Hollow was the first thing Michael Evans noticed. Not a peaceful quiet, but a profound, almost suffocating stillness. No birdsong, no rustle of leaves in the dense ancient hemlocks that choked the valley, despite a gentle breeze. No distant hum of traffic, no barking dogs, just a hush. For Michael, a sound engineer whose career had been shattered by a debilitating case of tinnitus, a constant high-pitched ringing in his ears that made everyday life a torment. This absolute silence was, at first, a blessed, almost miraculous, relief. He'd rented a secluded cabin deep in the hollow for a month, desperate for any respite from the phantom noise that plagued him. The cabin's owner, a taciturn old man named Jedediah Pike from the nearby, equally quiet village of Stillwater, Creek had handed him the keys with a grim, one-word piece of advice. Quiet. He hadn't elaborated. The cabin was rustic, isolated, perfect. For the first few days, Michael reveled in the silence. His tinnitus, remarkably, seemed to fade, the oppressive quiet somehow absorbing, or canceling out, the internal ringing. He slept better than he had in years. He took long walks through the unnervingly still woods, the only sound his own soft footfalls on the pine needle-strewn paths. But the silence soon began to feel unnatural, uncanny. He noticed the wildlife, or rather the lack of it. No squirrels, chattering, no deer crashing through the undergrowth. Even insects seemed to buzz with a muted, furtive caution. The air itself felt heavy, as if sound were being actively suppressed, absorbed by the dense trees, the thick moss, the very earth of Hemlock Hollow. He also met a few of the locals on his infrequent trips to Stillwater Creek for supplies. They were a strange, insular folk, their movements slow and deliberate, their voices seldom rising above a whisper. Martha Thorne, who ran the village's only general store, would communicate mostly through gestures and brief, hushed phrases, Sheriff Robert Bell, a man whose face seemed permanently etched with a weary anxiety, merely nodded when Michael tried to engage him in conversation, his eyes constantly darting towards the silent woods that surrounded the village. The children were the most unsettling. They didn't laugh, or shout, or cry. They played in a silent, unnerving pantomime, their eyes wide and watchful. Once, Michael saw a young girl, Linda Harrison, drop her wooden doll. Her mouth opened in a silent O of distress, her eyes filling with tears, but no sound escaped her lips. Her mother, Mary Harrison, quickly scooped her up, her face pale, casting a fearful glance towards the hollow. Michael's professional curiosity began to override his initial relief. He set up some of his sensitive recording equipment around his cabin, microphones capable of picking up the faintest sound. The readouts were bizarre. The ambient noise level was almost impossibly low, far below what even the most remote wilderness should register. It was as if something were actively dampening sound waves. One evening, experimenting, he played a short, sharp burst of white noise from his laptop speakers. Nothing loud, just enough to register. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The silence outside the cabin didn't just return. It deepened. It pressed in, becoming a tangible force, making his ears ache, the cabin's old timbers groan. And then he heard it, or rather, felt it. A faint, ultra-low frequency vibration, emanating from the deepest part of the hollow. A thrum that resonated in his bones, in his teeth. It was accompanied by a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the air pressure. And then, a sound. A soft, wet, dragging noise, coming from the woods, getting closer. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced Michael's scientific detachment. He slammed his laptop shut, cutting off the white noise. The dragging sound outside hesitated, then slowly receded. The oppressive pressure lessened, though the profound silence remained, now tinged with a palpable menace. He didn't sleep that night. The next morning, he found strange, slime-like trails on the dew-covered grass around his cabin, leading from the deep woods and back again. And one of his expensive microphones, the one closest to the tree line, was gone. Vanished without a trace. He drove to Stillwater Creek, his tinnitus now a faint, almost forgotten hum beneath a new, far more pressing anxiety. He tried to question Martha Thorne about the hollow, about its unnatural quiet. She just shook her head, her eyes wide with something that looked like fear, and pressed a finger to her lips, then pointed towards a faded, framed sampler on the wall behind her counter. Its stitched motto read, "Silence is golden, noise is broken." Sheriff Bell, when Michael reported his missing microphone and the strange events, just sighed, his face weary. "Best leave things be, Mr. Evans. Hemlock Hollow. It don't like being disturbed. It has its ways. Always has." He paused. "Your cabin rental is up in 3 weeks. I'd advise enjoying the quiet, and then leaving it." Michael, however, was now obsessed. His tinnitus was a minor annoyance compared to this new, terrifying mystery. He found a hidden cache of Old Town records in the dusty attic of the Stillwater Creek Community Hall, records that hinted at a darker history. Diaries from early settlers in the 1700s spoke of a whispering blight in Hemlock Hollow, a place where sounds went to die. They described a strange, amorphous entity, a sound eater, or the hush, that dwelled in the deepest, most silent part of the valley. It was drawn to noise, to vibrations, and would harvest any creature or person who made too much disturbance. The founders of Stillwater Creek had apparently struck a desperate, unspoken pact with it. They would maintain the silence, offer it their quiet reverence, and in return, it would tolerate their presence at the valley's edge. And perhaps, Michael now suspected, it even offered a perverse form of protection, its silence a shield against the louder, more chaotic outside world. There were chilling accounts of individuals who had broken the hush. A preacher, Reverend Augustine Pike, who had tried to fill the valley with hymns. A group of boisterous loggers, John Miller's crew, who had ignored the local warnings. None were ever seen again. Their disappearances were always followed by a period of even deeper, more oppressive silence from the hollow. The most disturbing find was a series of sketches made by a reclusive artist, Eleanor Scott, who had lived near the hollow in the early 1900s. Her drawings depicted a grotesque, vaguely amoebic creature, seemingly composed of concentrated shadow and silence, with multiple, sound-sensitive tendrils or auditory organs. It was shown engulfing animals, even human figures, their mouths open in silent screams. Beneath one sketch, Eleanor had scrawled, "It hears the heart, it tastes the breath, it craves the unheard scream." Michael realized with dawning horror that his tinnitus, the constant internal ringing, might have been what drew him to Hemlock Hollow in the first place, or what made the hollow's silence so appealing to the entity through him. Had his inner noise been a beacon? Was the entity somehow feeding on it, soothing it, in exchange for his quiet presence? And what would happen if he made a real noise? He had to know. He also knew he was playing with fire, with a force beyond human comprehension. He decided to conduct one more experiment, this time with more sophisticated equipment, including seismic sensors and directional microphones. He set up a powerful, variable frequency sonic emitter deep in the woods, a safe distance from his cabin, controlled remotely. The night he chose was moonless, the silence of Hemlock Hollow absolute, almost vacuum-like. His tinnitus was completely gone now, replaced by an unnerving, expectant stillness in his own mind. He activated the emitter, starting with a low, barely audible hum, gradually increasing the frequency and amplitude. For a long moment, nothing. Then, the deep, ultra-low thrumming began, far more powerful than before, shaking the very ground, making the cabin timbers vibrate. The air pressure dropped precipitously. The silence shattered, not with sound, but with its terrifying, active absence. His equipment went haywire. The seismic sensors spiked off the charts. The directional microphones recorded nothing. Pure, absolute silence, even as the emitter was blasting out sound waves. The entity was consuming the sound, absorbing it, drawing it in. And then, the dragging, slithering noise. Louder this time. Faster. Coming from multiple directions, converging on the source of the sound. The emitter. Michael watched on his remote camera feed, his blood running cold. The undergrowth near the emitter began to writhe. Shadows deepened, coalesced, and then it emerged. It was vast, far larger than Eleanor Scott's sketches had depicted. A rolling, amorphous mass of what looked like solidified darkness, shot through with veins of deeper shadow. Multiple tendrils, like questing auditory. Cilia, unfurled from its bulk, questing, listening. It moved with a terrifying, silent grace, flowing over the forest floor, absorbing all sound, all light in its path. it reached the sonic emitter. The device, still blasting out its challenge, was simply engulfed, swallowed by the silent, shadowy mass. The sound cut off abruptly. The thrumming stopped. The entity seemed to pulse once, a slow, satisfied contraction, then began to recede, melting back into the deepest shadows of Hemlock Hollow, leaving behind only an even more profound, more absolute silence, and a patch of earth where the emitter had stood, now unnaturally barren, as if scoured clean of all life, all vibration. Michael sat in his cabin, trembling, the implications of what he had witnessed crashing down on him. This was not just a sound-sensitive creature. It was a fundamental force, an entropy of acoustics, a living embodiment of silence itself. And the people of Stillwater Creek were its terrified, complicit guardians. He knew he had to leave. Now. Before his own continued presence, his own inevitable small noises, his own internal tinnitus, which he feared might return with a vengeance if he left the Hollow's suppressive influence, drew its attention again. He packed frantically, throwing his essential equipment into his car. As he was about to leave, he saw a flicker of movement outside his window. Sheriff Robert Bell stood there, his face grim, his shotgun held loosely in his hands. Flanking him were Jedediah Pike and several other stony-faced men from the village. "Leaving so soon, Mr. Evans?" Sheriff Bell said, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. "The Hollow, it doesn't like sudden departures, or loud guests. I know what's in there," Michael said, his voice hoarse. "I saw it. A flicker of something, fear, resignation, crossed the sheriff's face. Then you know why the silence must be kept. For generations we've honored the hush, kept the balance, a small price for peace." "Peace?" Michael scoffed. "You live in terror of it." "It is our way," Jedediah Pike rasped. "The outside world with its noise, its chaos. It would not understand. It would try to fight it. And then, the hush would truly awaken. It would spread, consume everything. And you're going to stop me from leaving?" Michael asked, his hand inching towards the heavy wrench on his car seat. "We cannot allow the Hollow to be provoked further," Sheriff Bell said, his shotgun shifting almost imperceptibly. "Your experiments, they have disturbed its slumber. It requires appeasement, a return to the balance." Michael understood. He was to be the offering. His noise, his disruption, had to be silenced, permanently, made part of the hush. He knew he couldn't fight them all, but he had one last, desperate idea, born of his understanding of sound and of the entity's nature. "You want silence?" Michael said, his voice suddenly calm, almost as quiet as theirs. "I can give you silence, a silence even it has never known." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, custom-built device, something he'd been working on for his tinnitus, an experimental counter-frequency generator designed to create a zone of absolute sonic cancellation. He'd never had the courage to test it at full power. "What is that?" Sheriff Bell asked, his eyes narrowing. "The opposite of a scream," Michael said. He thumbed the activation switch. There was no sound, no explosion, just a sudden, intense pressure. A wave of pure, weaponized silence, far more profound, far more absolute than even the Hollow's natural state, radiated outwards from the device. The effect on the townsfolk was immediate. They staggered back, clutching their ears, their faces contorting in pain, not from noise, but from its utter, violent absence. Their own internal bodily sounds, heartbeats, breath, the rush of blood, would have become deafening in such a void. And from the depths of Hemlock Hollow, there came a reaction. Not a thrum, not a dragging sound, but a silent, psychic recoil. A sense of profound confusion, of disorientation from the entity. It fed on sound. It was defined by silence. But this utter, artificial void, this anti-sound, was alien to it. Anathema. The very air around them seemed to warp. The trees of Hemlock Hollow shimmered, as if their physical forms were becoming unstable in the face of this sonic paradox. The entity, for the first time in perhaps centuries, was confused, frightened. Michael didn't wait. He jumped into his car, started the engine. Its roar, in the context of the now wavering, unnatural silence, sounded like thunder, and slammed it into reverse, tearing away from the stunned, disoriented villagers, away from the convulsing silence of Hemlock Hollow. He drove, the small device on his dashboard still emitting its zone of absolute quiet, creating a small, mobile bubble of anti-sound around his car. He saw the edges of Hemlock Hollow ripple and distort as he passed, as if the entity were trying to reassert its dominion, its silence fighting his. He didn't look back until he was miles away, until the oppressive stillness of the valley was replaced by the normal, chaotic symphony of the outside world. Birdsong, wind in the trees, the distant hum of civilization. His tinnitus returned with a vengeance, a screaming torment in his ears, but it was, for the first time, a welcome sound, a sign that he was free. He never reported what happened in Hemlock Hollow. Who would believe him? The entity, the Sound Eater, the town that worshipped silence through fear. It was too fantastic, too horrifying. He simply abandoned his cabin, his equipment, his research. But he often wondered about the fate of Hemlock Hollow and Stillwater Creek. Had his counter-frequency generator permanently disrupted the hush? Had he, in his desperate bid for escape, unleashed an even greater imbalance? Or had the entity, after its confusion, simply reasserted its silent, ancient rule, perhaps demanding an even greater price from the terrified guardians of its stillness? He would never know. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when his tinnitus was at its worst, he would imagine that profound, absolute silence of Hemlock Hollow, and he would wonder if the hush was still out there, listening, waiting, forever craving the sounds of a world it could never truly join, only consume. And he knew, with a chilling certainty, that some silences are not empty, but filled with a terrible, patient, and utterly alien hunger. The wind that swept across Ashworth Moor was a raw, mournful thing, carrying the scent of peat, damp heather, and an underlying, faint but persistent aroma of decay that Dr. Eleanor Ainsworth couldn't quite place. It tugged at her tweed coat as the ancient, rattling motor car, driven by a taciturn local named Jedediah Bell, finally crested the rise. Below, nestled in a hollow sheltered by gnarled, wind-scoured pines, lay Ashworth Manor, a brooding, gray-stone edifice that seemed less a home and more a mausoleum, its many unlit windows like vacant, staring eyes. Eleanor, a historian whose rather macabre specialty was European famine folklore, and the desperate rituals that often accompanied starvation, had been approached by a firm of London solicitors, Messrs. Pike and Harrison, with an unusual commission. The Ashworth family, one of England's oldest and most reclusive aristocratic lines, required an archivist to organize and catalog their extensive and reputedly chaotic family records and library, housed at their ancestral seat on the desolate moor. The pay was generous, the access unprecedented, and the subject matter, a family that had somehow thrived for centuries on land notoriously barren and prone to blight, was directly relevant to her field of study. It was an opportunity she couldn't refuse, despite a prickle of unease the solicitor's overly discreet manner had instilled. "She's a bleak old bird, Ashworth Manor," Jedediah Bell finally grunted, his first words in over an hour, as he navigated the rutted track leading to the house. "And the Ashworths. They keep to themselves. Always have. Some say the moor itself keeps 'em." He cast a sideways glance at Eleanor. "Best not to go digging where you're not wanted, miss. Some roots run deeper than you'd think, and they don't like the light." The door, a massive slab of age-blackened oak, was opened by Mrs. Martha Thorne, the housekeeper. She was a woman whose face seemed carved from granite, her eyes a pale, washed-out blue that held no welcome, only a weary, guarded watchfulness. She led Eleanor through a series of vast, frigid, and dimly lit halls, where portraits of generations of stern-faced Ashworths, their features disturbingly similar, high foreheads, thin lips, and unsettlingly pale eyes, seemed to follow her progress with silent disapproval. The scent of decay was stronger inside, mingled with the odors of beeswax, old paper, and a faint coppery tang that made Eleanor's stomach clench. The current master of Ashworth Manor, Lord Alistair Ashworth, received her in a library so vast and shadowed it felt more like a crypt for forgotten books. He was a tall, emaciated man, draped in threadbare velvet, his skin the color of old parchment, his hands trembling slightly as he gestured towards a wingback chair. His eyes, however, held a sharp, intelligent, and deeply melancholic light. "Dr. Ainsworth," he said, his voice a dry rustle, like autumn leaves. "Welcome to our repository of regrets. My ancestors were prodigious accumulators of paper, if not, alas, of lasting joy." His smile was a brief, painful flicker. "The archives are extensive and largely untouched for generations. My father, and his father before him, they were not men of scholarly inclination, more concerned with the land and its demands." He explained that his primary concern was the preservation of the estate's agricultural records, detailed accounts of crop yields, livestock breeding, and land management practices that had, against all odds, allowed the Ashworths to survive, even prosper, when neighboring estates had failed and famines had swept the countryside. "There are unique methods detailed therein, Doctor. Methods some might find unorthodox. But the proof, as they say, is in the pudding. Or, in our case, the harvest." Eleanor was given a suite of rooms in a relatively less dilapidated wing of the manor. They were grand, furnished with heavy, dark antiques, but perpetually cold, the wind sighing constantly at the ill-fitting windows. From her casement, she could see a walled garden, its high stone walls crumbling in places, the interior a riot of overgrown, unidentifiable vegetation, even in the harsh moorland climate. Beyond it lay the moor itself, stretching away in undulating waves of brown and purple, dotted with strange, lichen-covered tors that looked like a giant's forgotten teeth. Her work began in the library, a daunting task. The Ashworth archives were indeed vast, a chaotic treasure trove of estate ledgers, tenant rolls, personal diaries, and correspondence dating back to the 16th century. As Lord Alistair had hinted, the agricultural records were astonishing. While the surrounding moorland was notoriously infertile, Ashworth Manor's home farm seemed to produce yields that defied all logic. Detailed accounts described crops flourishing in blighted years, livestock remaining fat and healthy when disease ravaged neighboring farms. The methods described were peculiar. Complex crop rotations, yes, but also strange soil treatments involving calcined bone meal of specific provenance, blood tithes from the herds, and planting rituals conducted under specific lunar phases, accompanied by chanted invocations that sounded more pagan than agricultural. Eleanor also learned more about the current Ashworth family. Lord Alistair was a widower. His wife, Lady Beatrice, had died some years prior, under circumstances Mrs. Thorne described vaguely as a wasting sickness. There was one child, the heir, Master Thomas Ashworth, a boy of about 10. Eleanor rarely saw Thomas. He was, Lord Alistair explained with a sigh, a delicate child, prone to ailments. He keeps to his rooms mostly, under the care of Nurse Collins. Nurse Patricia Collins was a stern, unsmiling woman who moved through the manor with an unnerving quietness, her presence often heralded only by the faint rustle of her starched uniform. When Eleanor did catch glimpses of Master Thomas, he was a pale, unnaturally still child, his eyes large and dark in his small, pinched face, always clinging to Nurse Collins's hand, or being pushed in an old-fashioned wicker invalid carriage by Mr. Robert Pike, the estate's hulking, taciturn groundskeeper. The boy never spoke, never smiled, and seemed to radiate an aura of profound, weary sadness, and that faint, coppery scent Eleanor had noticed. The other key figure in the household was Dr. James Evans, the family physician. He was a younger man than Eleanor had expected, with tired eyes and a perpetually worried frown. He visited the manor twice a week from the distant market town, ostensibly to attend to Master Thomas's fragile health. Dr. Evans was polite, but guarded, deflecting Eleanor's attempts at professional conversation about the boy's condition, with vague pronouncements about a rare constitutional weakness, hereditary in nature. The Ashworth constitution has always been unique, Dr. Ainsworth, he'd said, his gaze flickering nervously towards the shuttered windows of the East Wing, where Master Thomas resided. They are deeply connected to this land, for better or for worse. As Eleanor delved deeper into the archives, particularly the personal diaries of previous Ashworth lords and ladies, a more disturbing pattern began to emerge, one that resonated chillingly with her own field of expertise. Interspersed with accounts of estate management and social engagements were veiled, almost coded references to the offering, the quickening of the clay, the carrion gift, and the child of the lean years. A diary entry from Lady Margaret Ashworth, dated 1742, a year of devastating famine across the region. The crops fail elsewhere, but our fields remain green. The covenant holds. Tonight, the little lord of the harvest will be planted. His tears will water the roots. His flesh will feed the soil. Thus has it always been. Thus shall it always be, for the survival of our line, and the appeasement of that which slumbers beneath the moor. Another, from Sir John Ashworth in 1816, another year of widespread blight. Young Master William weakens. It is his time. The land thirsts. The child is the conduit. Through its suffering, we are sustained. A bitter sacrament, but necessary. The first mother, they say, made the pact when the stones themselves cried out in hunger. Eleanor felt a cold dread seep into her bones. This wasn't just unorthodox agriculture. This was systematic, ritualistic sacrifice. Child sacrifice. And the child of the lean years, the little lord of the harvest, it was always, it seemed, the heir, the firstborn son of the Ashworth line, offered up in times of famine or blight to ensure the family's and the estate's survival. The wasting sickness that afflicted so many Ashworth heirs, the delicate constitutions, were these natural ailments or the result of a slow, deliberate draining, a preparation for the ultimate offering? And who, or what, was that which slumbers beneath the moor? She began to pay closer attention to the walled garden. Mr. Pike, the groundskeeper, tended it with a disturbing, almost religious devotion, though nothing identifiable seemed to grow there except a profusion of strange, pale, fleshy-looking fungi and gnarled, thorny bushes that bore no flowers or fruit. The soil within the walls was a dark, unnaturally rich loam, and the coppery, decaying scent was strongest there. Pike would often be seen carrying buckets of something from the manor's abattoir, where the estate's livestock was slaughtered, into the walled garden and spreading it on the soil. Once, Eleanor saw him emerge from the east wing, from the direction of Master Thomas's rooms, carrying a covered silver basin. He took it not to the kitchens, but directly to the walled garden, where he carefully poured its contents, a dark, viscous liquid, onto the roots of a particularly large, thorny bush. Eleanor felt a wave of nausea. The unease in Ashworth Manor intensified. Eleanor started experiencing vivid, disturbing nightmares. Fields of writhing, thorny vines, a pale, sickly child with ancient, hungry eyes, and a vast, dark shape moving beneath the earth, its presence a suffocating weight. She would hear strange, rustling, dragging sounds from within the manor walls at night, and the wind whistling through the eaves sometimes seemed to carry faint, sibilant whispers. The portraits of the Ashworth ancestors seemed more watchful, their painted lips curved in knowing, predatory smiles. Even Mrs. Thorne, the housekeeper, began to regard Eleanor with a new, unsettling scrutiny, her pale eyes lingering a moment too long. Lord Alistair himself became more reclusive, often taking his meals in his room, his health seemingly deteriorating. When Eleanor did see him, he looked more emaciated, his skin more translucent, his eyes burning with a feverish, almost desperate light. "The land is restless, Dr. Ainsworth," he murmured to her once, his voice a dry whisper. "The old aches are returning. The moor. It remembers its hungers." Eleanor knew she was treading on dangerous ground. This was no longer an academic exercise. She had stumbled into a living nightmare, a family secret so monstrous it had been preserved for centuries through unspeakable acts. She had to find concrete, proof, something she could take to the outside world, something that would force an investigation. Her client, Mr. Harrison in London, needed to know the true fate of his great-aunt. But more than that, if Master Thomas was indeed being prepared for some horrifying ritual, she focused her attention on the east wing, where the boy was kept. It was usually locked, and Nurse Collins was a formidable guardian. But Eleanor had noticed that Nurse Collins always took a brief constitutional in the walled garden at precisely 3 p.m., leaving Master Thomas presumably asleep or in the care of a junior maid, Mary Bell, a nervous, easily flustered young woman from the village. One afternoon, feigning a need to consult a specific architectural plan she claimed was stored in a disused room near the east wing, Eleanor managed to gain access to the corridor leading to Thomas's chambers. The air here was thick with that coppery, decaying scent and a profound, bone-chilling cold. The whispers were louder, seeming to emanate from the very stones. she found Master Thomas's room. The door was slightly ajar. Peeking inside, she saw the boy. He was not in his invalid carriage, but lying on a large, low bed, covered with a heavy velvet counterpane. He was shockingly pale, almost translucent, his small chest barely rising and falling. His eyes were closed, but his lips moved faintly, as if he were whispering to someone, or something, only he could perceive. And then Eleanor saw them, not on the boy himself, but connected to him. Emerging from beneath the bed, from beneath the floorboards, were dozens of thin, pale, root-like tendrils, the color and texture of bleached flesh. They were attached to Master Thomas's small, frail body, disappearing beneath his nightshirt, pulsing faintly, rhythmically, as if drawing sustenance from him. The boy was not merely sickly, he was being fed upon. He was the current conduit, the living vessel for the entity beneath the moor. He was the carrion child. Horrified, Eleanor stumbled back, a gasp catching in her throat. She bumped into a small table, sending a porcelain figurine crashing to the floor. The boy's eyes snapped open. They were not the eyes of a 10-year-old child. They were ancient, cold, and filled with an immense alien hunger. A low guttural growl, impossibly deep for such a small frame, emanated from his throat. The tendrils pulsed faster. Before Eleanor could react, Nurse Patricia Collins was there, her face a mask of cold fury. "You should not be here, Doctor," she hissed, her voice like ice. "The master is resting. He does not like to be disturbed when he is communing." She physically barred Eleanor's way, her grip surprisingly strong. Eleanor retreated, her heart pounding, her mind reeling from the horror of what she had witnessed. This was beyond anything she had ever imagined. The Ashworth family wasn't just sacrificing their children. They were cultivating them as hosts for a monstrous parasitic entity. She had to get out. She had to warn someone. But how? The manor was isolated, Jedediah Bell and his motor car long gone. The phone lines, she had discovered, were purely for show, disconnected for decades. She remembered Dr. James Evans, the family physician. He seemed like a man of science, perhaps an unwilling accomplice, trapped by the Ashworth's influence, or his own fear. He was due for his bi-weekly visit the next day. He was her only hope. But the household was now on high alert. Mrs. Thorne's watchful gaze never seemed to leave her. Mr. Pike shadowed her movements in the grounds. Lord Alistair remained secluded, but Eleanor felt his unseen, desperate presence. She managed to corner Dr. Evans in the hall as he was leaving Master Thomas's wing, his face paler and more worried than usual. "Doctor?" Eleanor whispered, urgently. "I know what's happening to that boy. Those tendrils, the entity. We have to get him out of here." Dr. Evans looked around wildly, his eyes wide with terror. "Hush, woman," he hissed. "Do you want to get us both killed? Or worse?" "Worse than what you're letting them do to him?" Eleanor pressed. I can't," Dr. Evans stammered, his professional composure shattering. Its hold is too strong. My family, they live in the village. The Ashworths. They control everything. The land, the people, everything is tied to it. If the feeding stop, if the child is not prepared properly for the offering, the blight will return. The moor will reclaim everything. It has happened before. He was trembling, his face slick with sweat. "I just try to ease his suffering. Keep him stable. It's all I can do." "So you're a part of it," Eleanor said, her voice laced with contempt and a sickening despair. "We are all a part of it, Dr. Ainsworth," he whispered, his eyes filled with a terrible, resigned understanding. "Welcome to Ashworth Moor." He then hurried away, leaving Eleanor alone with her horrifying knowledge. That night, the night before Dr. Evans's next scheduled visit, which Eleanor now suspected was not just for Thomas, but perhaps for some ritualistic check on the entity itself, the atmosphere in the manor grew impossibly tense. The whispers were a constant, insidious chorus. The coppery scent of decay was overpowering. Eleanor knew they would not let her live to see another dawn, not with what she knew. Lord Alistair summoned her to the library. He looked like a corpse propped in his chair, his eyes burning with a desperate, almost mad light. "Dr. Ainsworth," he rasped, "you have seen too much, understood too much, such knowledge. It is a burden, a blight upon the spirit." He gestured weakly towards a decanter of dark sherry and 2 glasses. A final academic discussion, perhaps, before arrangements are made. Eleanor knew this was a trap, a delay, but she also knew she had to play along, to look for any opening. "The entity, Lord Alistair," she said, her voice surprisingly calm. "What is it? Where did it come from?" He smiled, a ghastly rictus. "It is the moor, Doctor. It is the deep earth. It is hunger, eternal. Our first mother, Lady Eleanor Ashworth, found it in a time of great famine, when our people were starving. She made the pact. A child's life, a child's suffering, in exchange for the land's bounty, for our survival. A necessary sacrifice. A sacrament of the soil. And Master Thomas? He is a vessel, as all our firstborn sons have been. He carries the essence. He focuses its power. Soon his time will come to be fully integrated, to nourish the roots anew. The moor grows hungry again. The blight, I can feel it stirring in my own bones." He coughed, a dry, rattling sound. "It is a terrible honor, Doctor, a terrible burden. One you, alas, are not equipped to share beyond this night." As he spoke, Eleanor saw Mrs. Thorne and Mr. Pike position themselves silently by the library doors, blocking any escape. But Eleanor had made her own preparations. During her brief, terrified foray into Thomas's room, she had noticed something else. A small silver bell on his bedside table, presumably to summon Nurse Collins. And she remembered Brother Augustine Bell's journal from another unrelated case, describing how certain pure, high-frequency sounds could disrupt certain types of malevolent psychic entities. It was a wild, desperate long shot. While Lord Alistair was distracted by his own morbid soliloquy, Eleanor had managed to palm the small bell from a display case of Ashworth family heirlooms in the library, its presence there a bizarre, overlooked incongruity. Now, as Pike and Thorne began to advance, she brought out the small silver bell. "You speak of sacrifices, Lord Alistair," she said, her voice ringing with a desperate authority. "But what happens when the offering refuses to be silent?" She rang the bell. It was not a loud sound, but it was incredibly high-pitched, pure and piercing, a frequency that seemed to cut through the oppressive atmosphere of the library like a shard of ice. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. Lord Alistair screamed, clutching his head, his eyes rolling back. The coppery scent in the room intensified, and from the walls, From the floorboards, from the very air, came a chorus of faint, agonized whispers, as if 1,000 trapped voices were suddenly given a moment of painful release. Mrs. Thorne and Mr. Pike staggered back, their hands clapped over their ears, their faces contorted in agony. And then, from the east wing, from the direction of Master Thomas's rooms, came a sound that chilled Eleanor to the core. A monstrous, inhuman shriek of pure, unadulterated rage and pain, followed by the sound of splintering wood and shattering glass. The carrion child, the vessel, was reacting. Violently. The pure sound had disrupted its connection, its parasitic feeding, perhaps even harmed the entity itself through its host. In the ensuing chaos, as Lord Alistair collapsed from his chair, and his retainers were incapacitated by the sonic assault and the psychic backlash, Eleanor fled. She ran from the library, through the screaming, shuddering halls of Ashworth Manor, the building itself now seeming to groan and writhe as if in agony. She didn't stop until she reached the stables. Jedediah Bell's ancient motor car was, miraculously, still there, the keys still in the ignition where he'd left them. She wasn't sure if it would even start. As she fumbled with the ignition, she saw it. The east wing of Ashworth Manor was moving. The stone walls were bulging, cracking. Pale, root-like tendrils, now thick as tree trunks, were erupting from the ground, from the walls, questing, thrashing, tearing the ancient structure apart, and at the center of it, framed in a shattered window, was the silhouette of Master Thomas Ashworth, no longer a frail child, but a monstrous, contorted figure, his limbs elongated, his eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light, his mouth open in a continuous silent scream that echoed the agony of the Moor entity itself. The carrion child was no longer a passive vessel. It was now a raging, uncontrolled conduit for the wounded, furious power of that which slumbered beneath. The motorcar engine coughed, sputtered, then roared to life. Eleanor slammed it into gear and tore down the rutted track, away from the unfolding nightmare at Ashworth Manor. Behind her, the ancient house began to collapse in upon itself, consumed by the writhing, fleshy tendrils of the enraged earth god, its final screams swallowed by the sudden, unnatural silence that descended upon the Moor. Eleanor Ainsworth never looked back. She drove until the motorcar ran out of fuel, then walked, dazed and traumatized, until she reached a main road and flagged down a bewildered lorry driver. The authorities, when they eventually investigated, found Ashworth Manor a pile of incomprehensible, slime-covered rubble, the surrounding land blighted and barren, as if all life had been violently sucked from it. Of Lord Alistair Ashworth, Master Thomas, Mrs. Thorne, Mr. Pike, Nurse Collins, or Dr. Evans, no trace was ever found. They had become, it seemed, the final offering to the Moor's reawakened hunger. Eleanor's official report to Messrs. Pike and Harrison was a masterpiece of academic obfuscation, speaking of geological instabilities, structural collapse, and the tragic loss of irreplaceable historical documents. She never mentioned the carrion child, the tendrils, or the ancient blood-soaked covenant. Some truths were too monstrous for the world to bear. She retired from her field, unable to ever again look at folklore, at tales of famine and sacrifice, without seeing the pale, hungry eyes of Master Thomas Ashworth and the writhing roots of the bone orchard. The silence of the Moor had been broken, its terrible secret exposed, if only to her. But she knew that such ancient hungers, rooted in the very fabric of the earth, are never truly vanquished. They merely sleep, waiting for new famines, new desperations, and new children to water their blighted soil with tears and blood. And the wind that now swept across the ruins of Ashworth Manor carried no scent of decay, only a profound, sterile emptiness, and the faintest, most chilling whisper of an ancient, insatiable hunger, biding its time. The village of Grimstone on the Wold lay nestled in a forgotten fold of the bleak, windswept uplands, a cluster of ancient gray-stone cottages huddled around a disproportionately grand, though somewhat dilapidated village hall. It was a place that time seemed to have bypassed, its cobbled lanes and moss-covered roofs exuding an air of stubborn, almost defiant antiquity. Michael Hayes, a journalist known for his cynical exposés of rural superstitions and an almost pathological disbelief in the supernatural, had come to Grimstone reluctantly, dispatched by his editor, Mr. Frank Thorne, to cover their annual Festival of Shadows. The festival, culminating in a unique shadow puppet performance by the Grimstone Guild of Limners, was supposedly a local tradition dating back centuries, a quaint piece of cultural heritage. Michael suspected it was more likely a tourist trap maintained by a village desperate for income. He was met at the village green, a patch of unnervingly neat turf dominated by a gnarled ancient yew tree, by Elder Eleanor Pike, the de facto matriarch of Grimstone and the current head of the Guild of Limners. She was a woman whose age was impossible to guess, her face a network of fine wrinkles, her eyes a startling, piercing gray that seemed to see right through Michael's carefully constructed skepticism. Her hands, he noted, were long, slender, and unnervingly deft. "Mr. Hayes," she said, her voice soft but resonant, like a perfectly tuned string instrument. "Welcome to Grimstone. We are honored by your interest in our humble traditions. The shadows here, they run deep." Her smile was enigmatic, a fleeting upward curve of her thin lips that did not quite reach her eyes. Michael was given a room at the Crooked Man, Grimstone's only inn, a rambling, low-beamed establishment run by the taciturn Robert Bell and his overly solicitous wife, Martha Bell. The room was small, its window overlooking the village hall, from which, even at night, Michael could hear the faint, rhythmic clicking and rustling sounds, as if unseen hands were constantly at work. The air in Grimstone was still, carrying the scent of wood smoke, damp earth, and a faint, almost imperceptible aroma of something else, dry, like old parchment, and subtly, unpleasantly sweet. The villagers themselves were a strange lot, polite, almost unnervingly so. They moved with a quiet, deliberate grace, their conversations hushed, their eyes often darting towards the shadows cast by the ancient buildings, even in broad daylight. They all seemed to be involved in some way with the upcoming Festival of Shadows, carving intricate puppet parts, stitching tiny costumes, mixing strange dark pigments. Young Linda Scott, the innkeeper's niece who served Michael his meals, had ink-stained fingers and a perpetually haunted look in her eyes. When Michael tried to ask her about the puppets, she would only whisper, "They tell the old stories, the true stories. You must watch carefully." The Guild of Limners, Elder, Pike explained, was not just a group of puppeteers. They were the keepers of Grimstone's history, its soul. The shadow puppets, crafted from a special, treated leather and intricately jointed wood, were not mere characters. They were vessels. They hold the essence of those who came before. "Mr. Hayes," she said, her gray eyes glinting. "Through them, the past breathes. The shadows speak." She allowed Michael into the workshop in the village hall, a vast, dimly lit room filled with workbenches, strange tools, and hundreds upon hundreds of shadow puppets hanging from the rafters like a grotesque, silent congregation. They depicted a vast array of figures: kings and queens, knights and dragons, peasants and priests, but also other things. Creatures with too many limbs, faces contorted in silent screams, entities of swirling shadow and burning eyes. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the detail unnerving. The puppets felt old, ancient, and as Michael moved among them, he could have sworn their painted eyes followed him, that their silent, leathery forms rustled and shifted in the still air. That sweet, dry scent was strongest here. Michael, ever the skeptic, tried to rationalize it. The villagers were simply dedicated artisans, their isolation breeding a somewhat eccentric devotion to their craft. The unsettling atmosphere was a product of the village's age, its remoteness, his own fatigue. But then he found the journals. Hidden in a dusty, forgotten alcove in the village hall's small, neglected library were a series of leather-bound volumes, the Annals of the Guild of Limners, dating back to the 1600s. The early entries, written in a spidery, archaic script, spoke of a time of great hardship, famine, plague, persecution. They described how the first Limners, led by a figure known only as the Shadow Master, had made a pact. The old ones of the wold offered us succor, one entry read. They who dwell in the spaces between light and dark, who hunger for form, for voice. We offered them vessels, the shaped skins, the carved wood. And they, in return, offered us protection, guidance, a place in their eternal twilight. The journals described how the puppets were not merely representations, but actual conduits for these old ones. The village of Grimstone on the Wold lay nestled in a forgotten fold of the bleak, windswept uplands, a cluster of ancient gray-stone cottages huddled around a disproportionately grand, though somewhat dilapidated village hall. It was a place that time seemed to have bypassed, its cobbled lanes and moss-covered roofs exuding an air of stubborn, almost defiant antiquity. Michael Hayes, a journalist known for his cynical exposés of rural superstitions and an almost pathological disbelief in the supernatural, had come to Grimstone reluctantly, dispatched by his editor, Mr. Frank Thorne, to cover their annual Festival of Shadows. The festival, culminating in a unique shadow puppet performance by the Grimstone Guild of Limners, was supposedly a local tradition dating back centuries, a quaint piece of cultural heritage. Michael suspected it was more likely a tourist trap maintained by a village desperate for income. He was met at the village green, a patch of unnervingly neat turf dominated by a gnarled ancient yew tree, by Elder Eleanor Pike, the de facto matriarch of Grimstone and the current head of the Guild of Limners. She was a woman whose age was impossible to guess. Her face a network of fine wrinkles, her eyes a startling, piercing gray that seemed to see right through Michael's carefully constructed skepticism. Her hands, he noted, were long, slender, and unnervingly deft. "Mr. Hayes," she said, her voice soft but resonant, like a perfectly tuned string instrument. "Welcome to Grimstone. We are honored by your interest in our humble traditions. The shadows here, they run deep." Her smile was enigmatic, a fleeting upward curve of her thin lips that did not quite reach her eyes. Michael was given a room at the Crooked Man, Grimstone's only inn, a rambling, low-beamed establishment run by the taciturn Robert Bell and his overly solicitous wife, Martha Bell. The room was small, its window overlooking the village hall, from which, even at night, Michael could hear the faint rhythmic clicking and rustling sounds, as if unseen hands were constantly at work. The air in Grimstone was still, carrying the scent of wood smoke, damp earth, and a faint, almost imperceptible aroma of something else, dry, like old parchment, and subtly, unpleasantly sweet. The villagers themselves were a strange lot. Polite, almost unnervingly so, they moved with a quiet, deliberate grace, their conversations hushed, their eyes often darting towards the shadows cast by the ancient buildings, even in broad daylight. They all seemed to be involved in some way with the upcoming Festival of Shadows, carving intricate puppet parts, stitching tiny costumes, mixing strange, dark pigments. Young Linda Scott, the innkeeper's niece who served Michael his meals, had ink-stained fingers and a perpetually haunted look in her eyes. When Michael tried to ask her about the puppets, she would only whisper, "They tell the old stories, the true stories. You must watch carefully." The Guild of Limners, Elder, Pike explained, was not just a group of puppeteers. They were the keepers of Grimstone's history, its soul. The shadow puppets, crafted from a special, treated leather and intricately jointed wood, were not mere characters. They were vessels. They hold the essence of those who came before. "Mr. Hayes," she said, her gray eyes glinting. "Through them, the past breathes. The shadows speak." She allowed Michael into the workshop in the village hall, a vast, dimly lit room filled with workbenches, strange tools, and hundreds of shadow puppets hanging from the rafters like a grotesque, silent congregation. They depicted a vast array of figures, kings and queens, knights and dragons, peasants and priests, but also other things. Creatures with too many limbs, faces contorted in silent screams, entities of swirling shadow and burning eyes. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the detail unnerving. The puppets felt old, ancient, and as Michael moved among them, he could have sworn their painted eyes followed him, that their silent, leathery forms rustled and shifted in the still air. That sweet, dry scent was strongest here. Michael, ever the skeptic, tried to rationalize it. The villagers were simply dedicated artisans, their isolation breeding a somewhat eccentric devotion to their craft. The unsettling atmosphere was a product of the village's age, its remoteness, his own fatigue. But then he found the journals. Hidden in a dusty, forgotten alcove in the village hall's small, neglected library were a series of leather-bound volumes, the annals of the Guild of Limners, dating back to the 1600s. The early entries, written in a spidery, archaic script, spoke of a time of great hardship, famine, plague, persecution. They described how the first Limners, led by a figure known only as the Shadow Master, had made a pact. The old ones of the wold offered a succor, one entry read. They who dwell in the spaces between light and dark, who hunger for form, for voice. We offered them vessels, the shaped skins, the carved wood, and they in return offered us protection, guidance, a place in their eternal twilight. The journals described how the puppets were not merely representations, but actual conduits for these old ones. The annual performance was not entertainment. It was a ritual, a communion, where the entities would dance through the puppets, reasserting their dominion over the village, and in return, ensuring Grimstone's continued, albeit isolated, prosperity. The Limners were not puppeteers. They were mediums, their hands guided by unseen, ancient intelligences. There were also disturbing references to the weaving, a process by which new puppets were created, or old ones refreshed. It involved not just leather and wood, but other materials. Essence of shadow, whispers caught on the wind, and chillingly, the fading breath of the unwilling. Michael felt a cold knot of dread. This was beyond quaint tradition. This was something ancient, something parasitic. He began to observe the villagers with new, horrified eyes. Their quiet diligence now seemed like a fearful and almost hypnotic servitude. The intricate ironwork that adorned many of the cottages, crafted by the village blacksmith, Mr. Thomas Harrison, often incorporated the same unsettling, multi-limbed motifs as the stranger puppets. Were these symbols, wards, or conduits? He noticed that certain villagers seemed faded. Old man Jedediah Evans, who sat all day by the yew tree, his hands constantly whittling small, featureless wooden figures, had a translucent, almost ghostly quality to his skin. Mary Pike, who tended the village's small, unnervingly neat graveyard, moved with a slow, dreamlike lassitude. Were these the unwilling, whose essence was being woven into the puppets? The upcoming festival performance was to be a new story, Elder Pike had told him, one not performed for centuries, the dirge of the forgotten king. The preparations intensified. The rhythmic clicking and rustling from the village hall became a constant, unnerving soundtrack to Michael's days. He saw Elder Pike and the other senior limners, Mr. Robert Scott, a man with eyes like chips of obsidian, and Mistress Patricia Bell, whose hands moved with a spider's unsettling grace, emerging from the workshop late at night, their faces pale and drawn, but with a strange, ecstatic light in their eyes. Michael tried to speak to Linda Scott, the innkeeper's niece, again. He found her in the scullery, her hands raw from work, her eyes wide with suppressed terror. "They're making a new one, Mr. Hayes," she whispered, her voice trembling. "For the forgotten king. It needs a strong voice, a new shadow." Her gaze flickered towards him, filled with a desperate, unspoken warning. Outsiders, sometimes their shadows are particularly vivid. He knew then that he was in terrible danger. His cynicism, his probing questions, his outsider status, they had marked him. He wasn't just here to observe the festival. He was, perhaps, intended to be a part of it. He had to get out. But Grimstone was isolated. His car, he discovered, mysteriously disabled, a vital engine part removed. The twice-weekly bus, his only other option, was not due for 3 more days, the day after the festival. He found Sheriff Alistair Miller, the village's sole law enforcement officer, a young, fresh-faced man who seemed utterly out of his depth, nervously polishing his already gleaming truncheon. Michael tried to explain his fears, the evidence from the journals. Sheriff Miller listened, his face growing paler with each word. I can't, Mr. Hayes," he stammered. "Elder Pike, the guild, they are Grimstone. I'm just the sheriff. They say the shadows protect us, that without them, something worse would come from the wold." He looked utterly terrified. Michael was on his own. His journalistic skepticism had evaporated, replaced by a primal, gut-wrenching fear. He had to find a way to expose this, to stop it, before he became another silent, leathery puppet hanging in the rafters of the village hall. He remembered the cellar of the inn, where Robert Bell stored his ales. It was old, stone-lined, and Linda Scott had once mentioned in a hushed whisper that it connected to an even older network of tunnels beneath Grimstone, smugglers' routes from centuries past, now mostly collapsed and forgotten. It was a desperate, Chance, the night of the Festival of Shadows arrived. The village was transformed. Torches flickered, casting long dancing shadows. The villagers, dressed in strange, dark ceremonial robes, moved in a silent procession towards the village hall. The air was thick with the dry, sweet scent, now cloyingly strong, and a palpable sense of ancient, expectant power. Michael knew he had to act before they came for him. He slipped down into the inn's cellar, the sounds of the approaching procession growing louder. He found the entrance to the tunnels, a loose flagstone, a dark, narrow opening. Armed with a flickering oil lamp from the cellar and his reporter's notebook, a desperate, ingrained habit, he squeezed into the oppressive darkness. The tunnels were cramped, damp, and smelled of earth and decay. He could hear the rhythmic beat of a single large drum from the village hall above, a sound that seemed to vibrate in his very bones, calling the shadows to dance. He stumbled through the labyrinthine passages, his lamp casting feeble, jumping shadows. He was looking for something, anything, that could disrupt the ceremony, break the entity's hold. He remembered the journals mentioning that the old ones were bound by certain ancient compacts, certain symbols of power, certain true names that, if spoken, could cause them distress. But the names were heavily encoded, or referred to in such oblique, archaic terms that Michael hadn't been able to decipher them. Then he found it. A small, hidden chamber, almost a shrine. In its center, on a stone pedestal, lay a single ancient shadow puppet, far older and more disturbing than any he had seen in the workshop. It was a figure of immense, chaotic power, its form a swirling vortex of leathery shadow, its eyes two burning embers. This, Michael instinctively knew, was the Shadow Master, the first vessel, the original conduit. And carved into the stone pedestal beneath it, almost worn away by time, was a single, complex sigil and a word, in a language so ancient it made his teeth ache. Yagath Naga, the true name. Above him, the drumming reached a crescendo. The performance was beginning. He could almost feel the oppressive weight of the summoned entities pressing down on the village. He knew what he had to do. It was insane, suicidal, but it was his only chance. He climbed back through the tunnels, emerging not into the inn, but through a forgotten coal chute, directly into a small, disused storage room at the back of the village hall itself. He could hear Elder Pike's voice, now a resonant, hypnotic chant, from the main hall, narrating the tale of the forgotten king. He could hear the rustle and click of the puppets, the gasps of the enthralled or terrified audience. He crept to the side of the stage, peering through a tear in the heavy velvet curtain. The main hall was packed. The villagers sat in rapt silence, their faces upturned, illuminated by the eerie glow of the single, powerful lantern that cast the shadows onto a vast, stretched animal hide screen. On the screen, the shadow puppets danced. The forgotten king, his mournful queen, his treacherous knights. And among them, a new figure, a puppet Michael hadn't seen before, tall, gaunt, with a reporter's notebook clutched in its leathery hand, its shadow features disturbingly, unmistakably his own. They were already weaving his essence into their narrative. Elder Pike stood to one side, her hands moving with incredible speed and precision, manipulating not just the puppets of the main story, but also a host of smaller, darker, more amorphous shadow shapes that writhed and coalesced at the edges of the screen. The old ones, manifesting. Her eyes glowed with an unnatural silver light. She was fully possessed, a conduit for the entities she served. And now, her voice boomed, resonant, inhuman. The forgotten king demands a new sacrifice, a new shadow to bind his sorrow, to quell his eternal hunger. Bring forth the scribe of lies. Two hulking limners, Mr. Harrison and Mr. Scott, turned from the stage, their eyes too, glowing with that same silver light, and began to move towards the audience, towards where they expected Michael to be. This was his moment. Michael Hayes, the lifelong skeptic, the debunker of myths, stepped from behind the curtain onto the edge of the stage, his heart pounding, the ancient word a desperate prayer, or a curse on his lips. "Yigath Naga," he shouted, his voice raw, amplified by the sudden, shocked silence of the hall. "I name you Shadow Master. I name your darkness." The effect was instantaneous and cataclysmic. The ancient puppet of the Shadow Master, displayed in a place of honor beside the screen, convulsed. The leathery form tore itself from its stand, its burning ember eyes flaring with an impossible, furious light. A soundless, psychic shriek ripped through the hall, a wave of pure, unadulterated agony and rage. The other puppets on the screen froze, then began to twitch and jerk erratically, as if their strings had been cut, or their guiding intelligences thrown into chaos. The amorphous shadow shapes at the edges of the screen recoiled, flickering, dissipating. Elder Eleanor Pike screamed, a terrible, high-pitched sound, dropping her control rods. The silver light in her eyes died, replaced by a look of utter terror and confusion. The other limners on stage stumbled, clutching their heads, the connection severed. The very shadows in the hall seemed to writhe, to deepen, then to pull back, as if in pain, from the spoken name, from the defiant human voice that had dared to invoke it. The oppressive atmosphere, the weight of ancient, malevolent power, lifted, shattered. In the ensuing chaos, villagers screaming, limners collapsing, the stage lights flickering wildly, Michael didn't hesitate. He turned and fled, back through the storage room, back into the tunnels, his only thought to escape Grimstone before whatever remained of the old ones, or their enraged human servants, could regroup. He burst out of the inn's cellar into the pre-dawn light, the village behind him now a scene of pandemonium, the sounds of fear and confusion replacing the earlier eerie silence. He didn't know if his car was still disabled, but he saw Sheriff Alistair Miller's police Land Rover, parked haphazardly by the green, its keys blessedly still in the ignition. The young sheriff was nowhere to be seen, likely lost in the chaos at the hall. Michael commandeered the vehicle and drove, not looking back, the name Yigath Naga still echoing in his mind like a brand. He drove until he reached the main highway, until the oppressive, shadowed uplands of Grimstone on the Wold were far behind him. He filed a report, of course. A wild, incoherent tale of sentient shadow puppets, ancient entities, and a village held in thrall. It was dismissed, naturally, as the ravings of a stressed, over-imaginative journalist. His editor, Mr. Thorne, quietly suggested he take an extended leave of absence. No official investigation was ever launched into Grimstone. When a regional newspaper sent a junior reporter a few months later to follow up on Michael's bizarre claims, they found a village seemingly normal, if a little shaken. The Festival of Shadows had been, they were told, unfortunately marred by a small fire and some local disturbances. Elder Pike was resting, indisposed. The shadow puppets were locked away. The villagers were even more reserved, their eyes holding a new, deeper shadow of fear, and perhaps a dawning, terrifying uncertainty. The Guild of Limners never performed again. The ancient tradition, the symbiotic pact, had been broken. The old ones, their true name invoked, their power, disrupted, had retreated or been banished from their comfortable, shadowy dominion. Michael Hayes never fully recovered. His cynicism was gone, replaced by a profound, unsettling awareness of the thin veil between realities, of the ancient, hungry things that lurk in the forgotten corners of the world, in the spaces between light and dark. He could no longer look at a simple shadow without a flicker of unease, without seeing the faint outline of a grasping, leathery hand, or a pair of burning, ember eyes. He knew that he hadn't destroyed the old ones of Grimstone. He had merely inconvenienced them. Such entities, born of shadow and human belief, are eternal. They would wait, perhaps for centuries, for new limners, new vessels, new shadows to dance to their silent, patient tune. But for now, at least, the puppets of Grimstone Lane were still, their strings cut, their ancient, malevolent voices hushed, and the silence that fell over the village was no longer the watchful, expectant quiet of a pact upheld, but the uneasy, fearful silence of a bargain broken and a future unknown. The shadows, Michael knew, always linger, and they always remember. The air on Penhale Moor hung heavy and still, carrying the metallic tang of iron-rich soil, the scent of damp heather, and an underlying, subtly sweet aroma of decay. The Dr. Eleanor Vance, a botanist renowned for her work on extremophyll flora, found both intriguing and unsettling. She had been drawn to this desolate, windswept expanse of Cornwall by rumors of unique, incredibly resilient plant life that thrived where all else withered. The moor was a patchwork of stunted gorse, blackish peat bogs, and strange, rust-colored lichens that clung to the granite tors like dried blood. Local folklore, which Eleanor had cursorily researched, spoke of Penhale as blighted land, a place where crops failed and livestock sickened, save for one small, unnaturally fertile valley, nestled in its heart, home to the isolated hamlet of Oakhaven, a name that resonated with a faint, disquieting echo from a different, darker context in her broader academic readings, though she couldn't immediately place it. Her base was a Spartan shepherd's hut on the moor's edge, rented from a taciturn farmer named Jedediah Thorne from the nearby village of Morwen Cross. Thorne had fixed her with a wary, almost pitying gaze. "Naught but stone and sorrow on Penhale, miss. And things best left undisturbed. The harvester. He walks quiet, but his reaping's thorough." He'd refused to elaborate, merely spitting on the ground and turning away. Eleanor, a woman of science, dismissed it as local superstition, the kind that inevitably sprang up in such isolated, unforgiving landscapes. "You propose to offer yourself differently, Doctor?" Elder Harrison asked slowly. "To become a willing seed, using the tears, not your blood?" "I propose a scientific experiment, Elder Harrison," Eleanor said, choosing her words carefully. "To see if the moor's balance can be restored, its hunger appeased, through a deeper understanding of its own nature, rather than blind, brutal sacrifice. If I fail, you will have your offering anyway. But if I succeed, perhaps Oakhaven will no longer need to pay such a terrible price for its green valley." It was a long, tense silence. Robert Pike and Thomas Bell looked to Elder Harrison for guidance, their expressions uncertain. The weight of centuries of tradition warred with the pragmatic fear of the encroaching blight and the unsettling conviction in this outsider's voice. Finally, Elder Harrison nodded, a single, curt movement. Very well, Doctor. You will have your chance. We will take you to the harvester's chamber. You will make your offering of the tears. But know this. If you fail, if the harvester is not appeased by your methods, your end will be no different from those who came before. The moor will have its due, one way or another. They led Eleanor deep into the moor, to the hidden chamber of the harvester. The phosphorescent lichens cast an eerie glow on the grotesque earth and root effigy. The air was thick, cloying, the silence profound. Robert Pike placed the wreath of thorny vines, the tears of Penhale, at the foot of the harvester. Eleanor, her heart pounding, knelt before it. She had no ritual, no incantation, only her scientific understanding and a desperate hope. She closed her eyes, focusing her mind, trying to understand the complex biochemical exchange she theorized was at play. She visualized the alkaloids from the vines, the unique proteins, interacting with the fungal network she believed the harvester to be, soothing its aggressive aspects, nourishing its balancing ones. She projected not fear, not terror, but a focused intent, a will for symbiosis, for equilibrium. She didn't know if it was working, if this bizarre, silent communion was having any effect. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The silence in the chamber deepened, became almost absolute. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the faint, warm glow from the nodules on the thorny vines at the harvester's feet began to intensify. The sickly sweet, coppery scent in the air lessened, replaced by a cleaner, earthier aroma. The oppressive, watchful atmosphere in the chamber seemed to lighten. A low sigh, like wind through ancient trees, or the settling of deep earth, seemed to emanate from the harvester itself. It was not a sound of hunger, but of satiation, acceptance. Elder Harrison, Pike, and Bell watched, their faces etched with a mixture of awe, disbelief, and a dawning cautious hope. When Eleanor finally opened her eyes, exhausted but alive, the chamber felt different, calmer. The harvester effigy seemed less menacing, more like an ancient, slumbering guardian. The thorny vines around its base were now shriveled, their warm nodules dull, their essence seemingly absorbed. It seems the moor has accepted your offering, Doctor, Elder Harrison said, her voice hushed, uncertain. Eleanor had survived. More than that, she had, perhaps, changed the ancient, bloody covenant of Penhale Moor. They allowed her to leave Oakhaven, shaken but unharmed. Elder Harrison even offered Jedediah Thorne to drive her back to Morwen Cross. The parting was not friendly, but there was a grudging respect in the elder's eyes. Eleanor Vance never published her findings on the unique flora of Penhale Moor, nor the full, terrifying truth of the harvester. She knew the world was not ready for such knowledge, and perhaps some ancient balances, however strange, were best left undisturbed, or at least carefully, respectfully renegotiated. She did, however, send an anonymous, carefully worded treatise to a select group of ethnobotanists and deep ecologists, outlining a hypothetical symbiotic relationship between a unique geofungal network and specific alkaloid-producing plants in a blighted environment, and how focused human intent, combined with specific botanical offerings, might theoretically influence such a system. It was dismissed by most as eccentric speculation. Oakhaven, they say, continued to thrive in its isolated valley, though the old, fearful whispers of the reaping began to fade, replaced by a new, quieter reverence for the moor in its complex, demanding nature. The harvester still walked, perhaps, but its hunger was now met not with blood, but with a deeper, more ancient understanding, a new kind of seed. Eleanor Vance never returned to Penhale Moor, but sometimes when working late in her laboratory, surrounded by the ordered calm of scientific endeavor, she would catch a faint phantom scent of damp earth, heather, and a distant sweet decay, and she would remember the silent, watchful effigy in its subterranean chamber, and the terrifying, fragile balance between human survival and the ancient, insatiable hungers of the deep earth. The harvester, she knew, was always listening, always, waiting for its due in whatever form it might be offered. And the moor, for now, was quiet. The fog, a greasy yellow miasma that clung to the cobbled alleyways of the old city like a shroud, seemed to congeal most thickly around the dilapidated facade of Mademoiselle Marie Blanchard's Grand Museum of Waxen Effigies. Dr. Eleanor Thorne, a historian specializing in Victorian popular entertainment and macabre curiosities, shivered despite the unseasonable mugginess. She had been hired by a newly formed City Heritage Trust, spearheaded by the enthusiastic but somewhat naive Mr. James Harrison, to assess and potentially restore the long-abandoned wax museum, a relic of a bygone era, its doors sealed since Mademoiselle Marie's mysterious disappearance in 1899. The keys, ancient and rust-pitted, turned in the lock with a grating shriek that echoed in the unnerving silence of the forgotten alley. The air that billowed out from within was a cloying wave of dust, decay, melted wax, and a faint, unsettlingly sweet perfume, Mademoiselle Marie's signature scent, according to the few surviving local legends. Remarkable, isn't it? Mr. Harrison chirped, peering past Eleanor with an almost boyish excitement. A perfect time capsule. Mademoiselle Marie was quite the artiste, they say. Her figures were unnervingly lifelike. Lifelike was an understatement. As Eleanor stepped inside, her flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive gloom, she found herself in a vast, vaulted chamber, crowded with dust-sheeted figures. When she hesitantly pulled back one of the yellowed linen shrouds, the waxwork beneath was astonishing. It depicted a notorious Victorian poisoner, Dr. Thomas Pike, his face a mask of cold, calculating intelligence, his eyes, made of cunningly crafted glass, seeming to hold a genuine, chilling spark of malice. The detail was exquisite, from the subtle veins on his hands to the almost imperceptible quirk of his thin lips. Too exquisite. The museum was a labyrinth of such tableaux, infamous murderers, tragic heroines, celebrated statesmen, sideshow freaks, all rendered with the same terrifying, preternatural verisimilitude. There was Lady Eleanor Scott, the weeping countess, her waxen tears appearing to still glisten on her pale cheeks. Captain Robert Bell, the dashing explorer lost at sea, his uniform impeccably detailed, his gaze fixed on some distant, unseen horizon. And in a secluded black-draped alcove, a figure simply labeled, the unfortunate Mr. Michael Evans, a man driven to madness by grief, his waxen face a rictus of silent, eternal torment. Each figure felt inhabited. Mr. Harrison, oblivious to Eleanor's growing unease, bustled about, exclaiming over the preservation, the artistry. He explained that Mademoiselle Marie Blanchard had been a recluse, an eccentric genius who had poured her entire life and considerable fortune into her museum. She had no known family, no close associates. She had simply vanished one foggy night, leaving her waxen population to their silent vigil. "Your task, Dr. Thorne," he said, is to catalog the collection, assess its condition, and research Mademoiselle Marie's techniques. We hope to reopen the museum as a unique historical attraction. Eleanor began her work, her days spent in the eerie, silent company of the wax figures. The fog outside seemed a permanent fixture, seeping under the ill-fitting doors, making the air inside damp and heavy. The silence within the museum was profound, broken only by the drip of water from a leaky ceiling or the distant, mournful toll of a forgotten church bell. But it was a silence that felt full, watchful. She discovered Mademoiselle Marie's private workshop and apartment at the rear of the museum, rooms even more dust-choked and time-ravaged than the public galleries. Here, amidst strange chemical apparatus, half-finished wax limbs, and boxes of glass eyes that seemed to stare with a collective, unnerving intelligence, Eleanor found Mademoiselle Marie's journals. They were bound in faded, rose-scented leather, their pages filled with a spidery, elegant script that became increasingly erratic and obsessive. Mademoiselle Marie was not just a sculptress. She was, her journals revealed, a practitioner of a bizarre, self-taught form of psychic taxidermy. The wax is merely the vessel, one entry read. It is the captured essence, the lingering psychic residue of the subject, that gives them true life. I have perfected the art of imprinting, of decanting the soul's echo into its prepared shell. She described elaborate, almost ritualistic processes for creating her figures. She would research her subjects obsessively, gathering not just biographical details, but their personal effects, locks of hair, even chillingly, death masks or items they had touched at the moment of extreme emotion or demise. She spoke of attuning the wax, of infusing it with these essences, of using specific rare perfumes and incantations to awaken the slumbering likeness. Dr. Pike resisted, another entry detailed, referring to the poisoner. His will was strong, even in the echo. But my art is stronger. He resides now, perfectly captured, his malice a delightful frisson in the air around his effigy. The weeping Countess Lady Scott, her sorrow was exquisite. It saturates her very form. They are not mere copies, they are distillations, archives of being. Eleanor felt a wave of revulsion and a cold, creeping terror. Mademoiselle Marie hadn't just been creating waxworks. She had been trapping souls, or at least their psychic imprints, within her creations. The unnerving lifelikeness of the figures, their palpable auras. It wasn't just artistry. It was something far more sinister. And then, the most disturbing revelation. Mademoiselle Marie had been working on a final, ultimate masterpiece. My magnum opus, she called it. A figure to contain not just an echo, but a true, living awareness. A vessel for transference. For myself, to achieve a perfect, timeless stasis within the beauty of my own creation. The fog. It will be the perfect catalyst. It thins the veil. The last entry was dated the night she disappeared. The preparations are complete. The fog is kind. Tonight I join my silent family. I become eternal. Had she succeeded? Had Mademoiselle Marie Blanchard somehow transferred her own consciousness into one of her wax figures? And if so, which one? As if in answer, the disturbances began. It started subtly. A figure in a distant tableau would seem to have shifted position slightly overnight. A faint, almost inaudible whisper would sigh from a dark corner. The sweet, cloying perfume associated with Mademoiselle Marie would suddenly, inexplicably intensify in certain rooms. Then, things escalated. Eleanor would hear soft, dragging footsteps from empty corridors. Doors she had locked would be found ajar. One morning, she found the figure of Captain Robert Bell, the explorer, not on his display stand, but standing in the center of the main gallery. His glass eyes fixed on the museum's front door, as if contemplating escape. His waxen hand was outstretched, a single perfect tear of what looked like fresh wax rolling down his cheek. The fog outside grew impossibly thick, a suffocating blanket that cut the museum off from the rest of the city. The power, already intermittent, failed completely, plunging the museum into a terrifying, echoing darkness, lit only by Eleanor's dwindling flashlight batteries and a few emergency oil lamps she managed to find. The phone lines, of course, were dead. Mr. Harrison, who had promised to check in daily, was nowhere to be seen, presumably unable to penetrate the preternatural fog. Eleanor was trapped. Trapped with a museum full of wax figures that were, she now knew with horrifying certainty, not entirely inanimate. She barricaded herself in Mademoiselle Marie's workshop, the journal's her only company, desperately searching for some clue, some way to understand, to survive. She realized that the fog wasn't just a weather phenomenon. It was, as Marie had written, a catalyst. It seemed to energize the figures, to give them a semblance of animation. Or perhaps it weakened the veil between the worlds, allowing the trapped essences within the wax to exert a more tangible influence. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, seeming to come from all around her, from the very walls. They were a chorus of trapped souls, murmuring their griefs, their rages, their undying obsessions. She heard the weeping countess's soft sobs, Dr. Pike's cold, calculating threats, the mad cackles of a long-dead music hall clown whose leering figure stood in a dark corner of the grotesqueries exhibit. And sometimes, amidst the cacophony, she would hear a clearer, more dominant voice, soft, cultured, and chillingly familiar, Mademoiselle Marie Blanchard. "Welcome, my dear Eleanor," the voice would whisper, seeming to emanate from the shadows themselves. "Such a receptive spirit you have. Such a keen appreciation for the nuances of the past. You understand my art, don't you? My desire for perfect preservation." Eleanor knew that Mademoiselle Marie was not just a disembodied voice. She was in one of the figures. But which one? The museum was a labyrinth of potential hosts. Then she found it. A hidden compartment in Mademoiselle Marie's desk. Inside, a single exquisitely crafted wax head, clearly a self-portrait of Mademoiselle Marie herself, her features serene, her glass eyes holding an unnerving, knowing light. It was unfinished, lacking a body, a final vessel. And beside it, a set of detailed anatomical drawings, not of wax construction, but of human musculature and nerve pathways, annotated with notes on psychic transference points, and anchoring the anima within the prepared vessel. And then, a newer, fresher journal entry slipped between the pages, written in a hand that was subtly different, more forceful than Marie's earlier script. The initial transference was imperfect. This current vessel is limiting, old. The fog is strong now. A new vessel is required, one with a vibrant, scholarly mind, one who understands. The historian, yes, she will be an exquisite addition, a perfect curator for my eternal collection. Her essence will blend beautifully. The new handwriting, Eleanor had seen it before. On a recent letter. From Mr. James Harrison, the enthusiastic director of the Heritage. Trust. The horrifying truth slammed into her. Mr. Harrison wasn't just an innocent enthusiast. He was Mademoiselle Marie. Her consciousness imperfectly transferred, perhaps into one of the less prominent, more forgettable male figures in the collection decades ago. A figure that had eventually decayed or been discarded, forcing her to seek a new temporary host outside the museum until she could prepare her true, final masterpiece. And now, she intended Eleanor to be that masterpiece. The whispers from Mademoiselle Marie became more direct, more seductive. Don't you see, Eleanor? We are kindred spirits. We appreciate the beauty of the perfectly preserved moment. Join us. Become eternal. Your knowledge, your passion, it will live forever, here, among my silent family. You will be my most prized exhibit. The other figures were growing bolder, more active. Eleanor would see them standing in doorways, their heads tilted as if listening, their glass eyes gleaming in the lamplight. The figure of Dr. Pike once blocked her path, his waxen hand, cold and surprisingly strong, reaching for her before she managed to dodge away. The air was thick with their collective silent longing, their trapped despair, and Mademoiselle Marie's cold, obsessive will orchestrating them. Eleanor knew she was running out of time. The fog showed no signs of lifting. Her flashlight batteries were almost dead. Her sanity was fraying. Her only hope, she realized, lay in Mademoiselle Marie's own research. If she had found a way to transfer consciousness into wax, perhaps there was a way to disrupt it, to release it, or at least to fight back. The journal spoke of sympathetic resonance, of how the trapped essences were still faintly connected to the objects that had been used in their creation. Their personal effects, the death masks. If these anchors were destroyed, perhaps the psychic imprint within the wax would weaken, destabilize. It was a desperate, almost impossible plan. The museum was vast, the anchors for each figure hidden, or perhaps even integrated into the figures themselves. But she had to try. She focused on one figure, the unfortunate Mr. Michael Evans, the man driven mad by grief. Mademoiselle Marie's journal mentioned that his anchor was a silver locket containing a portrait of his lost love, a locket Marie had supposedly embedded within the wax of his chest, near his heart. Armed with a heavy iron letter opener from Marie's desk, her only weapon, Eleanor made her way through the terrifying, whispering darkness to the alcove where Mr. Evans's figure stood, its waxen face a mask of eternal torment. As she approached, the figure seemed to tremble. A low moan, a sound of profound, heartbreaking grief, filled the air, seeming to come from the wax itself. "Leave him be," Mademoiselle Marie's voice whispered, sharp, angry. "His sorrow is perfect. Do not disturb the collection." Ignoring the voice, ignoring the oppressive sense of dozens of unseen waxen eyes watching her, Eleanor raised the letter opener. With a desperate prayer, she plunged it into the chest of the wax figure. There was a soft, tearing sound. And then, a blinding flash of pale, ethereal light erupted from the figure's chest, accompanied by a drawn-out, sighing groan that seemed to carry all the sorrow of a broken heart. The figure of Mr. Evans shuddered violently, then slumped, its lifelike tension gone, its glass eyes suddenly dull, empty. The palpable aura of grief that had surrounded it vanished. And in the cavity Eleanor had created, she saw it, a small tarnished silver locket. She pulled it free. The effect on the rest of the museum was subtle, but noticeable. The chorus of whispers seemed to falter for a moment. The oppressive atmosphere lightened, just a fraction. One down. But Mademoiselle Marie, or rather, the entity, now inhabiting the guise of Mr. Harrison, was not to be so easily thwarted. The figure of Dr. Thomas Pike, the poisoner, suddenly lunged from a nearby alcove, its movements unnervingly swift for a creature of wax. Its cold, hard hands closed around Eleanor's throat. Eleanor gagged, dropping the letter opener, clawing at the waxen fingers. The figure's glass eyes bored into hers, filled with a cold, murderous intent. Just as her vision began to dim, there was a sudden, violent crash. The figure of Captain Robert Bell, the explorer, had toppled from its pedestal, smashing into Dr. Pike, sending both figures sprawling to the floor in a tangle of waxen limbs. Captain Bell's head had broken off, revealing a hollow interior, and from it rolled a ship's compass, its needle still quivering. Another anchor, inadvertently destroyed. Dr. Pike's grip loosened. His figure twitched, then lay still, its malevolent spark extinguished. Eleanor scrambled free, gasping for breath. She had to find Mademoiselle Marie's current vessel, the figure of Mr. James Harrison. If she could destroy that, perhaps she could break the hold, sever the controlling consciousness. She remembered Mr. Harrison mentioning his office in the museum's small disused ticket booth near the entrance. She fought her way through the increasingly agitated, increasingly mobile waxworks. They no longer just watched. They reached, they grasped, their silent forms imbued with a desperate, clumsy animation, guided by Marie's enraged will. The weeping countess tried to ensnare her in a shroud of cobweb-like lace. The mad clown capered in her path, its silent laughter echoing in her mind. Finally, she reached the ticket booth. Inside, a figure sat hunched over a dusty ledger, a waxwork of a nondescript middle-aged man in a clerk's suit, Mr. James Harrison. Its head turned slowly, its glass eyes, now glowing with Mademoiselle Marie's cold, intelligent light, fixed on Eleanor. Such a disappointment, Eleanor. Marie's voice sighed from the figure's lips, no longer whispering, but clear, resonant. You could have been immortal, perfect. Now, you are merely disruptive. The figure rose, surprisingly agile. From beneath its coat, it produced a long, wicked-looking hatpin, one of Mademoiselle Marie's own, Eleanor recognized from a portrait. Your anchor, Marie, Eleanor panted, brandishing the letter opener she'd retrieved. The self-portrait head. Where is it? Marie Harrison smiled, a slow, cruel curve of the waxen lips. Safe, preparing for its new inhabitant. You cannot stop the transference now, my dear. The fog is at its peak. My will is absolute. It lunged. The fight was desperate, surreal. Wax and flesh, history and horror, clashing in the dim, fog-choked confines of the forgotten museum. Eleanor dodged the hatpin, using her knowledge of the museum's layout to her advantage, ducking behind dusty display cases, toppling minor figures to create obstacles. She knew she couldn't overpower Marie's current host, but she had one last, desperate gamble. The unfinished wax head, Marie's intended final vessel. It was in the workshop. If she could destroy that... She fainted, then darted past the Harrison figure, back towards the rear of the museum, Marie's enraged shrieks pursuing her. She burst into the workshop. The wax head of Mademoiselle Marie sat on the workbench, its glass eyes seeming to glow with an expectant, triumphant light. Just as Marie Harrison stormed into the workshop, Eleanor grabbed the heaviest object she could find, a massive iron crucible used for melting wax, and brought it crashing down on the serene, knowing face of Mademoiselle. Marie Blanchard's self-portrait. The wax head shattered into 1,000 pieces. A soundless, psychic scream of ultimate, absolute agony and dissolution ripped through the museum, a shockwave of pure, annihilating despair. The Harrison figure froze mid-lunge, its limbs locking, its head thrown back in a silent rictus. The borrowed light in its eyes died. It toppled forward, stiff as a board, and shattered on the stone floor, its waxen shell empty. Throughout the museum, the remaining figures convulsed. Then one by one, they slumped, they fell, their borrowed animation extinguished, their trapped essences finally, blessedly, released. The chorus of whispers faded into a profound, echoing silence. The cloying perfume vanished. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and outside, as if a spell had been broken, the preternatural fog began to thin, to dissipate, revealing the first pale rays of a hesitant dawn. Eleanor Thorne stumbled out of Mademoiselle Marie Blanchard's grand museum of waxen effigies into the clean, cold morning air, leaving behind a scene of shattered wax, broken dreams, and silenced horrors. The Heritage Trust, when they finally gained access, found only a ruined collection, its value destroyed. Mr. James Harrison was reported missing, presumed to have absconded after realizing the extent of the damage. No trace of him was ever found. Eleanor's official report was a masterpiece of understatement, citing severe environmental degradation and structural instability as the cause of the collection's demise. She kept Mademoiselle Marie's journals and the silver locket of Mr. Michael Evans locked away, a silent testament to the horrors she had faced. She knew that the entities, the trapped echoes, were free. But she also knew that Mademoiselle Marie Blanchard, the obsessive curator, the psychic taxidermist, was finally, truly gone. Her dream of eternal, waxen perfection shattered. The museum remained sealed, a forgotten monument to a unique and terrible art. And sometimes, when a particularly dense fog rolled through the old city, Eleanor Thorne would find herself glancing down the shadowed alleyways, half expecting to see a flicker of movement, to catch the faint, sweet scent of roses and decay, and to hear the faintest whisper of a voice inviting her to join a silent, eternal collection. The puppets were broken, but their echoes, she knew, would linger in the dust and shadows forever. Now, a distant cousin, a Mr. Robert Pike representing the newly formed Blackwood Preservation Trust, had contacted Sarah. The trust, he'd explained in his dry, formal letters, wished to restore the gardens to their former glory, or at least to a state where they could be safely open to a very select, academic public. The task was monumental, the existing documentation sparse, and the gardens themselves, Mr. Pike had warned, were idiosyncratic. Sarah was met not by Mr. Pike, but by the estate's sole remaining occupant, Mr. Thomas Evans, the head gardener. He was an ancient, gnarled man, his skin like weathered bark, his eyes a startling pale green that seemed to reflect the shifting light of the overgrown gardens themselves. He moved with a slow, painful deliberation, leaning heavily on a staff made from a single polished branch of a yew tree. The air around him, and indeed around the entire estate, carried a rich, loamy scent, undercut by a strange, almost metallic sweetness, and a faint, disquieting aroma of something akin to ozone or static electricity. "Dr. Chen," Mr. Evans rasped, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "So you've come to tame the blackwood bloom. Many have tried. The garden has its own designs." His smile was a brief, unsettling flicker, more a baring of teeth than an expression of welcome. Blackwood gardens were unlike anything Sarah had ever encountered. They were not arranged in any recognizable horticultural style, but rather seemed to be a chaotic, almost sentient tapestry of light and shadow, of plants with colors that shimmered and shifted, leaves that whispered in winds that never seemed to reach beyond the garden walls, and flowers of such grotesque, intricate beauty they seemed to belong to another world. There were phosphorescent fungi that pulsed with a faint internal light even in daylight, vines that seemed to actively track her movements, and towering, black-barked trees whose roots, exposed in places, looked like grasping skeletal hands. The silence here was profound, yet filled with a constant, almost sub-audible hum, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very soil. Mr. Evans was a taciturn guide, offering cryptic pronouncements rather than practical information. "The old roots run deep, Doctor," he'd say, gesturing towards a particularly dark, impenetrable thicket. "They remember the first gardener. They drink the old pains." Or when Sarah admired a flower with petals like black velvet, its center a mesmerizing spiral of crimson. "That one blooms only when the moon bleeds. It has a particular thirst." Sarah's primary task was to survey and catalog the existing flora, to understand the garden's original design, if one had ever truly existed. She was given a small stone cottage on the edge of the estate, and access to the manor's dilapidated library, where Mr. Evans assured her she would find the necessary maps and ledgers. The library was a shadowed, dust-filled cavern of forgotten knowledge. Here, amidst crumbling botanical texts and mildewed estate accounts, Sarah found the Gardener's Grimoires, a series of leather-bound volumes, passed down through generations of Blackwood head gardeners. They were not horticultural manuals. They were a horrifying chronicle of a pact, a symbiosis, between the Blackwood family, their chosen gardeners, and something else, something ancient and intelligent that dwelled beneath the soil of Blackwood Gardens, an entity referred to as the verdant mind, the root soul, or most chillingly, she who dreams in loam. The grimoires detailed how the first Elijah Blackwood, a man described as a seeker of forbidden natural philosophies in the 17th century, had discovered, or perhaps awakened, this subterranean intelligence. He had learned that it could influence the growth and mutation of plant life, creating wonders of impossible beauty and vitality, but only at a price. It fed not on sunlight or water, but on consciousness, memories, emotions, sanity. The process was gradual, degenerative. Each gardener, over years, sometimes decades, would be slowly emptied. Their personalities would fade, their memories erode, their sanity unravel, until they were little more than placid, will-less husks, their life essence fully absorbed into the thriving, monstrous beauty of the gardens. Then, a new head gardener would be chosen, often from within the Blackwood lineage, or a specially selected apprentice, and the cycle would begin anew. The mind requires its tithe of thought. One entry, penned by a Jeremiah Pike, head gardener in 1832, read, "I offer it my recollections of Eleanor's smile, the scent of her hair. The garden gifts me with a rose that weeps blood. A fair exchange, I tell myself. Though my dreams are now of black soil and endless silent roots. Sarah felt a wave of nausea, a profound visceral horror. This wasn't horticulture. It was a psychic charnel house. The stunning, unique flora of Blackwood Gardens was cultivated with the very fabric of human minds. Mr. Evans, the ancient, gnarled gardener, what was left of his original self? She looked at the plants outside her cottage window with new, terrified eyes. The whispering leaves, the shifting colors, the faint, sweet, metallic scent. It was all part of this monstrous, sentient ecosystem. She noticed that Mr. Evans spent long hours in a secluded, high-walled enclosure at the heart of the gardens, known as the Sanctum of Roots. No one else was permitted entry. From within, Sarah would sometimes hear a low, rhythmic chanting, and the air around it would thrum with that strange, almost electrical energy. One evening, driven by a desperate need to understand, to confirm her horrifying suspicions, Sarah managed to pick the ancient lock on the sanctum's gate. The interior was a shadowy, earth-floored chamber open to the sky. In its center, a colossal, exposed root system, thick as a man's torso, pulsed with a faint, internal greenish light. These were the Nexus roots. And kneeling before them, his hands pressed against their pulsating surface, was Mr. Thomas Evans. His eyes closed, his face a mask of serene, utter emptiness, his lips moving in a silent, ceaseless whisper. He was communing, feeding, or being fed upon. As Sarah watched, horrified, one of the smaller, questing root tendrils detached itself from the central mass and snaked towards her, as if sensing her presence, her untapped consciousness. She fled, her heart pounding, the image of the pulsing roots and Mr. Evans's empty face seared into her mind. She knew she had to leave Blackwood. This was beyond her expertise, beyond sanity. But when she tried to start her car, the engine was dead. The battery inexplicably drained. The antique telephone in the manor's main hall, her only link to the outside world, produced only a dead, humming silence. Mr. Pike and the Blackwood Preservation Trust were, she now realized with a sickening certainty, not interested in restoration, but in continuation. They needed a new head gardener. Mr. Evans was clearly fading, his essence nearly depleted. And she, Dr. Sarah Chen, with her deep knowledge of plants, her intuitive connection to the botanical world, her vibrant, inquisitive mind, she was the perfect candidate. Mr. Evans confronted her the next morning. His pale green eyes, usually clouded with age and weariness, now held a spark of that same ancient, alien intelligence she had sensed from the Nexus roots. The garden has taken an interest in you, Dr. Chen, he rasped, his voice stronger, more resonant than before. It finds your mind fertile, rich with untapped potential. My time as gardener is drawing to a close. The root soul requires a new vessel to channel its dreams, to tend its manifestations. You want me to become like you? Sarah whispered, horrified. To sacrifice my mind, my memories to that thing? It is not a sacrifice, Doctor, Mr. Evans said, a strange, almost beatific smile touching his lips. It is a merging, an elevation. You will see such wonders, such truths. You will become one with the endless, silent wisdom of the deep earth. The garden will bloom through you, as it bloomed through all the gardeners before me. It is a sacred lineage. He presented her with a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside, nestled on a bed of black velvet, was a single perfect umbral bloom, a flower with petals like solidified night, its center a swirling vortex of iridescent, hypnotic colors. Its scent was intoxicating, memory-evoking. Partake of the bloom, Doctor, Mr. Evans urged, his voice a seductive whisper. Let it open your mind to the root soul's embrace, the first step in your apprenticeship. Sarah knew this was the beginning of the process, the gentle, insidious erosion of her will, herself. She recoiled from the flower as if it were a venomous snake. No, she said, her voice trembling but firm. I won't do it. This is monstrous. Mr. Evans's smile faded. The alien light in his eyes intensified. The garden does not appreciate refusal, Doctor. It has ways of persuading, of preparing the soil if the seed is unwilling. Over the next few days, the psychological assault began. The gardens themselves seemed to turn against her. The whispering leaves now carried her name, her deepest fears, her most painful memories. The paths would shift, leading her in circles, back to the oppressive presence of the sanctum of roots. The phosphorescent fungi would cast strange, unsettling shadows in her cottage at night, shadows that seemed to writhe and coalesce into half-formed, menacing shapes. The air grew thick with the scent of the umbral blooms, a constant, cloying presence that clouded her thoughts, making her feel disoriented, her own memories becoming slippery, unreliable. She found her research notes subtly altered, her carefully drawn botanical sketches replaced with disturbing, spiraling patterns that echoed the designs of the nexus roots. Her dreams were filled with the crushing weight of black earth, the taste of bitter alkaloids, and the silent, insistent call of the verdant mind. She was trapped, isolated, her sanity slowly, methodically being unraveled. Mr. Pike and the Trust were clearly in collusion with whatever remained of Mr. Evans's will, or perhaps were directly influenced by the root soul itself. She was being groomed, prepared. Her only hope, she realized, lay in understanding the entity, its weaknesses, if any. The gardener's grimoires, for all their horrifying revelations, were her only guide. She pored over them, her mind fighting the encroaching psychic fog, searching for any clue. She found a recurring, almost fearful reference to the withering, scythe, or the iron blight, a force or substance that the verdant mind, for all its power, seemed to loathe, to recoil from. The early Blackwoods had apparently experimented with ways to control or contain the root soul before succumbing to its seductive offer of unnatural bounty. The notes were fragmented, heavily censored, but they hinted at a specific mineral, a type of iron ore with unusual magnetic and perhaps biodisruptive properties, found only in certain deep, forgotten seams beneath the moor, far from the verdant mind's direct influence. This iron blight ore, when brought into contact with the nexus roots or the umbral blooms, was said to cause them to wither, to recoil, to temporarily sever the psychic connection. It was a slim, desperate chance. Sarah remembered seeing old, disused mine workings on the far side of the Blackwood estate, mentioned in an early survey map as having been abandoned due to unstable geology and poor yields. Perhaps. Feigning a gradual submission to Mr. Evans's influence, a dawning acceptance of her role, Sarah managed to gain a little more freedom of movement. She told him she needed to commune with the outer reaches of the garden, to understand its full scope. Mr. Evans, his own consciousness now almost entirely submerged by the root soul, his body a mere puppet, agreed, his pale green eyes shining with a proprietary, almost paternal approval. Under the cover of a moonless, oppressively still night, Sarah made her way to the abandoned mine shafts. The air here felt different, cleaner, the cloying sweetness of the umbral blooms fainter. The ground was rocky, barren, resistant to the garden's encroaching tendrils. After hours of searching in the crumbling, dangerous tunnels, guided only by her failing flashlight, she found it, a seam of dark, heavy, rust-red ore that pulsed with a faint, cold energy, a stark contrast to the warm thrum of the nexus roots. It felt dead, inert, utterly inimical to the vibrant, parasitic life of the garden. She gathered as much of the ore as she could carry, her pockets heavy with the cold, dense stones. Her plan was suicidal. She had to get to the sanctum of roots, to the heart of the verdant mine's power, and introduce the iron blight ore directly to the nexus roots. The return journey was a nightmare. The garden, as if sensing her intent, her betrayal, seemed to actively try to stop her. Thorny vines snaked across her path, roots erupted from the ground to trip her, and the psychic whispers intensified, a chorus of seductive promises and terrifying threats. Phosphorescent shadows danced at the edge of her vision, coalescing into grotesque, mocking parodies of faces, her own, her loved ones, Mr. Evans's empty visage. But the cold, heavy weight of the iron blight ore in her pockets seemed to offer a strange, localized protection, a small pocket of psychic silence around her. She reached the sanctum. Mr. Evans, or the root soul inhabiting his form, was there, kneeling before the pulsating nexus roots, his body now little more than a withered husk, almost entirely integrated into the root system. He turned his head slowly, his eyes glowing with a cold green luminescence. "The errant seed returns to the soil," his voice rasped, now a chorus of rustling leaves and grinding roots. "You cannot escape the bloom, little botanist. Your mind will nourish us for a very long time." The nexus roots writhed, their tendrils reaching for her, the air thick with the intoxicating, mind-numbing scent of 1,000 umbral blooms. Sarah didn't hesitate. With a desperate cry, she hurled the pieces of iron blight ore at the central, pulsating mass of the nexus roots. The moment the cold, dead iron touched the vibrant, psychic flesh of the roots, the effect was cataclysmic. A soundless, agonizing shriek ripped through the sanctum, a wave of pure elemental pain that Sarah felt in every cell of her body. The nexus roots recoiled violently, their greenish luminescence flickering, turning a sickly, bruised purple. The encroaching tendrils withered, blackened, crumbling to dust. The intoxicating scent of the umbral blooms was replaced by the acrid stench of burning, fulan, rotting, putrid vegetation. Mr. Evans's body convulsed, arching backward, his mouth open in a silent scream as the root soul's connection to him was violently severed. His eyes, for a fleeting, terrible moment, cleared, showing a flash of his original human self, terrified, lost, and then empty. He collapsed, a truly lifeless husk amongst the now dying roots. The entire garden, throughout the Blackwood estate, seemed to groan in agony. The vibrant, unnatural colors of the plants faded, their leaves drooped, their preternatural glow extinguished. The whispering silence was replaced by the actual sound of the wind, now sighing through ordinary dying trees. Sarah Chen stumbled out of the sanctum, out of Blackwood Gardens, leaving behind a scene of ecological and psychic devastation. The iron blight had done its work. The verdant mind, if not destroyed, was grievously wounded, its connection to the land, to its network of parasitic flora, shattered. She found her car, its battery now mysteriously, fully charged. The antique telephone in the manor now produced a normal dial tone. She drove away from Blackwood Manor, not looking back, the scent of cold iron and dying blooms still clinging to her. The Blackwood Preservation Trust, when Mr. Pike arrived a few days later to check on Dr. Chen's progress, found the legendary gardens withered and dying, Mr. Thomas Evans dead, and Dr. Chen vanished. The official report would speak of a sudden, inexplicable ecological collapse, a virulent plant disease. The truth of the verdant mind, of the psychic vampirism and the generations of sacrificed gardeners would remain buried, another forgotten secret of the Blackwood lineage. Sarah Chen never fully recovered from her time in Blackwood Gardens. She continued her work as a botanist, but with a new, profound understanding of the hidden, often terrifying, interconnectedness of life, and the ancient, alien intelligences that might dream beneath the seemingly placid surface of the earth. She knew that the verdant mind, like the strange ore she had used against it, was a part of the deep, dark cycles of the planet. It was perhaps not evil, merely hungry. Its existence predicated on a terrifying alien form of nourishment. And she often wondered, as she tended her own small, ordinary garden, if some dormant spore, some forgotten root of the umbral bloom, might one day find fertile ground again, waiting patiently for a new gardener, and a new, unsuspecting mind to harvest. The silence of her own garden, she now knew, was a precious, fragile thing. The North Sea wind, sharp as splintered flint, clawed at Anna Hayes as she stood before Cragside Manor. The house, a gaunt, gray stone edifice, seemed to erupt from the very cliff face, its narrow, unlit windows like the vacant eyes of a skull staring out at the churning, iron-gray waves below. It was her inheritance, a bizarre and unexpected bequest from a great-uncle Alistair Thorne she'd never met. A man whose existence she hadn't even been aware of until the solicitor's letter had arrived. Anna, a promising young architect with a passion for restoring historical buildings, had initially been intrigued. Now, standing before the oppressive, brooding reality of Cragside, a profound unease settled over her. The solicitor, Mr. Jedediah Pike of the ancient local firm, Pike, Harrison and Bell, had been unsettlingly vague about the property. He'd met her in the nearby fog-shrouded fishing village of Port St. Augustine, a place where the inhabitants seemed as weathered and insular as the granite cottages they inhabited. Mr. Pike, a man whose face was a roadmap of wrinkles and whose eyes held a deep, unreadable sorrow, had handed her a single, massive iron key. Cragside. "It has been in your family for generations, Miss Hayes," he'd said, his voice a dry rustle. "Your great-uncle Alistair was its last caretaker. The house, it has certain needs, certain expectations of its occupants." He'd paused, his gaze drifting towards the distant, menacing silhouette of Cragside on the cliffs. "The Thorne lineage is integral to its well-being. He wished for you to continue the tradition." Tradition? Caretaker? Anna had assumed it was simply an old, rambling house in need of repair, perhaps a historical preservation project. Mr. Pike's words hinted at something far stranger, far more binding. The interior of Cragside was a disorienting labyrinth of narrow, twisting corridors, oddly angled rooms and staircases that seemed to lead nowhere. Dust lay thick as snow, disturbed only by the scurrying of unseen creatures and the constant mournful sigh of the wind through ill-fitting window frames. The air was frigid, carrying the scent of salt, damp stone, and a faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like old blood or rust. The architecture itself was bizarre, defying conventional design. Walls curved where they should have been straight. Floors sloped at unsettling angles. And in many rooms, strange, vein-like protrusions of the local dark gray stone. The very stone the cliffs were made of jutted from the plaster as if the house were slowly, organically, growing inward. Anna noticed that the portraits of her Thorn ancestors, grim-faced men and women dating back centuries, all shared a peculiar, unsettling characteristic. Their eyes, rendered in flat, dark paint, seemed to follow her, and their hands were always depicted resting upon, or seemingly emerging from, stone. Her first few days were spent trying to make a rudimentary survey of the house, a task made almost impossible by its bewildering layout and the constant, unnerving sense of being watched. She found her great-uncle Alistair's study, a circular room in the highest turret, its single window offering a dizzying view of the crashing waves below. The room was crammed with strange, esoteric texts on geomancy, ley lines, and obscure architectural theories that spoke of buildings as living organisms, capable of sentience. And then she found Alistair Thorne's journals. They were not the ramblings of an eccentric old man. They were a chilling, meticulously detailed chronicle of a terrifying symbiosis between the Thorne family and Cragside Manor. The house, Alistair wrote, was not built on the cliff. It was an extension of it, a kind of geological cancer that had, over centuries, developed a rudimentary, predatory consciousness. It fed not on food or water, but on human presence. Specifically, the presence of Thorne blood. Cragside draws us in, integrates us, Alistair had written, his script growing increasingly shaky in the later entries. It is a slow absorption. Our memories, our wills, our very essence, leached into the stone, becoming part of its fabric. We are the mortar, the sinew, the slow beating heart of this place. Each generation, one is chosen, or rather, the house chooses, to become permanent, the caretaker, the anchor. He described how previous caretakers, when their vitality waned, would simply disappear. Their favorite rooms would become sealed off, inaccessible, the stone walls subtly shifting, thickening. Anna remembered several doors in the older sections of the house that were now just featureless expanses of stone, the outlines of the original doorways barely visible. I grow weak, Alistair's final entry read. The stone calls to me, the chill is in my bones. Soon, I will join my ancestors in the quiet embrace of Cragside. The key has been passed. The next blood. It is on its way. The house. It hungers for new warmth. Anna felt a cold dread, a primal terror that went beyond reason. This wasn't just an inheritance. It was a trap, a generational sacrifice. And she was the next blood. She tried to leave. But the ancient iron key Mr. Pike had given her, the only key to the massive front door, was gone from where she'd left it on her bedside table. She searched frantically, but it had vanished. She was locked in. The house seemed to react to her panic. The sighing of the wind through its cracks became a low, guttural moan. The vein-like stone protrusions in the walls of her room seemed to have grown, to have subtly shifted, their tendrils reaching closer to her bed. The metallic tang in the air intensified. She tried the old corroded telephone in the hall. Dead. Her mobile phone, predictably, had no signal in this remote, stone-enshrouded place. She was alone. A prisoner in a house that was not just haunted, but sentient and hungry. Her architectural training, her logical mind, warred with the encroaching, unbelievable horror. She began to document the house obsessively, sketching its impossible angles, measuring the subtle shifts in its stonework, trying to understand its monstrous anatomy. She noticed that the oldest sections of the house, the deep cellars carved directly from the cliff face, felt warmer, and the stone there pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible rhythm, like a vast, slow heartbeat. This was the house's core, its predatory heart. She also found a hidden room, a small circular chamber behind a loose stone panel in the library. Inside, on a stone pedestal, was a single, ancient, leather-bound ledger. It was the Chronicle of Anchors, listing the names of every Thorn who had become a caretaker, and then, presumably, been absorbed. Beside each name was a date, and a single, chilling word: integrated. Alistair Thorne's name was the last, the ink still relatively fresh, and below it, a blank space, waiting. Days blurred into a terrifying, isolated routine. Anna would wake to find the stone veins in her room infinitesimally closer. Her food supplies, which Mr. Pike had arranged to be delivered weekly to a secure outbuilding he himself never set foot in Cragside, she now realized, began to dwindle, the deliveries, becoming erratic then stopping altogether. The house was tightening its grip, isolating her, weakening her. She started hearing whispers, faint, sibilant voices seeming to emanate from the stone walls themselves. They were the voices of her ancestors, she realized with dawning horror, their trapped essences calling to her, murmuring of peace, of belonging, of the quiet embrace of the stone. Join us, Anna. Become part of the stillness. The stone is warm. The hunger is eternal. She saw fleeting apparitions. A gaunt woman in a Victorian gown, her hand merged with the stone of a fireplace. A young man, his face a mask of sorrow, staring out of a window whose frame was slowly, inexorably encasing him. Her ancestors, the integrated. Her only contact with the outside world was Mr. Jedediah Pike. He would appear at the edge of the Cragside estate every few days, leaving a small parcel of supplies at the gate, his face etched with a profound, weary sorrow. He never came closer. Anna would shout to him from an upper window, begging for help, for release. He would only shake his head, his eyes filled with a terrible pity. "I cannot interfere, Miss Hayes," he called back, his voice thin against the wind. "The covenant. It is ancient. My family, the Pikes, have served as intermediaries for the Thorns and Cragside for generations. It is our burden, as it is yours. The house. It has chosen. It will not be denied." "There must be a way to stop it," Anna cried. "Only by fulfilling the role, Miss Hayes," Pike replied, his voice barely audible. "By becoming the anchor. Or by finding another of Thorn blood, willing and suitable. But you are the last. Your great-uncle Alistair, he searched for years. You were his final, desperate hope to appease the house before it, consumed him entirely." He then revealed the truly horrifying nature of the caretaker role. It wasn't just about being absorbed. The anchor acted as a kind of psychic lightning rod, focusing the house's hunger, its sentience, preventing it from spreading, from extending its stony tendrils beyond the Cragside estate, into the village of Port St. Augustine, into the wider world. If Cragside is left without an anchor for too long— Mr. Pike's voice trailed off, his gaze fixed on the menacing silhouette of the house. It grows, restless, its influence expands. The disappearances your uncle investigated before he accepted his role, they were not all Thorns. The house, it begins to call to others, to draw them in. Port St. Augustine, it lives in Cragside's shadow, in its debt. Your sacrifice, Miss Hayes, it protects us all. Anna was not just a victim. She was a designated sacrifice for the greater good of a terrified, complicit community. Her architectural mind, her only remaining weapon, began to work frantically. If the house was a living organism, it must have a structure, a system, a weakness. Alistair's journals mentioned that the first Thorn, Josiah Thorn, a man obsessed with alchemy and forbidden architecture, had not just built Cragside, but had awakened something within the cliff face, using a specific geomantic ritual and a heartstone, a unique geological concretion with strange resonant properties, around which the house had then grown. This heartstone was the house's original nucleus, its most vulnerable point. If it could be destroyed, or its resonance disrupted. But Alistair's journals gave no clue as to its location, only that it was at the deepest root where the stone first tasted blood. Anna began a desperate search, venturing into the oldest, most dangerous sections of the house, the cellars and subcellars that plunged deep into the cliff. The air here was thick, the metallic tang overpowering, the rhythmic pulsing of the stone almost deafening. The whispers were a cacophony, the spectral figures of her ancestors more tangible, their stony hands reaching for her, trying to draw her into the walls. She armed herself with a heavy iron crowbar she found in a crumbling workshop, its rust a stark contrast to the living, encroaching stone. The house fought her. Passages would shift, doorways seal themselves with fresh, oozing stone. Illusions would flicker at the edge of her vision, images of warmth, of safety, of her life before Cragside, luring her towards dead ends, towards rooms that were slowly, inexorably, becoming solid rock. Her own memories began to feel porous, as if the house were already starting to sample her, to taste her essence. Finally, in the deepest subcellar, a chamber carved directly from the raw cliff face, its walls slick with moisture and glowing, faintly with phosphorescent lichen, she found it. It was not a distinct stone, but a section of the far wall, about 10 feet in diameter, where the natural rock pulsed with a visible, sickly, dark red light, like a monstrous exposed organ. Veins of a darker, almost black mineral snaked through it, converging at its center like a diseased spider web. This was the Heartstone, the sentient core of Cragside Manor, and embedded within it, partially subsumed, were the skeletal remains of what looked like a human sacrifice, ancient and contorted, Josiah Thorne's first offering. As Anna approached, the pulsing intensified. The whispers became a single, overwhelming, seductive voice, promising her peace, eternity, an end to fear if she would only touch the stone, offer herself, become one with Cragside. You are Thorn. You are Cragside. Join us. Be complete. The spectral figures of her ancestors materialized around her, their forms more solid, their eyes pleading or demanding. Her great-uncle Alistair stood among them, his face a mask of sorrowful resignation, his hand outstretched. "It is your time, Anna," his voice echoed, a dry whisper from the stone. "There is no escape, only acceptance." But Anna Hayes was an architect. She understood structure, stress points, foundations, and she saw with a flash of desperate insight that the Heartstone, for all its power, was also the house's greatest vulnerability. It was a single, concentrated point of its vast, dispersed consciousness. She raised the iron crowbar. The house, the collective consciousness of her ancestors, seemed to recoil, to keen in dismay. The spectral figures wavered. "No, you will destroy us. Destroy yourself. We are one." "I am not one of you," Anna screamed, her voice raw, defiant. "I will not be your mortar. I will not be your next forgotten stone." She brought the crowbar down with all her strength, again and again, against the pulsing, diseased heart of Cragside Manor. Each blow sent a shockwave through the house. The stone screamed, a high-pitched tearing sound that vibrated in her bones. Cracks appeared in the Heartstone, spreading outwards like black lightning. The dark red light flickered, dimmed. The spectral figures shrieked, their forms dissolving, their voices fading into a final, sorrowful sigh. With a last, desperate effort, Anna drove the pointed end of the crowbar deep into the center of the Heartstone. There was a terrible, wrenching groan, as if the entire cliff face were tearing itself apart. The pulsing red light died, replaced by an absolute, consuming darkness. The metallic tang in the air vanished. The whispers ceased, and then silence. A true empty silence. Anna collapsed, exhausted, her body bruised, her mind reeling. When she finally regained her strength, the subcellar felt different, colder, inert. The Heartstone was just a fractured, dark slab of rock, its malevolent glow extinguished. She made her way back up through the silent, now truly empty house. The stone veins in the walls had ceased their growth. Some had even begun to crumble, like dead vines. The oppressive atmosphere was gone. Cragside Manor felt dead. Just an old, decaying house, its monstrous sentience extinguished. The massive iron key to the front door lay on the hall table, where she had first left it. She walked out of Cragside Manor into the pale, windswept dawn, leaving the house to its final, silent decay. Mr. Jedediah Pike found her on the cliff path, dazed but alive. He listened to her fragmented story, his face a mixture of disbelief, terror, and a dawning, almost incredulous hope. You killed it?" he whispered. "After all these centuries, you broke the covenant?" Anna nodded, too exhausted to speak. The news spread through Port St. Augustine like wildfire. Some were terrified, fearing repercussions. The return of some older, forgotten blight the house had held at bay. Others, the descendants of families who had perhaps lost their own to Cragside's insidious influence over the years, felt a grim, quiet relief. Cragside Manor began to crumble with astonishing speed. Without its sentient core, without the constant infusion of Thorn vitality, its unnatural structure could not hold. Within a year, it was little more than a pile of rubble on the cliff edge, slowly being reclaimed by the sea and the wind. The Thorn lineage had ended, its terrible pact finally broken. Anna Hayes never returned to architecture. The experience at Cragside had changed her too profoundly. She dedicated her life to researching and exposing other such living buildings, other places where human lives had become intertwined with ancient predatory intelligences of the Earth. She knew that Cragside was not unique. The world was full of old, forgotten places, of stones that remembered, of foundations laid on darker covenants. And sometimes, when the wind blew from the north, carrying the scent of salt and cold stone, she would feel a phantom chill in her bones, a faint, echoing whisper from the depths of the earth, a reminder of the house that had tried to make her part of its eternal, hungry heart. The silence of the cliffs was now just the silence of nature, but Anna would always listen for the faintest thrum beneath her feet, the faintest sigh from the stones, knowing that the earth itself held memories and hungers that could awaken with the turning of a key or the arrival of the next unsuspecting bloodline. The winding dirt track that led to the secluded valley enclave known only as Sunstone Meadow was deliberately unmarked, almost invisible from the county road. Sarah Campbell, a social worker with a caseload that often took her to the forgotten fringes of society, gripped the wheel of her aging sedan, a knot of professional concern tightening in her stomach. She was here to follow up on an anonymous tip. Vague, almost certainly malicious, but policy dictated she investigate, regarding the welfare of children in this isolated, off-grid community. Sunstone Meadow was renowned, in the few official records that existed, for two things: its complete rejection of mainstream society and technology, and the startling, almost preternatural intelligence and robust health of its children. As Sarah's car emerged into the valley, she was struck by its almost unnerving, idyllic beauty. Lush, unnaturally vibrant fields, tilled with meticulous care, stretched towards a cluster of simple, well-maintained wooden dwellings. Children, perhaps a dozen, ranging in age from toddlers to young adolescents, played in a sun-drenched meadow, their laughter. Surprisingly, the first genuine children's laughter Sarah had heard in a while that didn't sound forced or strained by circumstance, echoing in the clear air. They were, as the rumor suggested, strikingly beautiful, with clear eyes, radiant skin, and an aura of calm, focused intelligence that was startling in one so young. She was met by Elder Thomas Pike, the community's spokesperson. He was a man of perhaps 60 years, his face deeply lined by the sun, his eyes a clear, unwavering blue, holding a serene, almost beatific calm that Sarah found instantly disquieting. He wore simple, hand-woven clothes, and his bare feet were stained with the rich, dark earth of the valley. "Miss Campbell," he said, his voice soft, melodious, his smile gentle. "Welcome to Sunstone Meadow. We are a simple people, seeking only to live in harmony with the earth and to nurture our children according to the old ways, the true ways." "The true ways?" Sarah asked, trying to keep her tone neutral. "My office received a concern about the children's education and access to, well, the outside world." Elder Pike's smile didn't waver. "Our children receive an education far richer, far more profound than any your world could offer, Miss Campbell. They learn from the source itself, from the solstice stone." He gestured towards the center of the valley, where a single, massive black monolith, at least 30 feet high, rose from the earth. It was not granite, nor any stone Sarah recognized, its surface strangely smooth, almost oily, absorbing the sunlight rather than reflecting it. Intricate, non-Euclidean symbols, reminiscent of no known human language, were carved into its surface, seeming to shift and writhe in her peripheral vision. The air around it hummed with a faint, almost subaudible vibration. Sarah was invited to observe the community. She saw children engaging in complex mathematical calculations using patterns of pebbles, debating philosophical concepts with an articulate wisdom far beyond their years, and tending the gardens with an almost preternatural understanding of botany. Their knowledge was encyclopedic, their physical coordination remarkable. They were, in every measurable way, advanced. But there was something missing. A spark of true, chaotic, childlike spontaneity. Their play was too ordered, their laughter too measured. Their eyes, for all their intelligence, held a distant, ancient knowing that was deeply unsettling in such young faces. The community adults, Martha Evans, who oversaw the communal kitchen, with an almost religious fervor. Robert Bell, who taught the children complex astronomical charts based on the monolith's shadow. Eleanor Thorne, who wove intricate tapestries depicting the valley's history, the monolith always at its center. All shared Elder Pike's serene, unwavering calm, their eyes holding that same distant, knowing light. They spoke of the solstice, stone with a profound, unquestioning reverence, as if it were a living deity. The stone teaches us all we need to know, Martha Evans told Sarah, her voice a gentle murmur. It whispers the patterns of the cosmos, the secrets of the deep earth. Our children, they are its most receptive pupils. They drink directly from its wisdom. Sarah's professional unease deepened into a genuine personal dread. This wasn't just an alternative lifestyle. This was something else. She began to discreetly investigate, using her pretense of observing their educational methods to gain access to the community's few written records. Mostly hand-copied texts bound in simple leather, filled with astronomical charts, botanical, drawings, and strange spiraling diagrams that mirrored the carvings on the monolith. She discovered that Sunstone Meadow had been founded over a century ago by a small group of disillusioned academics, mystics, and utopian idealists, led by a charismatic figure known only as the first teacher. They had been drawn to the valley by local legends of a whispering stone that offered enlightenment. They had found the monolith, and according to their writings, had learned to commune with it. The text described how the stone, a sentient, impossibly ancient extraterrestrial, or perhaps extra-dimensional intelligence, had offered them a pact. It would share its vast knowledge, accelerate their children's mental and physical development, grant them an unnatural vitality and resistance to disease in exchange for something. The exact nature of this exchange was always couched in vague, euphemistic terms. The great contribution, the joining of minds, the final graduation into the stone's embrace. Sarah also found lists of children from previous generations. Many names had a single chilling annotation beside them. Graduated. These children, invariably the brightest, the most advanced, would reach a certain age, usually their early teens, and then simply disappear from the community records. There were no graves in Sunstone Meadow. Young Mary Harrison shows exceptional resonance. One entry from a former elder read, "The stone calls to her. Her mind is ripe for the great joining. She will soon be ready for her true education, her true purpose." Within the cool, eternal silence of the teacher, the horrifying truth began to dawn on Sarah. The solstice stone wasn't just teaching the children, it was consuming them. Their accelerated development wasn't a gift, it was a cultivation. They were being prepared, fattened, like psychic livestock for a final horrifying absorption into the monolith's vast alien consciousness. The community's serene calm wasn't peace. It was the placidity of a cult, willingly sacrificing its brightest offspring to maintain its unnatural, isolated utopia. She looked at the laughing, playing children in the meadow with new, terrified eyes. Young Linda Pike, barely 8 years old, was already composing complex musical symphonies in her head, humming intricate melodies. Michael Scott, a boy of 10, could recite star charts that would baffle a seasoned astronomer. They were brilliant, and they were doomed. Sarah knew she had to get these children out. But how? The community was utterly devoted to the stone, to Elder Pike's leadership. There were no phones, no internet. The nearest town was miles away, Sheriff Miller likely unwilling or unable to comprehend, let alone intervene in, such a bizarre, insidious situation. She was alone, and she was being watched. Elder Pike's serene gaze seemed to follow her everywhere. The older children, too, the ones approaching their graduation, would sometimes fix her with those unnervingly intelligent, ancient eyes, as if they already knew her thoughts, her fears. One evening, Elder Pike approached her as she sat by the edge of the meadow, ostensibly observing the children's evening study circle around the softly humming monolith. "You seem troubled, Miss Campbell," he said, his voice gentle. "The ways of the stone are profound. They can be overwhelming for those not yet attuned to its song." "What happens to the children when they graduate, Elder Pike?" Sarah asked directly, her voice trembling slightly. His smile remained, but his eyes grew colder, more distant. They become more. They transcend the limitations of the flesh. Their minds join the great chorus of the stone, adding their unique melody to its eternal wisdom. It is a joyous apotheosis, a true immortality. "It's absorption," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. "You're feeding them to that thing." Elder Pike's expression hardened just for a moment. "The stone gives, Miss Campbell, and it requires. It is the way of balance, the great cycle. These children, they are blessed. They are chosen. Their contribution ensures the continued vitality of Sunstone Meadow, the continued enlightenment of those who remain to learn." He paused, his gaze fixing on her with a new, unsettling intensity. Perhaps your mind, too, has a unique resonance. Perhaps you were drawn here not by an anonymous tip, but by the stone itself. It often calls those whose intellect is ripe. Sarah felt a surge of pure, cold terror. He wasn't just justifying their practices. He was assessing her, considering her as a potential offering, or perhaps a new teacher for a new generation, if her mind was strong enough to survive the initial joining. She knew she had to act. Now. Her only hope lay in disrupting the stone's influence, in somehow breaking its psychic hold over the community, if only for long enough to escape with some of the younger children. But how? The monolith was ancient, its power immense, its nature utterly alien. She remembered the community's complete rejection of technology. The stone, according to the old texts, sang the song of the pure earth, and was disturbed by the discordant jangling of artifice. Perhaps that was a clue. Sarah had in her car a small, powerful emergency distress beacon, a device that emitted a complex, high-frequency radio signal. She'd brought it as a precaution, given the remote location. It was her only piece of advanced technology. It was a wild, desperate gamble. The signal might do nothing. It might enrage the stone. It might even harm the children she was trying to save, but she had to try. That night, under the light of a full moon that seemed to make the solstice stone thrum with an even greater power. The community gathered for a special attunement ceremony. The older children, those closest to their graduation, were at the center, their faces pale, ecstatic, their eyes fixed on the monolith. Elder Pike led them in a low, rhythmic chant, his voice weaving a complex, hypnotic melody. Sarah, feigning participation, slipped away towards her car, parked at the edge of the valley. The community, lost in their trance-like communion with the stone, paid her no heed. She retrieved the distress beacon. Her hands shaking, she activated it. A piercing, high-frequency whine, inaudible to human ears but potentially deafening to a different kind of sensory apparatus, cut through the night. The effect was instantaneous and cataclysmic. The solstice stone, which had been humming with a deep, resonant power, suddenly shrieked. A silent psychic scream that lanced through Sarah's mind, making her stagger, clutching her head. The intricate symbols carved into its surface flared with an angry, chaotic light, then seemed to writhe and distort. The chanting villagers cried out, their serene expressions shattering into masks of confusion, pain, and terror. They clutched. Their heads stumbled, some falling to the ground, their psychic link to the stone violently disrupted. The older children, those most deeply attuned, convulsed, their eyes rolling back, foam flecking their lips. The very air in the valley seemed to crackle with dissonant energy. The stone was not just disturbed, it was agonized. The pure, complex radio frequency, so alien to its ancient, earthbound consciousness, was like a shard of glass in its mind. Sarah didn't wait to see the full extent of the chaos. She ran back towards the dwellings, towards the younger children, who were now crying, disoriented, their psychic shield, their unnatural calm, shattered. "Come with me," she yelled, grabbing the hands of the nearest toddlers, Mary Evans's two small sons, John and Samuel. "We have to get out of here." Some of the adult women, their connection to the stone broken, their lifelong conditioning momentarily fractured by the sheer psychic pain, looked at her with dawning, horrified understanding. Martha Evans, her face streaked with tears, pushed her own young daughter, Patricia, towards Sarah. "Take her, save her," she sobbed, before collapsing. Sarah gathered as many of the youngest children as she could, 5 in total, their faces pale, terrified, but their eyes, for the first time, looking like the eyes of normal, frightened children. She herded them towards her car, the sounds of chaos and pain from the attunement ceremony echoing behind them. Elder Thomas Pike, his face a mask of unimaginable agony and fury, tried to block her path, his body contorted, his hands outstretched, as if to protect his wounded god. But he was weakened, disoriented, his power, his connection, severed. Sarah pushed past him, the children clinging to her. She bundled them into her old sedan, its engine miraculously starting on the first try. She drove, not on the winding dirt track, but straight across the bumpy fields, away from Sunstone Meadow, away from the screaming, wounded intelligence of the solstice stone. In her rearview mirror, she saw the monolith, still pulsing with an erratic, angry light, the symbols on its surface seeming to bleed a dark, oily substance. The valley of Sunstone Meadow, its false utopia shattered, was descending into a nightmare of psychic feedback and dawning, terrible realization for its inhabitants. Sarah Campbell drove through the night, the 5 traumatized children huddled in her car, She reached the county seat by dawn, presenting herself and the children to a bewildered, then horrified, Sheriff Brody Miller and Child Protective Services. The story that unfolded was confused, incredible, a patchwork of Sarah's testimony, the fragmented, fearful recollections of the children, and the eventual incoherent ramblings of the few adult survivors found wandering, dazed and broken, in the now blighted, silent valley of Sunstone Meadow. The Solstice Stone, when a heavily armed, deeply skeptical state geological team finally reached it, was inert, cold, its surface cracked and scarred, the strange symbols faded. It was just a rock now, its ancient, alien intelligence seemingly gone. Whether it had been destroyed by the prolonged exposure to the radio frequency, or had merely retreated, wounded, into some deeper, inaccessible dimension, no one could say. The children of Sunstone Meadow were eventually placed in foster care, their reintegration into normal society a long, painful process. They retained flashes of their former brilliance, but the ancient, alien knowledge that had been poured into them slowly faded, replaced by the ordinary wonders and terrors of a normal childhood. They never spoke of the stone or of the graduations. Sarah Campbell left social work. The horrors of Sunstone Meadow, the vacant eyes of the graduated children, the serene, terrible conviction of Elder Pike. These were burdens too great to carry into other vulnerable lives. She dedicated herself to researching and attempting to understand the phenomenon of isolated communities and their often terrifying symbiotic relationships with something else. She knew that the Solstice Stone was not unique, that the Earth held ancient, alien intelligences, entities that whispered promises of knowledge, of power, of utopia, in exchange for a price too horrifying to contemplate. And sometimes, late at night, when the world was quiet, she would feel a faint, almost imperceptible hum in the silence, a distant echo of the stone's song, and she would wonder if it was truly gone, or merely sleeping, listening, waiting for new pupils, new minds to ripen in some other forgotten valley, under the silent, watchful gaze of a different, patient, and utterly alien teacher. The hunger for knowledge, she knew, could be as dangerous and as predatory as any other. The air in Melancholy Mire hung thick and cloying, heavy with the scent of stagnant water, decaying vegetation, and a faint, almost imperceptible aroma of formaldehyde and damp, treated wood. The village itself, a cluster of sagging, timber-framed cottages built on stilts above the brackish water, seemed to weep a perpetual gray mist. Eleanor Hayes, a puppeteer of considerable talent but dwindling fortunes, had come to this forgotten backwater seeking two things: an escape from the clamor and indifference of the city, and inspiration from the legendary water marionettes of Melancholy Mire. The Myers Puppet Theater, run by generations of the reclusive Pike family, was a whispered legend in puppetry circles, famed for its incredibly lifelike, almost sentient marionettes, and performances of such profound, haunting sorrow they were said to drive audiences to tears or madness. Eleanor poled her small rented skiff through the labyrinthine waterways, the only way to navigate the mire, towards a dilapidated barn-like structure built out over the darkest, stillest part of the bog, the Théâtre des Larmes Flottantes, the Theater of Floating Tears. She was met on its rickety landing by Mr. Silas Pike, the current puppet master. He was a man whose age was as indeterminate as the shifting mists, his face pale and deeply lined, his eyes the color of muddy water, holding a profound, almost unendurable sadness. His hands, Eleanor noted with a puppeteer's keen observation, were extraordinarily long and slender, their movements precise, almost arachnoid. "Miss Hayes," he said, his voice a low, mournful sigh, like wind through dead reeds. "You have come a long way to witness our little sorrows. The mire, it does not offer much cheer, but its stories, they are true." The interior of the Théâtre des Larmes Flottantes was a shadowy, cavernous space, smelling strongly of damp wood, bog water, and that strange, preservative-like chemical scent. The stage was a dark, water-filled basin, above which hung a complex web of strings and pulleys, and suspended from these, like grotesque, waterlogged angels, were the marionettes. They were unlike any Eleanor had ever seen, life-sized, or nearly. So, their bodies were crafted from a strange, dark, water-resistant wood that seemed almost to have grown in their vaguely human forms. Their faces, carved with an almost unbearable realism, were masks of perpetual, exquisite sorrow. Their clothes were tattered, stained with bog water and what looked like verdigris. And their eyes, made of polished bog oak or dark, opaque river stones, seemed to hold a genuine, flickering spark of weary, ancient consciousness. They weren't just lifelike. They felt inhabited. "They are the children of the mire, Silas," Pike whispered, his gaze drifting over his silent, hanging troop. They danced to the slow, sad music of the deep waters. Each one holds a story, a life given to the bog's embrace. Eleanor, fascinated despite a growing sense of unease, asked to study his techniques, to learn the secrets of his unparalleled artistry. Silas Pike, after a long, sorrowful contemplation, agreed to take her on as an apprentice, a rare honor. The mire. It has been long since it has known a fresh hand on the strings, a new heart to feel its rhythm. She was given a small, damp room in Silas's own stilt house, connected to the theater by a series of rickety wooden walkways. Her days were spent in the shadowy theater, learning to manipulate the heavy, waterlogged marionettes, their movements unnervingly fluid, almost sentient. Silas was a patient, if melancholic, teacher. He taught her the intricate finger work, the subtle shifts of balance, the art of imbuing the puppets with a breath, a sigh, a flicker of heartbreaking emotion. He rarely spoke of the puppets' origins, only that they were found in the mire, or gifted by the deep waters. He showed her the workshop beneath the theater, where new puppets were carved, or old ones mended. The wood he used was a unique, dark, incredibly dense bogwood, harvested from the deepest, most stagnant parts of the mire. The tools were ancient, hand-forged, stained with generations of use. And the preservative he treated the wood with, its ingredients were a closely guarded secret, its scent sharp, chemical, yet strangely organic. As Eleanor became more attuned to the mire, to the theater, to the puppets themselves, she began to notice anomalies. The marionettes, when left alone, would sometimes shift position subtly, their heads turning as if to listen, their wooden hands clenching or unclenching. She would hear faint, sighing whispers when no one else was in the theater, seeming to emanate from the puppets themselves. And sometimes, when manipulating a particular puppet, say, Old Man Thomas Bell, a hunched figure with eyes of bottomless grief, or Young Mary Scott, a girl with a single perpetually carved tear on her cheek, Eleanor would experience vivid, intrusive flashes of memory, of emotion that were not her own. A lost love, a child's laughter abruptly silenced, the cold, inexorable pull of dark water. She discovered a hidden alcove in the workshop, filled with small, personal effects. A tarnished silver locket, a child's worn leather shoe, a faded snippet of lace, a rusted fisherman's knife. Each item was meticulously labeled with a name, names that corresponded to the puppets hanging above the stage. Thomas Bell, Mary Scott, Robert Evans, Linda Harrison. These weren't just characters. They were memorials. Driven by a desperate need to understand, Eleanor began to explore the mire beyond the confines of the theater and Silas Pike's watchful, sorrowful gaze. She poled her skiff through the fog-choked waterways, past the few other sagging stilt houses that constituted the village of Melancholy Mire. The inhabitants, she discovered, were few, mostly elderly, as silent and melancholic as Silas himself. There were no children. In the center of the mire, an area Silas had warned her was treacherous, best left undisturbed, was a vast, unnaturally still pool of black water, surrounded by ancient, gnarled cypress trees draped in Spanish moss. The water here was different, thicker, almost oily, and the air hummed with a faint, almost sub-audible vibration. This was the heart of the bog, according to a faded, hand-drawn map she found in Silas's sparse collection of books. And then she saw them, partially submerged in the black water, almost invisible amidst the tangled roots and decaying vegetation, were other forms. Vague, human-like shapes, encased in a thick, translucent, amber-like substance, their features blurred, their limbs contorted in attitudes of peaceful, or perhaps horrified, repose. They were perfectly preserved, like ancient insects in amber. Bog bodies. But these were different, not ancient, and the amber-like substance. It pulsed with a faint internal luminescence. This, Eleanor realized with a sickening lurch, was the mire's true harvest. She found Silas Pike's private journal hidden beneath a loose floorboard in his room. It was not a record of puppetry techniques, but a heartbreaking, multi-generational chronicle of the Pike family's terrible pact. The mire, the journal revealed, was not just a bog. It was a sentient entity, or perhaps a unique, geographically contained ecosystem with a rudimentary collective consciousness. It sang a song of sorrow, a psychic emanation that drew in those already touched by grief, by loss, by melancholy. And it preserved them. When a villager, overwhelmed by despair, or perhaps simply reaching the end of their natural life, was given to the mire, their body would be slowly, naturally encased in the bog's unique preservative secretions, their physical form held in stasis. But the Pike family, the first puppet masters, had discovered something more. They had learned to channel a fragment of the departing spirit, the lingering psychic echo of the deceased, into the specially prepared bogwood marionettes. The puppets were not just wood. They were reliquaries, vessels for the sorrowful, attenuated consciousness of those claimed by the mire. The performances were not just art. They were a form of communion. A way for the trapped spirits to briefly, achingly, relive their stories, their griefs, their lost hopes, through the strings. The Pike family, in return for their stewardship, their artistry in giving voice to the mire's silent sorrows, were granted an unnaturally long life and a deep, melancholic understanding of the human heart. But the price was high. They were bound to the mire, to the theater, to the endless cycle of sorrow and preservation. Eleanor Hayes is here now, Silas's most recent entry read, "Her hands are gifted. Her heart. It already knows the Myers song. She feels the whispers of the children. She is a suitable vessel. My own strings grow frayed. My own sorrow. It is almost complete. Soon I too will join the quiet. Amber sleep, and she will take up the rods. She will give voice to the next generation of floating tears." Eleanor felt a cold, clammy dread envelop her, as tangible as the Myers' perpetual fog. She was not just an apprentice. She was being groomed as Silas Pike's successor. He intended for her to become the next puppet master, to bind her own life, her own spirit, to this terrible, sorrowful, eternal performance. And eventually, to become another perfectly preserved marionette, her own griefs given wooden form, her own essence trapped in the amber heart of the bog. The idea was both horrifying and in a strange, insidious way almost seductive. Her own recent losses, her own artistic frustrations. The Meyer seemed to understand, to offer a kind of peace, a final, sorrowful stillness. She fought against the encroaching despair, the Meyer's subtle psychic pull. She had to escape, not just for herself, but for the trapped spirits in the puppets, for the silent, amber-encased figures in the heart of the bog. She confronted Silas Pike in the shadowy theater, the rows of sorrowful marionettes hanging like a silent, judging audience. "I know, Silas," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "I know what these puppets are. I know about the Meyer, about the preserved." Silas Pike did not deny it. His muddy eyes filled with an even deeper, more profound sadness. "Then you understand, child. You understand the beauty, the truth of it. To capture a sorrow so perfectly, to give it form, voice. It is a sacred art, a kindness in this harsh, fleeting world." "It's a prison, Silas," Eleanor cried. "You're trapping them, condemning them to an eternity of reliving their grief." "They are grief," Silas sighed. "The Meyer. It is a connoisseur of sorrow. It cradles them, and through the puppets they are remembered, understood. Is that not a form of immortality?" He gestured towards an empty set of strings, a newly carved, unpainted marionette body lying on a nearby workbench. A figure whose slender form, whose yet unformed features, bore a disturbing resemblance to Eleanor herself. "Your own sorrows, child. They have a beautiful, poignant melody. The Meyer. It already hears your song. You will make a most eloquent child." He advanced, his long, slender fingers reaching for her, not with malice, but with a gentle, sorrowful inevitability. Eleanor knew that if he touched her, if she allowed herself to succumb to the Meyer's melancholic embrace, she would be lost. She backed away, her mind racing. How could she fight something so pervasive, so fundamental to this place? The Meyer wasn't an enemy to be defeated. It was an environment, an ecosystem of sorrow. But then she remembered the workshop, the strange preservative chemicals Silas used, and she remembered the fire, the ever-present danger in a village built of wood, surrounded by flammable bog gases. It was a terrible, desperate idea, but it was her only chance. As Silas Pike reached for her, his eyes filled with a sorrowful, almost loving acceptance, Eleanor grabbed a nearby oil lamp, always kept burning in the damp theater, and hurled it towards the workbench, towards the open vats of volatile preservative chemicals. The explosion was not large, but it was immediate. Flames erupted. catching on the dry, treated wood of the puppets, on the ancient, cobweb-draped timbers of the theater. Silas Pike shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated anguish. Not for himself, but for his children, his life's work, his sorrowful family. He stumbled towards the burning puppets, trying to beat out the flames with his bare, slender hands. No, my children. Their stories. They will be silenced. The fire spread with terrifying speed, the old resinous wood of the theater igniting, like tinder. The heat was intense. The acrid smoke of burning chemicals and ancient sorrow-soaked wood filled the air. Eleanor didn't wait. She turned and fled, out onto the rickety landing, scrambling into her skiff, poling away with frantic, desperate strokes from the inferno that was now consuming the Théâtre des Larmes Flottantes. Behind her, she could hear Silas Pike's terrible, heartbroken screams, and then a profound, echoing silence as the roof of the theater collapsed in a shower of sparks and burning embers. She poled through the mire, the glow of the burning theater reflected in the black, still water. The fog seemed to recoil from the heat, from the violence, from this sudden, fiery intrusion into its ancient, sorrowful rhythm. As she passed the heart of the bog, she saw a strange, almost imperceptible shimmer in the amber-like substance encasing the submerged figures. Were they stirring? Or was it just a trick of the firelight, of her own traumatized imagination? She didn't stop until she reached the edge of the mire, until the scent of wood smoke and stagnant water was replaced by the clean, sharp air of the uplands. She never looked back. The fire in Melancholy Mire burned for 3 days, consuming the theater, Silas Pike's house, and several of the nearest abandoned cottages before finally guttering out, leaving a blackened, smoking scar. In the heart of the ancient bog, no official investigation was ever launched. Melancholy Mire was too remote, its inhabitants too few, its existence too marginal for the outside world to care much about a fire in a forgotten backwater. Eleanor Hayes never spoke of what she had truly found there, of the sentient bog, the spirit puppets, the sorrowful puppet master. Her official report to the Puppetry Guild simply stated that the water marionettes of Melancholy Mire were, tragically, lost to a fire, their unique art form gone forever. She returned to the city, but she was changed. The experience in the mire had deepened her own art, imbued her puppetry with a profound, almost unbearable melancholy, but also with a fierce, desperate understanding of the human heart's capacity for sorrow and for resilience. She often wondered about the mire. Had the fire truly silenced the stories? Had it freed the trapped spirits? Or had it merely cauterized a wound, driven the ancient, sorrowful intelligence of the bog even deeper into its dark, peaty heart? Sometimes, late at night, when the city was quiet and the rain lashed against her window pane, she would imagine she could hear the faint, sighing whispers of the mire, the distant, mournful music of unseen strings. And she would remember the sorrowful eyes of Silas Pike and the terrible, beautiful, eternal dance of the water marionettes, their wooden tears mingling with the black, still waters of Melancholy Mire. The show was over, but the sorrow, she knew, lingered. It always lingered. The formal gardens of Oakhaven Asylum unfolded before Dr. Eleanor Hayes with a deceptive, almost preternatural serenity. Roses, their colors unnaturally vibrant, bloomed in perfect, thornless profusion alongside lilies of an almost translucent pallor and strange night-black orchids that seemed to drink the sunlight. Manicured lawns, greener than any Eleanor had ever seen, swept down to a placid, ornamental lake, its surface reflecting the imposing, gray-stone Victorian edifice of the asylum itself, with a disturbing, mirror-like stillness. Eleanor, a compassionate but increasingly disillusioned therapist, had accepted the position of senior psychotherapist at Oak Haven, hoping for a fresh start, a place where innovative, holistic approaches to mental illness were truly valued. The asylum's director, the renowned Dr. Alistair Thorne, had a glowing reputation for his pioneering work in horticultural psychoresonance therapy. Dr. Thorne met her in his airy, sun-filled office overlooking the gardens. He was a man whose calm, benevolent demeanor and gentle, almost hypnotic voice immediately put one at ease. Yet his eyes, a startling pale gray, held a disconcerting, watchful intelligence. "Dr. Hayes," he said, his smile warm and welcoming. "Welcome to Oak Haven. Here we believe that the mind, like a garden, can be cultivated, weeded, and brought to a state of perfect, harmonious bloom. Our gardens, they are more than just beautiful, Doctor. They are therapeutic. They listen. They absorb. They heal." He explained his theory. The unique, psychically resonant soil of Oak Haven, combined with carefully selected and cultivated plant species, could create a symbiotic field. Patients, by working in the gardens, by communing with the plants, could externalize their traumas, their anxieties, their psychic toxins, which the garden would then absorb and neutralize, leaving the patient in a state of placid, serene emptiness, the quiet bloom, as Dr. Thorne termed it. The patients Eleanor encountered at Oak Haven certainly seemed quiet. They moved through the pristine corridors and sun-dappled gardens with a slow, dreamlike grace, their faces smooth, untroubled, their eyes holding a vacant, almost beatific calm. There were no outbursts, no visible signs of distress. They tended the flower beds with a gentle, meticulous care, their hands moving as if guided by an unseen intelligence. Young Linda Evans, once consumed by crippling anxiety, now smiled vaguely as she deadheaded roses. Mr. Robert Pike, who had suffered from violent paranoid delusions, now calmly raked leaves, his expression one of utter, untroubled peace. The staff, too, shared this unnerving serenity. Nurse Martha Bell, who oversaw the patient's horticultural activities, moved with a silent, almost reverent efficiency. Mr. Thomas Harrison, the head groundskeeper, a man whose connection to the gardens seemed almost preternaturally deep, rarely spoke, communicating mostly through serene smiles and knowing glances. Eleanor was initially impressed. The results on the surface seemed miraculous. But as she began her own therapy sessions, she felt a growing unease. The patients, while calm, were also hollow. Their personalities seemed muted, their memories fragmented, their emotional range blunted to a near-zero state. When she tried to delve into their past traumas, their core issues, they would offer only vague, placid generalities, their eyes drifting towards the gardens outside the window, as if seeking a cue or a comfort that Eleanor could not provide. "The garden remembers for them now, Dr. Hayes," Dr. Thorne explained gently when Eleanor voiced her concerns. "Their burdens have been replanted, transmuted into beauty. Is that not a kinder fate than a lifetime of torment?" Eleanor began to spend more time in the gardens herself, trying to understand their therapeutic mechanism. The plants were indeed extraordinary. Flowers would track her movements, their heads turning slowly as she passed. Leaves would rustle and whisper when there was no breeze. Certain sections of the garden, particularly a secluded, high-walled enclosure known as the Sanctum of Echoes, pulsed with a faint, almost sub-audible hum, and the air within felt thick, charged, almost sentient. In the sanctum, she found the most unusual flora, flowers with petals like stained glass, depicting distorted, half-formed human faces, vines that twisted into the shapes of tormented figures, and in the center, a single, ancient, black-barked tree, its leaves a silvery gray that seemed to be the focal point of the garden's strange energy. Mr. Harrison, the groundskeeper, spent hours here, tending this tree with a disturbing, almost worshipful devotion. One evening, working late in the asylum's archives, a dusty, forgotten wing filled with generations of patient records, Eleanor stumbled upon the private journals of Dr. Thorne's grandfather, Dr. Josiah Thorne. The asylum's founder, Josiah Thorne, had not been a benevolent pioneer of horticultural therapy. He had been an occultist, a student of forbidden botanies and psychic parasitism. His journals described the Oakhaven Gardens not as a place of healing, but as a vast, sentient, psychic filter, or perhaps a predatory entity. He wrote of a genius loci, an ancient intelligence rooted in the valley's unique soil, which he had learned to cultivate, to feed. The garden is a mirror, Josiah wrote. It reflects, absorbs, and ultimately replaces the troubled mind. The patients offer their disordered thoughts, their painful memories, as nourishment. In return, the garden grants them oblivion, a quiet, vegetative peace. Their consciousness, their selves, become part of its eternal silent bloom. They are rooted. The horticultural therapy was a horrifyingly literal process. The unique plants acted as psychic conduits, drawing out the patient's traumas, their memories, their very personalities, and feeding them into the collective sentient consciousness of the garden. The patients weren't being healed. They were being emptied, their minds becoming barren soil for the garden's own alien growth. The black-barked tree in the Sanctum of Echoes, Josiah called it the arbor mentis, the mind tree. It was the central processing unit, the heart of the garden's consciousness, where the absorbed psyches were integrated. And the head, gardener, or the asylum's director, was not just an administrator. They were the master gardener, the primary conduit, the one who attuned new plantings to the garden's needs, and who eventually would also be fully absorbed, their own consciousness becoming the richest, most potent fertilizer. Eleanor felt a wave of icy horror. Dr. Alastair Thorne's calm benevolence was a monstrous deception. Oakhaven Asylum was not a sanctuary, it was a psychic abattoir. The beautiful, serene gardens were a graveyard of stolen minds. She thought of Linda Evans's vacant smile, Robert Pike's untroubled peace. They were the quiet blooms, their inner landscapes pruned, harvested, replaced by the garden's pervasive, alien serenity. She knew she had to expose this, to stop it, but who would believe her? The local authorities, including Sheriff Michael Scott, were all staunch supporters of Oakhaven and Dr. Thorne's miraculous work. The asylum board, chaired by Mr. James Bell, a man whose family had benefited from Oakhaven's discreet care for generations, would surely dismiss her claims as delusion. And then, she realized the truly terrifying implication of her own presence. Dr. Thorne had been watching her, assessing her. Her empathy, her keen understanding of the human psyche, her own past sorrows, which he had subtly, expertly drawn out in their initial interviews. These made her an ideal candidate, not just as a therapist, but as something more. Dr. Thorne summoned her to his office. His smile was still gentle, but his pale gray eyes now held a predatory, almost hungry gleam. "Dr. Hayes," he said, his voice a soft, hypnotic murmur, "you have a remarkable sensitivity, a rare empathy. The garden, it has responded to you. It feels your potential." He gestured towards the window, towards the unnervingly perfect, vibrant landscape. "My own time as Master Gardener draws to a close. My connection to the arbor mentis, it wanes. A new, strong mind is needed to guide the bloom, to harmonize the echoes. The garden, it has chosen you, Eleanor." He presented her with a single, perfect, night-black orchid, its petals like velvet, its scent intoxicating, soporific. "This is the first bloom, my dear. Partake of its wisdom. Let it open your mind to the garden's true song. Become its voice, its heart." Eleanor stared at the orchid, at the abyss of oblivion it represented. She saw her future, a slow, gentle descent into placid emptiness, her mind, her memories, her very self, becoming just another beautiful, silent flower in Dr. Thorne's horrifying psychic Eden. "No," she whispered, her voice hoarse. Dr. Thorne's smile did not falter. "The garden is patient, Eleanor, but it is also persuasive. Its roots run very deep. Eventually, all things return to the soil." He did not restrain her. He didn't need to. He knew the garden itself would begin its work. Over the next few days, the psychological assault intensified. The scent of the Oakhaven flowers, particularly the black orchids and the strangely sentient lilies, became a constant, unavoidable presence in her rooms, in her food, in the very air she breathed. It clouded her thoughts, blurred her memories, induced a state of lethargic, dreamy suggestibility. The gardens themselves seemed to call to her. When she walked their paths, she was now subtly, almost invisibly confined to the asylum grounds, Mr. Harrison, the groundskeeper, always appearing with a polite excuse if she strayed too near the outer gates. The plants would rustle and sigh, their colors shifting, their forms seeming to writhe with a subtle, beckoning life. She would hear whispers, fragments of her own past, of her patient's forgotten traumas, seeming to emanate from the flower beds, from the rustling leaves of the arbor mentis. Her dreams were filled with images of being gently, inexorably pulled down into rich, dark earth, of her thoughts unfurling like leaves, her emotions blooming like strange, silent flowers. She was being assimilated. She fought back, clinging to her sanity, to her identity, with every ounce of her will. She focused on her sharpest, most painful memories, the ones that defined her, the ones the garden would find most indigestible. She remembered Josiah Thorne's journals. The garden absorbed, it integrated, but it was also a mirror. What if she could reflect back at it something so discordant, so anathema to its serene, predatory harmony, that it would recoil? She knew about the asylum's old, disused electroconvulsive therapy suite in the basement, a relic from a more brutal era of psychiatry, decommissioned by Alistair Thorne as unnecessarily crude. The equipment was still there, dusty but potentially functional. ECT worked by inducing a controlled seizure, a massive, chaotic burst of neural energy. What would such a raw, untamed psychic shockwave do to the garden's delicate, interconnected consciousness if directly channeled? It was a desperate, horrifying gamble. It could destroy her own mind, but the alternative was a slow, gentle erasure, a living death amongst the quiet blooms. On the night Dr. Thorne had scheduled her for her first attunement in the Sanctum of Echoes, a ritualistic immersion into the Arbor Mentis' psychic field, Eleanor made her move. She feigned compliance, a dreamy acceptance, allowing Nurse Bell to lead her not towards the sanctum, but, with a whispered, desperate plea, towards the old ECT suite, claiming she needed to retrieve a forgotten, personal item essential for her peace of mind before her attunement. Nurse Bell, her own mind long since a placid reflection of the garden's will, placidly agreed. Inside the dusty, cobweb-draped suite, Eleanor locked the door. The ancient ECT machine loomed like an instrument of torture. She had a basic understanding of its operation from her medical training. She knew the risks. As she heard Dr. Thorne and Mr. Harrison approaching outside, their voices calm, persuasive, urging her to open the door, to embrace her beautiful destiny. Eleanor took a deep breath. She thought of all the stolen minds, the hollowed-out souls, rooted in the garden. She thought of her own life, her own pain, her own fierce, desperate will to remain herself. She placed the electrodes on her own temples, and then she threw the switch. The world exploded in a silent, blinding flash of white light. Her body convulsed, a massive, chaotic surge of raw neural energy tearing through her. But it wasn't just contained within her. It arced outwards, through the asylum's resonant stones, through the very soil, a psychic shockwave, a scream of untamed, undiluted human consciousness, directly into the interconnected network of the garden, into the sensitive heart of the Arbor Mentis. The effect on Oakhaven was instantaneous and catastrophic. The lights in the asylum flickered and died. A deep, guttural groan, as if the earth itself were in agony, vibrated through the foundations. Outside, in the serene, perfect gardens, the unnaturally vibrant flowers withered and blackened as if touched by frost. The leaves of the Arbor Mentis crisped and fell, its silvery bark cracking, oozing a dark, ichorous sap. The placid, mirror-like surface of the ornamental lake churned and roiled, as if something vast and ancient beneath it were thrashing in torment. The patience, the quiet, blooms began to stir, to cry out, to scream, as the garden's psychic hold over them fractured, as fragments of their own stolen memories, their own buried traumas, came flooding back in a chaotic, agonizing torrent. Dr. Alistair Thorne, standing outside the ECT suite, shrieked, a sound of inhuman rage and despair, as his connection to his precious garden, his life's work, his very identity as Master Gardener, was violently severed. He collapsed, his serene mask shattered, his eyes wide with the reflection of a dying psychic Eden. Eleanor Hayes survived, barely. She was found unconscious in the ECT suite by the terrified, overwhelmed local authorities, Sheriff Scott, and his deputies, who were finally forced to intervene when Oakhaven Asylum descended into utter chaos. The aftermath was a long, painful unraveling. Oakhaven Asylum was closed, its methods condemned. Dr. Thorne, his mind shattered, was committed to an institution far from his beloved, now dying gardens. Many of the patients, their minds irrevocably scarred by the sudden, brutal return of their unprocessed traumas, never fully recovered. Some, however, slowly, painstakingly, began the long journey back to themselves, their hollowness gradually refilled with the painful, precious chaos of their own authentic lives. The gardens of Oakhaven, deprived of their psychic nourishment, withered and died, leaving behind a barren, blighted landscape, the soil sour and sterile. The arbor mentis became a gaunt, blackened skeleton, the genius loci, the ancient, sentient intelligence of the place, if not destroyed, was grievously wounded, its voice silenced, its roots severed. Eleanor Hayes never practiced therapy again. The experience had cost her dearly, leaving her with her own set of psychic scars, her own echoes of the garden's terrible beauty and its monstrous hunger. She wrote a monograph, not on horticultural therapy, but on the profound, often terrifying, interconnectedness of mind and environment, on the unseen psychic landscapes that exist just beneath the surface of our perceived reality. She knew that Oak Haven was not unique, that the human mind, with its capacity for great suffering and great resilience, could be both a fertile ground for healing and a terrifyingly potent source of nourishment for other things. And sometimes, when she walked in an ordinary garden, amongst ordinary flowers, she would feel a faint, phantom thrum from the earth beneath her feet, a distant echo of the arbor mentis's song, and she would remember that even the most beautiful blooms can have the darkest roots, and that the quietest peace can be the most terrifying prison of all. The garden was dead, but its seeds, she knew, were scattered throughout the fertile, often unexamined soil of the human psyche. The salt spray bit at Michael Evans's face as the small chartered fishing trawler, skippered by a taciturn, weather-beaten islander named Jedediah Pike, pitched and rolled through the turbulent slate-gray waters towards the jagged silhouette of Morwen Isle. The island rose from the churning sea like a stone fist, its cliffs scarred by centuries of relentless storms, its peak shrouded in a perpetual brooding mist. At its highest point, barely visible through the gloom, stood Somber Tides Manor, the ancestral home of the enigmatic De Vere family, renowned for producing a single, legendary, and almost mythically rare wine, Larmes de Profondeur, Tears. Of the deep Michael, a celebrated wine critic known for his discerning palate and equally sharp, often merciless prose, had received an unexpected, almost archaic, handwritten invitation from the current scion, Mr. Alistair De Vere. He was invited to Somber Tides to be among a select few, perhaps the only one, to sample the latest, unreleased vintage of Larmes de Profondeur, a wine whispered about in enological circles with a mixture of awe, disbelief, and a frisson of something darker. The De Vere family, Alistair's letter had explained, were nearing the end of a particularly significant cycle, and wished for its culmination to be properly appreciated. "She's a jealous mistress, that island," Jedediah Pike grunted, his eyes, the color of sea-worn obsidian, fixed on the approaching cliffs. "And the De Veres. They keep their secrets as close as the tide keeps the shore. Some say the wine ain't the only thing they harvest from them deep waters." He spat into the waves, a gesture that seemed more ritualistic than contemptuous. Somber Tides Manor, when Michael finally stood before its massive, sea-stained oak door, was a testament to Gothic endurance. It seemed to grow organically from the dark volcanic rock of the island, its mullioned windows like shadowed eyes gazing out at the restless ocean. The air was thick with the scent of salt, brine, damp stone, and an underlying, strangely metallic, almost ozonic tang, similar to the charged air before a violent thunderstorm, mingled with a faint, intoxicatingly sweet aroma of fermentation, but of no grape Michael could readily identify. He was met by Mrs. Eleanor Bell, the housekeeper, a woman whose age was as indeterminate as the shifting sea mists, her face a mask of stoic composure, her eyes holding a deep, ancient sorrow. She moved with a silent, gliding grace, her black dress rustling like the sigh of receding waves. "Mr. Evans," she said, her voice low and resonant, like the distant thrum of a foghorn. Mr. DeVere awaits you in the grand cellar. The larms are ready for their tasting. Alistair DeVere was a figure as ancient and weathered as his ancestral home. He was impossibly old, his skin like stretched parchment over a fragile frame, yet his eyes, a startling, luminous silver gray, like the underbelly of a storm cloud, burned with a fierce, almost preternatural intensity. He was draped in a velvet smoking jacket that had seen better centuries, and his long, skeletal fingers, stained a deep, purplish black, trembled slightly as he gestured for Michael to be seated in the cavernous, barrel-lined grand cellar. The cellar plunged deep beneath the manor, its walls slick with moisture, the air thick with that strange, intoxicating, metallic sweet aroma, and a constant, low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate from the very bedrock of the island. "Mr. Evans," DeVere rasped, his voice like the grating of shingle on a desolate beach. "An honor. Your palate, your understanding is legendary. Few are capable of truly appreciating the complexities of Larmes de Profondeur. It is not a wine for the shallow, nor the faint of heart. It demands a certain receptivity." He explained, in oblique, almost poetic terms, the unique terroir of Morwen Isle. The volcanic soil, yes, but more importantly, the deep, lightless ocean trenches that surrounded the island, from which, he claimed, their unique, unnamed varietal of abyssal vine drew its sustenance. "The roots run deeper than any man can fathom, Mr. Evans. They drink of ancient sorrows, of pressures and darknesses that would crush a lesser vintage." The tasting was unlike anything Michael had ever experienced. DeVere himself, with reverent, trembling hands, drew a single small glass of the Larmes de Profondeur from a massive ancient cask bound in what looked like blackened, barnacle-encrusted bronze. The wine itself was an impossible color, a swirling, opalescent black-purple, shot through with fleeting, bioluminescent sparks, like captured starlight from the deepest ocean. Its aroma was a dizzying symphony of brine, ozone, unknown fruits, crushing despair, and an ecstatic, almost painful joy. And the taste. The moment the Larmes touched Michael's tongue, his senses exploded. He experienced not just flavors, but memories, emotions, visions. He saw cyclopean, non-Euclidean cities slumbering in lightless abysses. He felt the crushing weight of eons, the silent, patient hunger of entities that dreamed in the cold, dark heart of the ocean. He tasted the salt of forgotten tears, the iron tang of ancient blood sacrifices, the sweet, cloying decay of entire civilizations lost beneath the waves. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was transcendent. When he finally lowered the glass, his hand shaking, his mind reeling, Alistair DeVere was watching him, that luminous silver-gray gaze filled with a knowing, almost predatory intensity. "You see, Mr. Evans," DeVere whispered. "You understand. The Larmes. It is more than wine. It is a communion, a window into the deeps, a taste of eternity." Michael, though profoundly shaken, was also professionally electrified. This was the discovery of a lifetime. He tried to analyze the experience, to deconstruct the flavors, the sensations, but his usual critical faculties were overwhelmed, replaced by a strange, almost addictive craving for another taste, another glimpse into that terrifying, intoxicating abyss. Over the next few days, DeVere led Michael on a carefully curated tour of the estate, of the strange, windswept vineyards where the abyssal vines grew, their leaves a dark, oily green. Their roots, De Vere claimed, plunging directly into fissures in the volcanic rock that led to the deep sea. He showed him the unique, alchemical-looking fermentation chambers, filled with strange, pulsating, organic-looking vats, tended by silent, almost cult-like retainers. Mr. Robert Thorne, the estate manager, whose hands were perpetually stained, with the same purplish black as De Vere's, and Miss Mary Harrison, a young, pale woman with haunted eyes who seemed to communicate directly with the bubbling, sentient-seeming concoctions. Michael learned that the De Vere family, for uncounted generations, had been not just vintners but caretakers, guardians of a pact with something ancient and powerful that dwelled in the lightless trenches off Morwen Isle. A vast, sentient, perhaps even gestalt, deep-sea intelligence, referred to in the De Vere family grimoires, which De Vere guardedly allowed Michael to peruse, as Leviathan, the abyssal dreamer, or simply, the source. The abyssal vines were not ordinary plants. They were an extension of this entity, their roots directly tapping into its consciousness, its essence. And the larmes de profondeur was not just fermented grape juice. It was a psychically potent distillate of the source's dreams, its memories, its alien understanding of the cosmos. But the communion, the grimoires revealed, was not one-sided. The source, in return for allowing its essence to be harvested, demanded attunement. A human mind, a sommelier of the deeps, to act as a conduit, a taster, a translator of its overwhelming psychic emanations. This sommelier, always a De Vere, or a carefully chosen outsider of exceptional sensory acuity and psychic resilience, would psychically bond with the source, becoming part of the winemaking process itself, their own consciousness shaping, refining, and ultimately surviving the raw, overwhelming power of the larm. The grimoire spoke of previous sommeliers who had been consumed, their minds shattered, their identities dissolved into the intoxicating, terrifying depths of the source. Others had achieved a kind of terrible, isolated immortality, their consciousness forever bound to the island, to the wine, to the abyssal dreamer. Alistair De Vere was the latest in this long, perilous line, and he was fading. The vessel weakens, Michael read in De Vere's own spidery, trembling hand in the most recent grimoire entry. The connection phrase. The larms grow volatile, untamed. The source becomes restless. A new sommelier is required, one with a palate strong enough, a mind resilient enough to withstand the full vintage of its dreams. The critic, his senses are remarkably attuned. He feels the echoes. He craves the depths. A cold, dawning horror began to seep into Michael Evans's wine-addled, vision-filled mind. He wasn't just here to taste the wine, to write a review. He was being auditioned, groomed. Alistair De Vere intended for him to become the next sommelier of somber tides, the next psychic anchor for the larmes de profondeur, the next mind to be offered to the insatiable, dreaming hunger of the deep. The island, which had at first seemed merely remote and atmospheric, now felt like a prison. The constant, low hum from the bedrock beneath the manor was the sound of the source, dreaming, waiting. The intoxicating aroma of the larms, which now seemed to permeate the very air he breathed, was a constant seductive lure, pulling at his senses, at his sanity. He tried to leave. He feigned a sudden illness, a pressing engagement elsewhere. But Alistair De Vere's luminous silver-gray eyes held him captive. his soft, raspy voice weaving webs of enological fascination and existential dread. Mrs. Bell, the housekeeper, seemed to anticipate his every move, her silent, sorrowful presence a constant reminder of his isolation. The fishing trawler, Jedediah Pike had informed him via a crackling, unreliable radio link, was weatherbound on the mainland, unable to return for at least a week, perhaps longer, due to an unexpectedly violent localized storm system that seemed to have materialized directly over Morwen Isle. Michael's dreams became a terrifying tapestry of crushing abyssal depths, of swirling sentient nebulae, of ancient, alien consciousnesses whispering secrets his human mind could barely comprehend, let alone contain. He would wake, gasping, the taste of brine and starlight on his tongue, his own thoughts feeling, porous, infused with the unsettling, intoxicating echoes of the larmas. He found himself drawn again and again to the grand cellar, to the ancient bronze-bound cask. The craving for another taste, another plunge into those terrifying, beautiful depths, was becoming overwhelming. Alistair DeVere watched him, his own form seeming to grow more fragile, more translucent, with each passing day, as if his essence were slowly decanting into the very stones of the manor, or into the wine itself. The transference. It has already begun, Mr. Evans, DeVere whispered one evening as Michael stared, mesmerized, at the swirling, opalescent liquid in his glass. You feel the source calling, do you not? It recognizes a kindred palate, a mind capable of containing its vintage. I won't do it, Michael managed, his voice hoarse, his own will feeling as fragile as antique glass. DeVere smiled, a slow, skeletal stretching of his lips. Oh, but you will, my dear sommelier. The larms, it is already a part of you and the source. It does not appreciate its chosen vessels, refusing the draft. Michael knew he was running out of time. His mind was becoming a battleground, his own critical faculties warring with the seductive, terrifying allure of the larms, with the encroaching, overwhelming consciousness of the abyssal dreamer. He had to break the cycle. But how? The entity was oceanic, ancient, its power unimaginable. The DeVere family had been bound to it for centuries. His only clue lay in the grimoires. Amidst the arcane rituals and terrifying accounts of past sommeliers, he found fragmented references to a severance ritual, a dangerous, almost mythical process that could potentially disconnect a sommelier from the source, or at least disrupt its influence. It involved a specific, incredibly rare counteragent, a type of phosphorescent deep-sea coral known as abyssal tears, found only in one lightless cavern on the treacherous western cliffs of Morwen Isle. This coral, when properly prepared and ingested, was said to create a psychic static, a null field, that could temporarily deafen the sommelier to the source's song. But the ritual was perilous. The last DeVere who had attempted it, centuries ago, had been driven irrevocably mad, his mind shattered by the psychic backlash. It was a desperate, almost suicidal gamble. But the alternative was an eternity as a psychic slave to an alien god of the deep, his consciousness slowly dissolving into an intoxicating, terrifying wine. Under the cover of the raging, unnatural storm that now seemed a permanent fixture around Morwen Isle, Michael slipped out of the manor. He had to fight his own craving for the larms, the constant seductive whispers of the source in his mind, urging him to return to the cellar, to drink deeper. The western cliffs were a nightmare of jagged, slippery rock and crashing, monstrous waves. He found the cavern, a dark, seaweed-choked fissure that reeked of brine, and an even more intense, primal version of the Larm's ozonic tang. Inside, in a shallow rock pool that pulsed with an eerie, cold blue light, he found them. The abyssal tears, small branching corals that glowed with their own internal, ghostly luminescence. He gathered a handful, his fingers numb from the icy water, his mind reeling from the proximity to the source's raw, unfiltered presence here at the island's edge. Returning to the manor, soaked and battered, he found Alistair de Vere waiting for him in the grand cellar, a single freshly drawn glass of Larme de Profondeur held out to him, de Vere's silver-gray eyes burning with an almost triumphant, hungry light. "You have been communing with the terroir, Mr. Evans?" de Vere rasped. "Excellent. The final attunement is upon us. Drink, and become eternal." Mrs. Bell, Mr. Thorne, and Miss Harrison stood silently behind him, their faces pale, their eyes reflecting the same silver, expectant glow. They were no longer just servants. They were acolytes, their wills entirely subsumed by the source and by their master sommelier. Michael Evans looked at the glass of swirling, star-dusted wine. The craving was almost unbearable. But clutched in his other hand were the cold, glowing, abyssal tears. "You're right, de Vere," Michael said, his voice surprisingly steady. "It is time for a final tasting. A palate cleanser, perhaps." Before anyone could react, he crushed the phosphorescent coral in his fist and ingested the glowing, gritty paste. The effect was instantaneous and agonizing. A shockwave of pure, psychic static ripped through Michael's mind, a deafening white noise that obliterated the seductive whispers of the source, the intoxicating allure of the Larms. It felt as if his very consciousness were being scoured, sandpapered. He screamed, dropping the glass of wine, which shattered on the stone floor, its precious opalescent contents hissing as they touched the abyssal tear residue on his hand. Alistair, de Vere shrieked, a sound of inhuman rage and agony, as the psychic link between himself, Michael, and the source was violently disrupted. The silver light in his eyes flared, then died, leaving only a dull, terrified gray. His frail body convulsed, and he collapsed. His centuries-old connection, his very life force, unraveling. The other acolytes staggered back, clutching their heads, their borrowed luminescence extinguished, their faces contorting in confusion and pain as the comforting, controlling presence of the source was ripped from their minds. The very bedrock of Morwen Isle seemed to groan, a deep, resonant thrum of displeasure from the abyssal depths. The ancient casks in the cellar rattled, and from the exposed fissures in the rock, a cold, briny mist began to pour, carrying the scent of immense, ancient, and profoundly offended power. Michael Evans didn't wait. He fled the grand cellar, fled Somber Tide's manor, leaving behind the dying sommelier, the broken acolytes, and the shattered remnants of a generations-old, terrifying communion. He stumbled out into the raging storm, the psychic static still, screaming in his mind, but blessedly, mercifully, drowning out the song of the deep. He found Jedediah Pike's small fishing trawler, miraculously, or perhaps through some desperate, residual act of the source, trying to expel the poison, now bobbing at the manor's small battered jetty, its engine sputtering to life. He commandeered it, pointing its prow away from Morwen Isle, towards the distant, uncertain hope of the mainland. He never looked back. Alistair de Vere and his retainers were never seen again. Somber Tide's manor, it was eventually reported by passing ships, was found empty, already beginning to crumble into the relentless sea, its strange, dark vineyards withered and barren. The legendary Larme de Profondeur became just that, a legend, a whispered tale among wine connoisseurs of a vintage too profound, too terrible for the mortal palate. Michael Evans never wrote another wine review. His palate, scoured by the abyssal tears, was forever altered. He could no longer taste the subtle complexities of earthly wines. They were all bland, insipid, compared to the terrifying, transcendent depths he had once glimpsed. His tinnitus, which had plagued him for years before visiting the island, was now a constant, low, oceanic roar, filled with the faint, lingering echoes of alien thoughts and abyssal dreams. He knew that the source, the abyssal dreamer, was still, out there, in the lightless, crushing depths. It was ancient, patient, its hunger eternal. It had lost a sommelier, a vintage, but it would endure. And perhaps one day, new abyssal vines would find their way to the surface on some other desolate, forgotten shore, and a new family, a new lineage, would hear its intoxicating, sorrowful song and begin the terrible, beautiful, damning process of bottling the tears of the deep once more. The sea, Michael now understood with chilling certainty, held secrets and thirsts far older and far more profound than any human mind could ever truly comprehend. And some vintages were best left uncorked, their bouquets of madness and cosmic dread forever sealed in the abyssal dark.